Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry was taken to another world and became unstoppable. Here is short summary. When Harry is pulled into another world, he gains power beyond imagination. But with new magic and enemies, will he rise as its savior or its greatest threat? But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. James and Sirius continued to walk down the familiar street with the neatly lined hedges and newly cut lawns. Doesn't Petunia live in this area? James was thinking to himself, and he voiced his thoughts to Sirius. I wouldn't know, I'm not exactly a fan of hers. Hey, if she lives near here, how about we go and hex her, give her a little scare? The excitement in Sirius' voice was unquestionable. The last time Sirius had met the woman was at James and Lily's wedding. Petunia didn't even seem to want to be there, and took every opportunity possible to express those feelings and make snide comments about how awful it was that an Evans was to be married off to the abnormality known as the magical community. Sirius had not been happy, and had hexed the bowl of punch to follow her around, slightly tipped as though it was about to pour on top of Petunia. Remus had seen it and unhexed it from its position, which made the punch land on Dumbledore, who had licked his face and laughed at the flavor the punch had when it had contact with his beard. Dumbledore simply flicked his wand to clean himself and asked Sirius to not threaten Lily's sister in that manner again, to which of course Sirius ignored and next hexed a cream puff to follow her around. The neat lawns and houses did shout out to be vandalized. Okay, let's see how we can redecorate my sister-in-law's not-so-imaginative lawn. Completely forgetting their game of list the possible differences between this world and ours, they began a new game of what color grass would go with an orange house with fluorescent curtains. 2 weeks into the holidays, all the laundry was hanging out, drying in the wind. The cloudy day didn't help the drying process a lot, but at least it wasn't raining. Harry was crouched in the front yard, pulling out some particularly stubborn weeds. His black hair was plastered to his forehead with his sweat, and he had to occasionally clean his glasses of the sweat and dirt they seemed to constantly accumulate. Harry had been glad that he did not receive a beating for the prank that the Weasley twins had pulled on Dudley. In fact, his uncle did not even lift a finger. However, the Dursleys did not totally forgive him for bringing all that trouble into their home. All the chores were to be done by him, all the cooking, all the cleaning, lawn mowing, laundry, and he only had a small portion of food every day, even less than what Dudley ate for his diet. After a week of South Avenue labor, Harry had begun to feel tired easily. Even though it was summer, the nights were cool and Harry had nothing but thin sheets to cover his slim body with. Combining the cool nights, the amount of food he ate, and the amount of work he did, it was quite possible he had begun to get sick. Throwing the defeated weed onto the little hill he had produced, he tried to ignore the slight dizziness and the occasional stings of his lightning bolt scar. He tried not to think about the amount of catch-up work that he would have to do when he returned to Hogwarts without any homework done, tried not to think about Hedwig locked in her cage and the letters from his friends that his uncle had intercepted and burnt in the fire, usually while Harry was cooking so that he could be satisfied by Harry's shocked expression, another way of avenging the Tung-Tung Toffee incident. Harry noticed that no matter how many weeds he pulled out, there almost seemed to be more, as though someone had cast a charm to have never-ending weeds growing. He looked at the ugly green leaves of the weed, and noticed how beautiful the flowers atop them were. It seemed as though life must be lived with a mixture of good and bad, but Harry could list more bad in his life than good. The beautiful flowers in his life were only his friends, his godfather, the walls of Hogwarts, and anything that related to the memories of his parents, like the photo album and his father's invisibility cloak. However, he felt the ugly part of his life by far outweighed the beauty, including his life at the Dursleys, which had been 10 years, compared to 4 at Hogwarts, not to mention his holidays were spent at the Dursleys as well, and Voldemort. Voldemort, who had tried to kill him when he was a baby, who had haunted his dreams for years, who had returned to his body at the end of last year. And there was Cedric, who Voldemort had killed. It was his fault that Cedric was dead, it was his fault that Voldemort was returned to his old body. And not for the first time in his life, He told himself that it was also his fault that his friends were in constant danger because of him, and that it was his fault that his parents were dead. The thought made him feel slightly nauseous, and he stood up abruptly. That action brought on a wave of dizziness, and Harry couldn't stop the little food in him from coming out of his mouth. He threw up in the bushes, hoping foolishly that none of his relatives saw him do this, and hoping he had enough energy to finish the job and get into bed for a much-needed sleep. While Harry had a hand on the fence and was breathing heavily, he heard a thump and then footsteps coming from his side and turned around, frightened that it was Aunt Petunia out to get him for ruining her bush, without realizing that Aunt Petunia would have come from the house, not from the front fence. His eyes widened when he saw his godfather moving towards him, a worried look on his face. "Sirius, what are you doing here? You could get caught," Harry exclaimed in a soft voice, hoping none of the Dursleys inside would hear him. Although he was scared for Sirius' safety, inside he was also happy that Sirius cared enough to come and look for him. Sirius looked a lot healthier than at the end of the 4th year, his hair in a neat ponytail, his robes clean, and his face looked younger too. "Harry, what are you doing here? What are you talking about?" Looking confused, Harry frowned. "Sirius," he didn't finish what he had to say as he saw another person come up behind Sirius. The person had messy black hair and the glasses, the symbols of a Potter. "Dad, stupid Harry, Dad's dead. That must mean that this man is Death Eater," Harry exclaimed, taking a step back and stumbling. His tired body decided that the shock upon his system meant that his mind needed to rest, and with that, Harry fainted onto the weeds he had piled up. The two pranksters had reached the lovely lawns of number 4 Privet Drive. They fingered their wands excitedly, itching to splatter the windows with magical mud and changing the grass from green to purple, when they both noticed the movement out of the corners of their eyes at the same time. Both men turned to look at the figure, a small boy crouched down beside a pile of weeds. Sweat wetted his overlarge shirt, but it wasn't this that caught both men's eyes. It was the messy black hair. It looked familiar. Without speaking, they both moved closer to look at the busy worker, still keeping to the sidewalk as they neared the other side of the yard, and was astonished to see the side of the boy's face. It was a face they both knew, the familiar shaped nose, the cheekbone, and the glasses. It was Harry. "What is Harry doing here?" James breathed out, only loud enough for Sirius to hear. "Dunno. Reckon we should ask." Sirius looked as though he would ask anyway regardless of James's answer to his question. Just as James was about to answer, Harry stood up quickly. He seemed to sway on his feet for a little, and, to their surprise, Harry threw up into some bushes. Sirius was the first to react, running from beneath the cloak, jumping over the fence and then walking steadily towards this world's version of his godson. James had been slightly slower, and got tangled in the cloak, and tripped over the fence. "Sirius, what are you doing here? You could get caught." "Get caught?" Sirius wondered. "Harry, what are you doing here? What are you talking about?" At that Harry frowned and began, "Sirius." That was when James finally untangled himself and ran to Sirius' side, and looking concerned, began to move towards Harry. "Dad." Harry's voice was uncertain, and James was surprised. "What sort of relationship did I have with my son in this world?" "Death Eater." The exclamation surprised him. Sirius looked quickly at James. Was James a Death Eater in this world? James and Sirius had no more time to figure out the meaning behind the accusation when Harry promptly fainted into his pile of weeds. Both men moved forward quickly, James holding Harry by his shoulders, shaking him and calling his name, and Sirius, taking in Harry's sweat-covered face and quick breathing, pressed the back of his hand to Harry's head. Both of them glimpsed the scar, but it was not important at that moment. "James, I think he's sick." At that moment, the front door opened, and Petunia stormed towards the trio. "Boy, don't be lazy. Get back to work." "I'm sorry, gentlemen, the boy is a lot of trouble. Just leave him alone for a bit and he'll be fine." Petunia obviously hadn't seen the faces of the men for her to be speaking to them like that. Both men stood up, James holding Harry in his arms. As Petunia got closer, she took in the robes that the men were wearing, and noticed that these people looked familiar. Petunia took a sharp intake of breath. "James Potter. Sirius Black. You murderer. What do you freaks want? Petunia shrieked. Sirius had always been short-tempered. However, at that statement and seeing the state his son, well, in this world he'd be the equal of his son, was in, James could hardly control his anger either. What do we want? What have you done to my son? Why is he sick? The mixture of fear, anger, and stubbornness on Petunia's face would have been comical in any other situation, and Sirius wished he had a Muggle camera on him so that he could take a photo that won't move. Her mouth was agape, and she was about to say something when Vernon, taking in the situation from the lounge window, waddled to her side, Dudley not far behind him. What are you freaks doing here? Come here to take that no-good boy away. I will not allow any of your abnormality here. I am doing what's best for that boy. He obviously hadn't recognized who these freaks were. Without his arms full of a teenage boy, Sirius was able to whip his wand out and point it at Vernon, a well-selected hex on his lips. Dursley. There is no way I will allow my godson to be treated like that. You will regret that. The two Dursleys froze, looks of shock on their faces, to Sirius, slight amusement. Don't, Sirius, don't. Harry had momentarily woken up, hearing the voice of his godfather, a voice he had only heard several times yet could not forget the affection that it provided. Please, Sirius, don't do anything to them. Both men looked at the small boy in James's arms. From what they could tell, these people had mistreated him, and he did not wish them to be punished. Seeing the boy so weak, James quickly attempted to control his rage. Sirius, we can get them later. Harry needs to be taken care of first. Helga's hole, not to mention we'd get him in trouble if we used magic while he was here. Sirius nodded. Both men glared one last time at the Dursleys before James threw the cloak over themselves, creating the illusion of having disappeared, and attempted to apparate themselves to the hole. However, their attempt was futile, and when both men opened their eyes, they realized they were still in the Dursleys' front yard. Why are there apparition wards around a Muggle house? Sirius looked up and down the street to see if any Ministry wizards were coming yet. Dunno, but whatever it's there for, the caster must know someone has tried to apparate. And we need to get out of here fast, in case we aren't welcome in this world. It's difficult to move together quickly under the cloak. I'll go to the hole first. With that, Sirius transformed into a great black dog and ran down the street, hoping that once he was out of the neighborhood he could apparate to their hideout. With a light load in his arms, James began running as well, trying his best to keep the cloak on while he moved, and once he was a few blocks away he apparated to their hideout. Helga's Hole was an underground hideout, created over 1,000 years ago by Helga Hufflepuff after a foreboding of a coming war between the light and dark. It was quite a big underground area, equipped with everything from almost 100 bedrooms, to a store of food fit to feed an army and charmed to last forever. Of course, it's not gonna last in your stomachs forever. Closing parenthesis. The hole had its own medical ward, and artificial sources of light. Located underground stretching from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts, it was a place known only to Helga's direct descendants. However, after a terrible accident, her last descendant lost that part of her memory, and the place was then known to no one. That was, until Sirius and James had stumbled upon that place after they had graduated and was on their way to visit the eccentric headmaster to return a treasure they had found, and they only did so because in their possession was a Hufflepuff family treasure. While they explored the hole, the two young men had found scrolls which described the means of getting in and out of the hole via apparating and secret entrances, and the purpose of such a place. The two of them had agreed that this was their own little secret and that they would share it with no one else. Not out of greed, but out of the possibility that one of their friends was a spy or would let the secret of the place slip. So they were both able to apparate into the hole, regardless of the apparition wards, because they accompanied their spell with the password, Hiwa, which, unknown to almost everyone, was Helga's middle name, derived from her father's interest in Japanese magic, and which meant, peace. Sirius had quickly conjured some water from the stores and cast heating charms on the first bed in the Medcal ward as soon as he apparated into the hole. Several minutes later, James apparated in and ran straight to the medical ward, where he quickly put Harry in bed and used the prepared wet towel to wet his face. Harry was red in the face, and his breathing was uneven. Sirius held out some potions, and James held Harry up as Sirius poured them into his mouth. The potions seemed to have an effect as Harry's breathing evened out a little. Both men looked down at him. "There's nothing more we can do now," James spoke quietly. Sirius nodded. "Do you think he'll wake up soon?" James just shrugged. "Man, he looks so small and thin. I wonder how long he's been with the Dursleys." James' eyes flickered at the name. "Whatever reason he was there for, I'm gonna find out." "Sirius, you stay here and look after Harry." James looked at Sirius and saw the protest that was on his lips. "You saw how Harry reacted to me. If he woke up and saw me, I don't think he'd feel very safe." He seemed to care about this world's Sirius though. "How are you gonna get information on what's different in this world?" "You can look at the library, but where would you look from? Maybe the history is the same, but maybe somewhere in recent history our worlds differed, but from when?" "From what he says though, if you're a Death Eater in this world, are you just gonna go prancing around for the Ministry to catch you? And I don't think the wizards would appreciate a Death Eater questioning them about your identity." Staring at Harry, James thought for a while, then he came up with an idea. "Maybe you could transfigure my nose and mouth a bit, and change my eye and hair color. I could go and talk to some of our friends." This got Sirius thinking. "Yeah, maybe you'll have to talk to Moony." "What are you gonna do? Pretend to be a reporter and ask him about his friends?" James grinned. "That's just what I had in mind." He had mouse-colored brown hair, slicked back neatly with gel. His eyes were a gentle blue, and his oval-shaped glasses rested on his long thin nose. His mouth was petite, almost feminine, and his overall face wasn't too bad looking. However, Sirius insisted on having Jupiter Filch on his name card, in memory of their most prankable professor and longtime enemy. Standing in front of the cottage door, James noticed that the house looked exactly the same. However, the lawn needed more working on compared to the lawn he knew. He prepared his introduction in his head and ran over it several times before bringing his hand up to knock on the door. Hearing some footsteps, James changed his stance and was ready to attack his friend with a handshake, a smile, and the slight push to suggest that he wanted to move in to have a seat. And he did just that as Remus Lupin opened the door. "Hi, my name is Jupiter Filch, Daily Prophet reporter. You must be Mr. Remus Lupin." Shake of hand, tentative smile, show of his name card, a little push. "I am doing a column on magical creatures, and I have heard of a lot of approachable dark creatures as well, so I thought it'd be interesting to do an article on the lives that dark creatures lead when they are in their human form with human thoughts and are just normal like the rest of us. I have heard a great deal about you, all of it good, I assure you. Would you mind if I interviewed you for a while?" James could tell he hit the right spot. Being a werewolf and always picked on, Remus could be insufferably polite. Also, not many people spoke outwardly to a werewolf like that, admitting that they knew werewolves were normal 20-something or other days a month. He cheered himself on his small victory as Remus stepped aside and let him in. Well, the man could afford to let strangers into his home. He was a lot stronger than ordinary people because of the werewolf in him, and he wasn't afraid that strangers had silver on them as Remus could sense silver on people if they were close enough. James was led through the familiar hallway to the kitchen where he seated himself on the chair at the dining table as Remus went off to make some tea. He looked around the place, and there was a noticeable difference between this house and the one he knew back in his world. For one, there weren't as many photos and portraits hanging on the walls of the Marauders and the Potter family. James remembered that in his world, Remus had kept a picture of the 4 Marauders, to Sirius' disgust. He had insisted that Peter was a different person before he became dark, and was truly a friend in the old times. When Remus had returned from the shopping one day, he found Peter's head cut out of that picture and replaced with a toad's head, compliments of Sirius. There was another noticeable difference in this world. The Remus of this world looked older, more worn out. He was brought back from his thoughts by the sound of glass on the table. Remus had brought back 2 cups of tea and a plate of biscuits. He sat down across from James and looked him in the eye. "So, Mr. Filch, what would you like to ask me about?" James cleared his throat and silently cursed Sirius for insisting on such an ugly name for himself. Well, at least the nose and mouth that Sirius transfigured didn't look too bad, considering Sirius wanted to make him look somewhat like Filch so that James could say he was a relative. How about we start from the start? How did you become a werewolf? How were you treated, and how did you react? Remus took a sip of his tea and thought for a moment, staring into James's blue eyes as if searching for something. It was as though Remus found the genuine interest in James's eyes and then decided to begin his tale. Well, I was bitten when I was very young. I was 6 then, out in the forest at the back of my home, playing with my pet dog. It was a bright night, the full moon was high in the sky and it was bright enough for me not to get lost. My parents were not aware I was out playing so late, or else they would have stopped me. I was just young and didn't know of the dangers that lurked in the dark, carefree in my youth. At a point in the night, I heard an ear-piercing howl and turned around towards the rapid footsteps that grew louder and louder with each passing moment. I remember taking in the form, a large dark wolf with glowing yellow eyes, as I froze to the spot. The wolf pounced, its front paws crashing into my shoulders, the two of us landing roughly on the ground. It was when I saw its sharp teeth and felt its warm breath on my face that I remembered to scream, and it was when I began to scream that I felt the pain in my right shoulder. James knew that Remus usually did not talk so much at a time to a stranger, but knew that it was not often that he came across a stranger who was genuinely interested in the human part of the dark creature he was and sympathized with him. The story went on for a good part of an hour, James continuing to ask questions and Remus continuing to answer. Yes, I had a hard time of it when I was younger. No, I didn't know how to handle it at first. No, my parents did not disown me for what was out of my control. No, I did not make many friends. After listening to stuff that he mostly already knew about Remus' childhood, and after many creative doodles on his notepad, the topic finally reached the one he had been awaiting, how his life changed after Hogwarts. So Mr. Lupin, after Albus Dumbledore accepted you into Hogwarts, how did your life change? Did you make any friends? Professor Dumbledore is a great man, an amazing friend and my mentor. He accepted me when no one else would. It was the first time in my life I was given a chance to a proper education, as my parents taught me at home out of fear, or more out of knowledge, that I would be shunned at school for what I am. At Hogwarts, I was sorted into Gryffindor, and it was there that I met people who would have been my friends for life. James sat on the edge of his seat. This would reach the part he had been waiting for. Sorry, I couldn't help but notice you saying, would have been, so are they not your friends now? At the question, Remus' eyes hardened. I am still friends with one of them. One of them turned out to be a traitor, and the other dead. James took a sharp intake of breath. Well, that explains some things. I must have been the traitor in this world, Pettigrew dead, and Sirius the only living friend left. The last statement left a silence hanging in the air while James searched his mind for a way to pose a question to find out more about this world's marauders. Finally, James settled on taking the kindly approach. I'm sorry to hear about that. If you don't mind me asking, off the record of course but out of curiosity, what happened to the traitor? Remus looked at him strangely. I thought that you would have done some research before you came here. Surely you know what happened to the most famous convict alive. James racked his brain for an excuse when he heard a scratching at the front door. If you'll excuse me, Mr. Filch, Remus stood up, giving James a last searching look, and went to answer the door. James breathed a sigh of relief at the excuse to prolong his answer. So, I am a famous convict, am I? What did I do? Pondering what he'd just learnt and drawing more doodles on his notepad, he didn't hear the front door close and footsteps coming towards him. However, a loud familiar bark caught his attention and he stood and turned around to find a big black blob of fur crashing into his stomach. Landing on his back on the floor, he looked up to see this world Sirius growling down at him. The day outside was warm, although the clouds covered any sunlight from reaching the soft couches in the small lounge room. Even though the day was warm, the fireplace was roaring. Remus had just finished speaking to Dumbledore about their progress in gathering forces to fight the coming times of darkness when he heard a loud knocking at the door. It was probably Sirius, so he quickly made his way to the front door and was surprised to find a stranger standing there. The man had a nice face, with neat hair slicked back and bright eyes, and he was dressed in clean official-looking robes. The man began to talk the moment the door was open, showing his name card and shaking Remus' hand firmly. He didn't know what to think of this onslaught, and although a part of his mind wanted to kick this mouth box out of his house, the larger polite part of his mind wanted to ask the man in and to tell the man all about how werewolves are not to be feared on non-full moon days and all about the insults and unfair treatment he had received as a child. After the reporter's introductory speech, Remus gave a small polite smile, stood to the side, and motioned for the reporter to come in. The reporter looked around his house, taking in all the pictures on the walls. Remus asked him to sit down and began making tea. While he was making the tea, he noticed the reporter's eyes roaming the house, and something like recognition flicker in the depth of the blue eyes. He finished making the tea and placed it on the table between them. "So, Mr. Filch, what would you like to ask me about?" Jupiter Filch, what a name. Of course, his polite nature kept him from laughing at that, so he settled with a small smile. "How about we start from the start? How did you become a werewolf? How were you treated, and how did you react?" Remus looked at the reporter. He seemed genuinely interested in what Remus had to say about his mistreatment due to his condition, but one could not be so sure by looks alone. Then again, telling a story about how one became a werewolf couldn't hurt. It was common knowledge that people became a werewolf because they got bitten and that werewolves were detested among most of the wizarding world. Besides, Remus had time to spare, waiting for replies from the wizards that were gathering, and even if this reporter was not genuine, it would be nice to have someone listen to your side of the story. Not to mention, if this reporter twisted his words, the wolf within him will chase after this man until the end of eternity, not to mention an angry black dog would be after his ankles as well, or maybe a little higher. So Remus decided that nothing bad could come of telling a little tale, and he began. As he told the familiar story, he noticed that the reporter was listening intently and sometimes scribbled something on the pad, which looked suspiciously like a picture of a hook-nosed man with spiky hair. He continued his story anyway as the man seemed genuinely interested. It was when they got to the part about going to Hogwarts that the reporter seemed to change a little. Before, the reporter had asked questions about how he coped this and that and what he thought about this and that. However, the way he posed the question about his friends seemed very different to the questioning style that he had occupied before. Remus answered, and noticed the surprise in the reporter's face. And the next question was even stranger: didn't this man do any research at all? "I thought that you would have done some research before you came here. Surely you know what happened to the most famous convict alive." Remus watched this man carefully, and the reporter seemed at a loss for words when there was a slight scratching at the door. "If you'll excuse me, Mr. Filch," Remus gave the reporter a searching look before going to answer the door. Even before he got to the door he knew who it was. Firstly, who scratched a door? Secondly, the loud panting was a dead giveaway. Remus opened the door and let the big black dog in. "I'm in the middle of an interview with a Daily Prophet reporter. You might want to go upstairs and get some rest." Sirius nodded and followed Remus part of the way down the hall. When they passed the kitchen and Remus went in, however, Sirius followed. Remus looked at Sirius searchingly and was surprised when Sirius barked and pounced on the reporter. A low growl was emitted from Sirius, and Sirius changed back into his human form, hands still pinning the reporter on the floor. "Who are you and where is Harry?" Sirius, the Sirius we know, had gone to 4 Privet Drive to make sure his godson was doing okay. He was flooded with memories of the end of the 3rd task, when Harry came back, bloody and injured, a haunted look in those brilliant green eyes. Harry had not been well, but Sirius was not able to stay with him, therefore he was on his way to check up on him. He had apparated a few blocks away, changed into a dog, and sprinted to the place. When he got there, he smelled something familiar in the air. He smelled his godson, and he smelled human bile. He smelled something very familiar which could only have been the work of dark magic, and he smelled his own smell. Sirius leapt over the fence and ran to the window. He looked in to see Vernon Dursley pointing at his wife and yelling at her. Their fat son Dudley was sitting on the couch, watching his parents argue as though it was entertainment. "You should not have let the boy get away. I couldn't do anything, they had those sticks pointed at us. You should have done something. Now that the boy's gone, who's going to clean up the garden?" Sirius didn't need to hear anything else. It wasn't difficult to determine who the boy was that they spoke of. Certainly, rage was boiling through his veins, but he knew that finding his godson was more important than blowing his cover to hex a couple of muggles. That could wait for later. Turning around to go, Sirius saw some ministry wizards recognizable by their distinct style of robes walking towards 4 Privet Drive, and ran the other way. After running a few blocks, Sirius apparated to Remus, home and scratched the door. With his keen sense of hearing, he heard 2 voices inside, and then a set footsteps coming to the front door. The door opened and Sirius quickly entered. "I'm in the middle of an interview with a Daily Prophet reporter. You might want to go upstairs and get some rest." Hearing the whispered warning, Sirius shook his head. "I need to find Harry," he thought to himself. If Remus was busy, he'd have to owl a letter to Albus. He followed Remus and was about to go separate ways from Remus when he smelt that familiar scent again, same as the one at the Dursleys. He followed Remus into the dining room and saw the man sitting at the table, a cup of tea in front of him, his eyes on his notepad as he scribbled furiously. The scent of Harry assailed him, and then another familiar smell he refused to believe. Only one thing made sense to him at the moment: it must be dark magic creating that scent. This must be a Death Eater who has Harry in his hands. Letting out a loud bark, Sirius ran at the man, who stood up, looking surprised. Sirius leapt and crashed into the man, landing in a heap on the floor. He quickly transformed back into his human form. "Who are you and where is Harry?" Blue eyes widened with recognition, but the man stuttered, I don't know what you're talking about. If I was a Death Eater here, I'd sure be a dead man if I told them I have Harry. Not to mention I want to know what Harry was doing at those blasted Dursleys. Are you a friend of Mr. Lupin's?" "My name is Jupiter Filch. I believe that if you went to Hogwarts as well, you'd know my Uncle Argus." "Hey, why not? Filch might even get him out of this mess if he promised something good, like some of the less useful secret passageways." Ridiculous thought, James, really ridiculous. Not letting go, Sirius laughed harshly. My, a reporter who cannot recognize the most famous convict alive." Sirius was pleased by the shocked expression on the man's face. "Now who are you? I could smell Harry all over you, and I smell my dead friend on you as well. What have you done with Harry?" "Great, so of all the things that give away my identity, it's Harry's smell. But dead friend." James looked up at Remus and saw a wand pointing down at him. He sighed in resignation. "Okay Remus, do the reversal spell on me." Remus was shocked at the request and for a moment wondered if it was a trick. However, the reversal spell should not have any strange side effects. As he thought this, he also wondered why a Death Eater would pose as a reporter to hear his life story. Maybe the Death Eater had the patience to wait until the story turned to his life at Hogwarts and from there led him to Sirius, Finite Incantum. Before their very eyes, the long nose shortened and the lips widened slightly. The neat brown hair darkened and became messy, and the gentle blue eyes darkened slightly. Even the oval-rimmed glasses widened and became round-rimmed, and Jupiter Filch became an image of James Potter. The 2 men gasped. "What dark magic is this?" Sirius breathed. "Look, I can explain," James began, seeing the shocked expressions he was receiving. "I am James Potter, from another world. In my world, I am not a Death Eater." "Not a Death Eater? James Potter is dead, and you come along looking exactly like him and saying you're not a Death Eater? Who else would dare do that to his memory?" Sirius drew back his fist and was just about to launch a punch when the fire in the lounge roared loudly, becoming a green color, and out of the fireplace stepped Albus Dumbledore. Wand not leaving James's head, Remus looked up. "Albus, what brings you here?" Dumbledore took in the scene, seeing Sirius about to punch a James look-alike and Remus standing guard with his wand out. "I forgot to mention some things concerning Harry's safety. It looks as though I came at a very good time though." Seeing the wise old wizard, James's hopes rose. "Albus, look. I'm not a Death Eater. I am James Potter. I've come from a different dimension. Please, believe me." "Albus," this man was posing as a reporter, interviewing Remus. "I smelt James on him, but James is dead, so I figured it was dark magic. I also smelt Harry on him, and Harry's no longer at the Dursleys." At this, Sirius tightened his grip on James. Giving the James look-alike a piercing look, Dumbledore seemed to come to a decision. Sirius, if you could please get off of him. Dumbledore took out his wand and pointed it at James. Sirius complied obediently, and James sat up and straightened his glasses. He crossed his legs and leaned his elbows on his knees, and watched silently as Dumbledore cast all sorts of revealing spells on him, only to come up with nothing. Dumbledore's eyes softened as he said, "There is no sign of dark magic, and there are no image-changing spells that I could detect. However, as a precaution, Sirius, I would like you to test this man's knowledge on what you know of your best friend." Upon seeing no Death Eater appearing from Dumbledore's spells, Sirius' heartbeat sped up a little. This is what James would have looked like now if he was alive. Sirius looked more than slightly hopeful at Dumbledore's announcement, and thought up a question immediately. "Okay, start with something simple. When did we first meet?" Sirius lived in a Muggle neighborhood. On a holiday in the non-magical world, I met him at a Muggle park when we were 6. Keep in mind, things may have been different in my dimension. No, that's right. Sirius sounded excited. What was the first prank we pulled at Hogwarts? Now, I'm not sure we should be mentioning this in Albus' presence. James looked up at Dumbledore to see the twinkling blue eyes. Okay, after our first week at Hogwarts, we had already discovered several secret passageways. It was only you and me. We didn't know our other dorm mates very well yet. With some luck, and of course, the use of my cloak. Does this Albus know about the cloak? We were able to follow Professor Stiller to the kitchens. Once the professor had left the kitchens, the house elves were only too happy to be of service. We had a special treat for Snape, who had been constantly insulting us since we were in Gryffindor, and the next day at breakfast, he was the very first victim of our extra special peppered pancakes. Smoke wouldn't stop coming out of his ears, and we had never seen anyone go so red. He couldn't stop crying. The food was so hot. Did that happen in this world too? Remus shook his head, having suspected the two pranksters all this time but never hearing a confession. Dumbledore had that twinkle-eye look, and Sirius grinned. Yes. That was our very special prank, as it was our first at Hogwarts and achieved without the other Marauders. We never even told anyone how we managed it. Okay, why is your nickname Prongs? With a look at Dumbledore, James said, does everyone know about it in this world? Dumbledore smiled. No, not everyone. I did not discover it until 2 years ago. Nodding silently, James stood up and transformed into a brown stag. Sirius and Remus stared at the stag, and Sirius walked up to him and placed a hand on his head. Even if dark magic was used to duplicate an image of him, the animagus form can never be duplicated as it relies solely on the individual's characteristics, Sirius whispered. I can remember that stag anywhere. The markings are identical, and the eyes, they tell the truth, Remus whispered also, as though not wanting to break the extraordinary moment. Sirius removed his hand, and James resumed his human form. He looked at each of them, and when he looked to Dumbledore, Dumbledore nodded. It would seem as though this man is truly a James Potter from a different world. Should have done that at the beginning, would have saved the interrogation, James muttered, but before he could finish, he found Sirius hugging the daylights out of him, and Remus joining in the hug as well. James didn't know how to respond, so he just hugged them back, a look of confusion on his face. James, oh James, I never thought I'd see you again. Both Remus and Sirius seemed to have tears in their eyes as they broke apart from the hug. Sirius took out a dirty handkerchief from his robes, blew his nose loudly, and wiped the tears from his eyes, getting some stains on his face from the dirty handkerchief. He looked at James and gave a very teary smile, and a new rise of tears began. Remus was a little more discreet, and turned away as he used a finger to wipe away the stray tear. Dumbledore looked as though he wanted to join in the hug as well but was having trouble restraining himself. He walked up to James and gave a quick but warm hug. He stepped back, and with a clap of his hands he smiled cheerfully. I believe a lot of explanations are required. How about we all have a seat, a cup of tea, and we shall begin. So you and your world Sirius had the idea in your heads that cross-dimensional travel was possible, due to a couple of crazies claiming that they came from different worlds. You then did a lot of research and discovered that all these crazies said they appeared at the same points, or several similar points in the world, which you discovered were points of concentrated magic. It was then possible for Sirius and yourself to perform a set of spells you made up as the two of you shared a brotherly bond and different worlds had bonds of a similar type, and by performing these spells at these points of magic you have traveled to our world, which seems to be the dimension closest to yours, Remus said unbelievingly. James nodded. Mind, it took us the better part of 2 years to figure all that out. And then when we saw Harry, he accused me of being a Death Eater then fainted, so I needed to find out what I was in this world, therefore pretending to be a reporter to ask Remus about his friends. As Harry called me a Death Eater, I thought I was a traitor in this world. Are you sure you know how to get back to your world? Dumbledore asked worriedly. From what you tell me, you've left family back in your world. What if you failed to return? We are certain we can return. It's quite simple. We just have to go to the point where we appeared and recast the spells. Because this was the closest world to ours, and we only used a spell that did not require too much magic, it should take us back to our world. Not to mention, if we took some time off and plotted some points on graphs and charts and get the exact place in dimension, we can narrow our spell down to a few words to take us directly from this place to ours. Similar to plotting vectors but say, in 4D, with 4 components, rather than 2 or 3. It's just a fanfic, so let's just say doing this is possible, as I do not have a proper theory for this. Speaking of family, what was Harry doing at the Dursleys? With a sigh, Dumbledore retold the recent history of magic, including Harry's fame and unfortunate luck to have to stay with the Dursleys, and so Harry stays there every summer after school, for his safety. Harry was supposed to be safe as long as he lived with his relatives. However, the other world Sirius and James was able to take him away, which showed that there was a fault in the shields. The fault was that it recognized people who had no ill intent towards Harry, and the shield also recognized certain people, like Sirius. James was able to cross the shield as the shield recognized him as a relative, even though he was just a counterpart of sorts. The problem with the shield, however, was if Death Eaters decided to use an innocent muggle to get at Harry, they would most likely succeed. This was the problem Dumbledore came to discuss with Remus. Why was Harry stay with the Dursleys if we were dead? Why didn't he stay with Sirius, or Remus even? Silence, and seeing Sirius all tensed up, Remus thought it better if he did the explaining. I, for one, am a werewolf, and therefore it was unsuitable for me to look after a baby. Even if I wanted to, which I did, the Ministry of Magic would not allow it. Everyone thought Sirius here was the secret keeper and therefore they thought he was a Death Eater and betrayed you. When Sirius went after Wormtail, Wormtail framed him and disappeared in the sewers, disguised as a rat. Sirius was captured and put in Azkaban for life. James stared at Sirius. There was shock, anger, and sadness evident on his face. If you were put in Azkaban for life, how come you're not there anymore? Was Wormtail captured? Remus shook his head. Sirius escaped from Azkaban 2 years ago and went after Wormtail, who was disguised as the Weasleys' pet rat. However, he got away again. Sirius. Knuckles were white as he gripped his mug of tea. There was silence as James thought about all that the Sirius and Remus of this world must have been through. No wonder they look older and more worn out. Sirius, well, my world's Sirius and I have taken care of Harry for now. James broke the silence. From what we've heard, it sounds as though your earlier life was mostly like your life was here. It seems as though there must have been a great pivotal point which resulted in you being alive though. Sirius asked, momentarily forgetting his anger at Wormtail. Dumbledore, who sat across from James, rested his elbows on the table and steepled his fingers. From what you've told us, James, it seems as though our worlds began to differ from the point when Wormtail was accidentally discovered to be the traitor, which never happened in this world. He looked towards James for a clearer explanation. In our world, Wormtail was late coming home from one of his Death Eater meetings. He had been put under Cruciatus for giving inaccurate information. He didn't expect me to be up waiting for him to come back, as he was staying with us at that time. I had been worried about why he seemed so weak, and when I helped him onto our couch, I found that he was bleeding from his arm. When I tried to help him bandage it, he insisted he was okay, but I was sure he wasn't, so I pulled up his sleeve and found the dark mark on his forearm. I was shocked, but I pretended not to be aware of it, as we had already decided that we would use Peter as our secret keeper and this could be a useful trap for Voldemort. This information could also be used to our advantage so that we could give false information. Therefore I pretended not to notice it as I turned around and got some bandages for him, and he bandaged himself up. Albus had devised a way to stop Voldemort's rise to power. He had found an ancient spell which could lock Voldemort's power, and on Halloween night, Albus cast that spell on Voldemort when he came to our house at Godric's Hollow. Voldemort fled, no longer able to use his powers. There are still Death Eaters loyal to him, and on several occasions they demonstrate their loyalty by going on random Muggle hunts. However, Voldemort is in hiding and is still searching for the key to his powers, with the help of his loyal Death Eaters. The other three nodded their heads at this information, so there are two pivotal points in your world. Firstly, we never discovered Wormtail was the traitor, and secondly, I never found this ancient spell you speak of. Our worlds differed from those points onwards. Voldemort was not gone, just powerless, but his servants still follow him. Albus wasn't keen on killing him when his powers were gone, and therefore didn't kill him at that time to let Voldemort learn from his wrong ways. To have Voldemort powerless would make him understand what it was like to be a Muggle. However, this only served to anger Voldemort, and with his followers still obeying him, he planned several attacks on magical dwellings over the past years, but mostly he still ordered Muggle hunts, and sometimes, as I mentioned before, he doesn't even need to order his Death Eaters for them to go on Muggle hunts, as they do that out of loyalty towards Voldemort. However, as Voldemort may have noticed that it is difficult for him to do much without his powers, the attacks in general have stopped for the last 5 or so years. We all know that he still searches for the key to his powers, and it is evident that he will not change from his old ways. Therefore, now Albus is intent on finding him and killing him once and for all, before Voldemort has a chance to return to power. James looked at Dumbledore to see his reaction to his counterpart's actions, only, as expected, to see no reaction at all. Dumbledore stood up from his seat. Well, I think we're all keen on seeing how young Harry is doing. James stood up as well. Our Sirius and I have taken him to a very safe place. We can all apparate there if you wish. Remus and Sirius looked at James, and while Remus stood up, he caught sight of James's notepad and the edges of his lips curled up slightly. James, care to tell us what you were going to do with your interview notes? There was a picture of a man with spiky hair and a hooked nose. His face was unhappy, and he was wearing a tutu. A speech bubble said, I am a pretty ballerina. Do not underestimate my ability, I can spike you with my horns. It was to be a gift for my friend, I was going to stick it up in his office for him. Sirius looked at the picture and burst out laughing. Remus shook his head at his friend's immature antics, and Dumbledore smiled widely. Anyway, enough with that, you want to know how to get to Harry, right? The Crucible, by Arthur Miller, would have to be one of the silliest plays he's ever read, and Sirius wondered why James insisted on adding it to their store of books. How could people be so afraid of witches, and who was stupid enough to go killing without any evidence? At least if someone had dared accuse me, I would have hexed them into the next century. But James had said it was a famous work of literature, and if ever the side of the light was to be stuck here for a long period of time, say, decades, then their children would need to be educated in all aspects of the world. Sirius, the other world Sirius, sat at Harry's side. The boy was resting peacefully, and his temperature had dropped quite a lot. His breathing was even, and there no was need to wipe away his sweat every so often anymore. However, Harry had muttered some things in his sleep that disturbed Sirius. I'm sorry, Cedric, it's all my fault. The sad voice still lingered in Sirius' ears, but it had not been repeated for the last half hour or so. Of course, it might have just been some little teenage misunderstanding that Harry was worried over, but Sirius doubted it. The tone of Harry's voice told him so. This Harry looked thinner than the Harry he knew. His build was smaller too, that was, if they were the same age. And there was a strange scar on his forehead that his Harry didn't have. It looked kind of cool, but he had heard that only dark magic could leave a scar like that, and that thought made him shiver. Other thoughts were floating around his head. If James was a Death Eater, then why would Harry be staying at the Dursleys and not with Lily, or with him? Harry seemed to know him, so why wasn't Harry staying with him? It was as Sirius was staring at Harry that he noticed Harry's body tensing. his eyebrows furrowed together in what looked like a painful frown, and to his utter surprise, Harry opened his mouth and let out the most agonizing scream that Sirius ever heard. He began to thrash around, his hands holding his forehead. Sirius was not sure what to do. Perhaps Harry was having a really bad nightmare. So the best thing he could think of was to try and wake him up. Harry, Harry. Sirius shook Harry's shoulders. The shouting and shaking didn't work, so in a fit of confusion, Sirius conjured a glass of ice water and poured it on Harry's face. Green eyes flashed open instantly, and Sirius muttered a drying spell. Harry, are you all right? The green eyes roamed around the room and rested on Sirius. Sirius placed his glasses on for him. Sirius, where am I? What happened? Harry was still trembling slightly. Sirius saw this and charmed a heating spell on the blankets. Sirius was about to answer when he heard footsteps outside the medical ward. He stood up and was about to tell James not to come in when, to his surprise, the aged form of Dumbledore swept in. Albus. Ho, how did you get in here? Dumbledore chuckled mysteriously. I have my ways. I have met a certain friend of yours who showed me the way here. I have come to see how young Harry is doing. Even though it's only been a moment, Sirius felt that this Dumbledore was no different from the Dumbledore he knew. Harry had a fever, but it's getting a lot better now. As he looked at Harry, he saw that Harry's scar looked red, as though it was newly acquired. Harry, your scar, what happened? Walking swiftly up to the side of Harry's bed, Dumbledore sat down in a seat beside the bed, opposite to Sirius, and felt a hand to Harry's forehead and found the temperature was nearly normal, yet the scar was burning hot. Did you have one of your dreams, Harry? He stared at Harry with his piercing look. Falling back onto the pillows, Harry replied in monotone, I saw Voldemort, he was torturing Karkaroff. He would not kill Karkaroff straight away, he wanted him to die slowly. Dumbledore's hand on Harry's shoulder made him feel a little more relaxed. He kept casting Cruciatus, and I felt it every time. I couldn't wake up, until Sirius woke me up. Harry looked around him again. Where am I? You were in Helga's hole. You were safe for now. How did I get here? Who took me away from the Dursleys? I did. Sirius risked a quick look at Dumbledore to see his reaction, but as expected Dumbledore didn't let any of his emotions show. Sirius wanted to know why Harry was at the Dursleys in the first place. He also wanted to know why Harry had dreams of Voldemort and was able to feel the torture, but all that could be explained later. Harry, before you had your nightmare, did you have any other dreams? Harry paled slightly and stuttered, no. What makes you think that? With two sets of piercing eyes on him, Harry didn't feel too safe about lying. This Harry is a bad liar, Sirius thought to himself. You said to Cedric that you were sorry, and it was all your fault. You seemed very upset. With a sigh, Dumbledore shook his head and said, Harry, I know you feel guilty about Cedric, but you shouldn't. It was out of your control. There was silence as Harry sat and stared at nothing in particular. While he was grateful that Dumbledore didn't think Harry killed Cedric, Harry knew that Cedric died because of him. No doubt a lot of Hufflepuffs blamed him for Cedric's death, and Cedric's parents probably blamed him. But that was to be expected. He blamed himself. Tears began to well in Harry's eyes, but if I hadn't asked him to take the cup with me, he'd be alive. Your actions only gave Cedric happiness, for him to be able to share the victory. But you did not kill him, it was Voldemort who killed him. Sirius told your parents to change Secret Keepers, and in doing so was partly the cause of their death. Do you blame Sirius? Sirius stared at Dumbledore, stunned at this announcement. So James and Lily are dead in this world. No wonder Harry was freaked out when he saw James. But if James and Lily died, how did Harry survive? Also, it must have been my fault that they are dead in this world. No, of course not. Pettigrew was the cause of their death. As was Voldemort the cause of Cedric's. Sirius only played a part in the fate of your parents, and so did you in Cedric's fate. You shouldn't blame yourself. Before Dumbledore could finish, there were hurried footsteps behind him. The three people in the room looked up to see a worried-looking James hurrying towards them. Upon seeing him, Harry promptly fainted again. James had described to this world Sirius, Remus, and Dumbledore, the process of getting into the hole. Once they apparated in there, they discussed what they were going to do. Sirius was very eager to see Harry, having not seen him since after the Triwizard Tournament. However, as there was already Sirius in the room, they couldn't let Harry see Sirius just yet, as that might frighten Harry. Harry could not see James either, as James was supposed to be dead in this world. In the end, Dumbledore was the one to enter the medical ward, and the other three were left to each other's company. Remus and Sirius wanted to hear what it was like in the other world, and James began to describe his family life in brief. However, the more James talked about his family, the more he felt the parental urge to just storm into the ward to see how Harry was doing. Technically, the boy in there wasn't James's son, but in a sense he was. After about 5 minutes of talking, he could no longer resist it and, surprising both Remus and Sirius, he hurried into the medical ward to see how his son was doing. Much to his disappointment, the moment Harry saw him, he fainted again. "I'm hungry," was the first thought that came to Harry's mind as his eyes slowly opened. He looked around, and even with his unfocused eyes, he recognized what the black warm weight on his side was. Harry gently shook the great dog. "Sirius." The dog opened its eyes and stared at Harry for a moment before he changed into a human, sitting on the side of Harry's bed. "You're finally awake. You've been asleep for 2 days." Sirius placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, and was very tempted to lift Harry up and hug him, but wasn't sure if that was a good idea, in case Madame Pomfrey came in and kicked him out. Dumbledore had explained to the nurse the truth of Sirius' innocence, and therefore she allowed him to stay. "Don't tell me I'm in the hospital wing again. How did you know? You don't have your glasses on." "I've woken up here without my glasses on multiple occasions, and I recognize the smell." Sirius chuckled. "We took you from the hole to Hogwarts while you were asleep, as at Hogwarts you can have the proper care from Madame Pomfrey. As much as Helga's hole was safe, Dumbledore didn't want us coming in and out of that place too much, as the more we use that place, the more chance there is of someone else finding out its secrets." What was Helga's hole anyway? Harry found his glasses on the bedside table, where they usually were when he woke up in the hospital wing, and placed them on. This world Sirius tried to remember most of the details James included in his story, and relayed it to Harry. Sirius and this world's James had apparently not found the place, as the other world pair had found it soon after they had discovered Wormtail's betrayal, and as that never happened in this world, the finding of the hole did not happen. Harry seemed to waken a lot more as the story progressed, and Sirius helped Harry prop himself up on a pile of pillows so that Harry could take a drink of water and some potions. So only people who know the password can apparate in there, and as Hufflepuff's descendant lost her memory in an accident, that secret now lies with us. That means that you actually know who Hufflepuff's descendant was. Yeah, it was a Hufflepuff who was a few years older than us. We knew she was the heir of Hufflepuff as her name was written in the scrolls. We checked her out and found that she had been in a flying accident and lost her memory. So have you told her about this secret? Sirius shook his head. We wanted to see if she'd get her memory back or not at first, but it never came back. We decided not to share the secret until she learnt more about herself and became more familiar with the life she used to have. While Sirius was telling this story, he wondered if that amnesiac Hufflepuff even existed in this world. "Harry, Dumbledore said he wanted to speak to you when you were awake, so I'll have to go and find him now. Will you be okay by yourself for a while?" Harry smiled. "Sirius, I'm not a baby, I can be by myself for a few minutes." Sirius grinned back. "I'll be back in a minute." With that, he left the ward, not changing to a dog as the castle was mostly empty at this time of the year anyway. In the grips of Sirius' story, Harry had momentarily forgotten about the man he saw who looked exactly like the photos of his dad in his photo album. He remembered he fainted at the sight of that man and was slightly embarrassed. "I can't believe I fainted in front of a Death Eater, twice. But wait a minute, didn't that Death Eater appear when Sirius was there, and later when Sirius and Dumbledore was there?" These thoughts swam around in Harry's head for a while, even as Madame Pomfrey came in, slightly ruffled, and began a checkup on Harry. "I can see you're awake. I can't believe Sirius Black didn't let me know you were awake when I asked him specifically to let me know." She said the name, Sirius Black, with distaste, and Harry wondered briefly what pranks Sirius must have pulled on her when he was younger. Dumbledore had decided to let several people in on Sirius' innocence, namely McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey, who he felt was important, for if Sirius got in an accident, would Pomfrey had helped him if she still thought he was a murderer? She most likely would help, as it was in her nature, but she wouldn't do it to the best of her abilities. It's for his own godson's health and he doesn't even care. Madame Pomfrey, I feel a lot better already, and I drank the potion that was left here too. I don't think I would have died if you didn't see me straight away. Besides, Sirius was just excited that I was awake and must have forgotten to get you. Harry tried to defend his godfather, but Madame just humphed and continued her checkup. Well, Mr. Potter, it seems that you have recovered very quickly. However, you will need to stay in bed for a few days at least, as your body has not got all the nutrition it needs and has been overworked. And when I say, stay in bed, I mean no getting out of bed, unless to relieve yourself, understand? Madame Pomfrey gave Harry a piercing look that almost matched Dumbledore's, and Harry nodded quickly, wishing he was no longer under such scrutiny. It made him uncomfortable. Stay in bed, that was easy enough. The nurse left and returned with a tray full of food and an array of bottles. Harry took a glimpse at the full tray, and then his eyes flew to the window and the bright day outside. Stay in bed, easier said than done. You are to eat as much as you can, and these bottles are to replace the pumpkin juice you usually drink at your meals. These are energy and protein-rich drinks, and don't look like that. They actually taste quite nice once you get used to them. She gave Harry a slight smile and patted him on the head, before turning to leave, and the little blue bottle is a strengthening potion. You are to drink it all. Harry looked at the tray and sighed. Before, I thought I was so hungry I could eat a horse, but I don't think I'd be able to eat this much. But if I don't try, she's going to force me to swallow even more awful potions, and with that, he began to pick his way through the food. Harry had just finished the bottle of the energy protein-rich drink, which, to his relief, didn't taste too bad, when he heard the door open. Dumbledore strode into the room, and Sirius was behind him. Dumbledore took a seat at the side of his bed and beamed down at him. You are looking a lot better. How are you feeling? I'm feeling fine. I wish those energy and protein-rich drinks were a little sweeter though, Harry smiled. Dumbledore chuckled. I may have to consult our potions master, see if he can create a sweeter drink that has the same properties. If you told him it was for Harry, I think he'd make it even more foul-tasting on purpose. Sirius couldn't help saying that. Please, Sirius, don't let your previous animosity cloud your judgment so much. Dumbledore smiled gently as he said that, but somehow his tone of voice suggested that he agreed with Sirius' judgment. Sirius, could you please bring our visitors and ask them to wait outside the infirmary? Dumbledore looked to Sirius, who nodded and quickly made his way out of the room. Now Dumbledore turned to Harry. I saw a Death Eater, who looked like my dad. Harry blurted out, then reddened slightly. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt what you were about to say, but I just remembered. Dumbledore gave Harry a warm smile. That's okay. What I wanted to speak to you about concerned this. Harry, do you believe that other worlds other than our own exist? Do you believe in cross-dimensional travel? Harry thought for a moment, remembering all the snitches of movies he saw at the Dursleys. Of course, he never got a chance to sit down and watch a whole movie, but he remembered some of the cross-dimensional travel movies had caught his fancy when he was younger. I don't know, I didn't believe in magic before, but it's real, so I guess there is a possibility that other dimensions exist and it is possible to travel between them. Our world is not the only world that exists. From what research has been done, wizards have theorized that hundreds upon hundreds, thousands upon thousands, of dimensions exist, each including the same people but different situations. For example, in this world you were in Gryffindor. However, in another world, you could have been put in Slytherin. They are slight differences, but from that point onwards everything about your life would have changed. So are you saying that there is a world out there where I was put in Slytherin? Harry was slightly shocked at that thought. No, I'm saying there is possibly a world out there where that happened, where you did not hear of the dark wizards coming from Slytherin and was put in that house. What I'm trying to tell you that there are other worlds out there that would have been the same had something happened or not happened. You see, Harry, there are worlds out there where your parents are alive. Harry was stunned at this. Harry had never thought of that possibility. Sure, He constantly wished that his parents were alive, but never thought that it could become reality. Was Dumbledore saying that he could see his parents? There is a dimension very close to ours, where Pettigrew was discovered to be a traitor, and your parents lived. This time, James was shackled in one of the guest rooms. Not physically, of course, but being under the scrutiny of a werewolf could be considered the same thing. Remus and Sirius was asked to keep a very close eye on James so that he doesn't go barging in while Harry was awake again. While James had been the most eager to see Harry, Remus was afraid that Sirius, being quite impulsive, would be just as eager to see his godson. He was glad, though, that both of them knew enough sense this time around not to do anything impulsive. "But he's my son," had been James's argument. "Technically, he isn't," was Remus. So Remus, Sirius, and James had spent the last day in the guest room. Sirius and Sirius had met when they had taken Harry through one of the whole secret passages to Hogwarts. They were the same person, in a sense, and even though Sirius had been through more and was more ragged than Sirius, they had gotten along surprisingly like Fred and George Weasley did, only, this time there were two Sirius and a James, which meant they carried on like Fred, George, and Lee Jordan did. To this observation, Dumbledore had beamed and Remus had begun to rub his temples as he felt a slight headache. Well, at least they're all happy, Remus thought. During Sirius' brief meeting with his other self, he heard all the details of James's interview at Remus and his discovery. He also discovered James's gift to Snape, and the two Sirius immediately agreed to make a quick detour to the dungeons to deliver the gift. James went, of course, and Remus was dragged along. The dungeons had been as dark and dreary as they remembered, and when they found the potions master's office, they decided that it needed some brightening. So, making multiple copies of James's masterpiece, they added bright colors to the piece of art and hung it all over the room, using honey. They made the candles emit a pink glow and charmed the whole office to smell like flowers. Sirius had wanted to sign their work, but decided against it after hearing that if Snape knew Sirius did this, he'd give Harry a much harder time in class. Then again, the work probably didn't need a signature for Snape to recognize who it belonged to. After the four pranksters had their bit of fun, Sirius hurried back to Harry's side, and the other three had to stay in the guest room until Dumbledore deemed it wise for them to see Harry. Dumbledore had informed Remus that if the old crowd tried to contact Remus, they'd be redirected to Hogwarts. He also said that Remus and Sirius no longer needed to be on the mission of gathering the forces of light as the remainder of their gang would be contacted by Mundungus Fletcher. Of course, Remus wondered slightly if Albus could afford the drawback of having less of his people out there searching for the other agents of the light, but realized that Dumbledore wished to give the Marauders a bit of time to themselves as Remus and Sirius deserved some time with James again. So Remus, Sirius, and James were left to their own devices. Remus took a seat near the door, positioning himself so that he could launch himself at either of them if they wanted to do something silly, like get out. Sirius and James sat on the bed. Sirius had asked Remus some very difficult questions, such as how the Potters died that night on Halloween and how Harry survived, and why Harry had to stay with the Dursleys rather than his godfather Remus. Remus thought the survival story was an easier one to tell, and hoped that if the telling of it was long enough, Sirius would forget about the other questions. Remus began the story at the point when Voldemort tried to Avada Kedavra Harry, and then talked about the celebrations that occurred afterwards. Sure enough, halfway through the telling, the two of them began shooting questions at Remus about this world, and particularly about what Harry was like. "Well, you all know he was orphaned. He lived with his Muggle relatives." "No, we already know that. I mean, what is my son like in this world? The 2 times I've seen him he's fainted. If you're suggesting he's a coward, James, you are totally wrong. Harry is the bravest kid I've ever met. He's very determined, talented, loyal, and very mature for his age. Although he's famous and all, I don't think he likes it one bit, and he tends to be a little shy as well. But he's a great kid." "Is he a prankster?" Sirius. "No, not at all. He tries to keep himself out of trouble most of the time. He's a sensible person," directing this at the 2 grown-up not-so-sensible men. "Does he play Quidditch?" James. "Oh, no one's told you, but he was the youngest Seeker of the century." He's even better than James on a broomstick, I think. James humphed at that. No one's better than me on a broomstick. He pretended to pout. The other two laughed, and when the laughter died down, Osiris asked, "Speaking of this world's James, you didn't answer me before. What happened to James and Lily? In this world, did I kill them?" You didn't." Remus shrugged his shoulders. "Voldemort did. But it was my fault that they died, right? I asked them to switch secret keepers, and because of that I practically sentenced them to their deaths. Okay, I'll say this, you told them to switch secret keepers, and because of that Voldemort found out where they were and killed them. But if you're thinking that you were to blame and deserved punishment, then you already got your punishment." What Remus said confirmed Osiris' suspicions about what happened in this world. "What sort of punishment?" Remus sighed. "This world Sirius went after Pettigrew after he found out that James and Lily were dead. Pettigrew framed him, and Sirius went to Azkaban for life." There was shocked silence. Even though James had heard the story before, he was still angry of what Pettigrew had done and that anyone could think Sirius could betray him. Osiris had a completely blank look on his face. He was speechless. Remus wondered if Osiris would go through the self-pity stage, even though it wasn't actually him who switched secret keepers but his counterpart. 2 years ago, Sirius escaped from Azkaban and went after Pettigrew, who was disguised as a pet rat. However, he got away again. Remus answered what was on Osiris' mind, and Remus was slightly angered at Osiris' shocked silence, "And I don't know why in the world you'd feel bad about this. It wasn't even you who asked James and Lily to change secret keepers, and it wasn't you who was sent to Azkaban. You hardly have the right to wallow in self-pity." Osiris' eyes hardened with a look of resolve, and at that moment James knew what Osiris was about to say. "I am going to help capture that rat. Well, it's going to be a little more difficult now that Voldemort's back." Remus had just finished telling Osiris and James about Voldemort's rebirth when there was a knock at the door. Remus opened the door and Sirius walked in. "Dumbledore wants all of you to come." Harry was shocked at the announcement. His parents were alive. "And from this world," Dumbledore continued slowly, watching Harry's bright green eyes widen, "there has come 2 people. You saw them that day you were doing the gardening." Harry opened and closed his mouth several times, trying to figure out what to say next. "So are you saying that the Sirius I saw was a Sirius from another world, and that the man I saw was my dad from another world?" Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Yes, the other Sirius and other James had found a way to travel across dimensions. After you fainted," Dumbledore noted that Harry blushed slightly at that, "they took you to Helga's Hole. When you woke up and I was talking to you, James could not resist coming in to see how you were doing, and you fainted again." He noticed Harry blush a little more. He looked down at his hands, no longer able to look at Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes. "My parents are alive in another world. I saw my dad." Harry took a few minutes of silence to absorb all the information. Did that mean he could meet his mum as well? And the rest of a family that he could have had? He began thinking along this tangent for a while before he remembered how he had reacted to his dad the first time he saw him. "Oh no, he's going to hate me now because I called him a Death Eater." Dumbledore chuckled and patted Harry's shoulder. "I think that was understandable, and he would not hold that accusation against you. Would you like to see him now?" Harry wasn't sure what to say. Sure, he wanted to see his dad, but what if his dad was totally disappointed in him? Disappointed that Harry had caused the death of several people and that he caused worry amongst others at all times. Dumbledore saw the worry in his eyes. "Harry, there is no need to be afraid. Any person would be proud to have known you, and any man would envy the man who was your father. Everyone has said it before, but your father would be proud of you. Even if it's my fault so many people worry, are in danger, or are killed, because of me." He asked quietly. "You cannot blame yourself for all of this. Most of it is not your fault. Apart from the people worrying about you, you should try to stay away from your adventures a little more." Dumbledore smiled. "But no one blames you for anything, and as I said before, your father would be proud of you." Not quite believing the situation, and still slightly in shock and attempting to absorb all this information, Harry gathered his Gryffindor courage, nodded slightly. Dumbledore turned towards the infirmary door. "You may come in now." After hearing the permission Dumbledore gave them to enter, the Marauders walked into the room, slightly uneasy. James looked up to see Harry stare at Remus. "Professor Lupin. What are you doing here?" James and Sirius sniggered at that. "Hey Moony, you didn't tell us you were a professor," Sirius cried. "That's exactly why I didn't tell you, I knew you'd react that way." Remus blushed slightly. "Oh, look at that, you're blushing," Sirius exclaimed. Sirius just shook his head, having already known that Remus was a professor. James stared at Harry. Harry's eyes flew from Remus to Sirius, and then his eyes landed on him. Those green eyes, just like his Harry's, just like Lily's. James was lost for words. "What do I say? He's my son, but he's not. He has never even met his parents, I mean, Lily and I. Would he accept me as a father figure? Why would he? He doesn't even have parents, and just because I'm a counterpart of his father, that wouldn't mean he would accept me straight away just because he never had a father. Oh heck, what am I going on about?" James smiled slightly and decided what he was going to say. "Hi Harry," gave a slight wave of his hand. "How are you feeling?" After Harry's proclamation of Remus' status as a professor, the other world Sirius and James had laughed. Harry smiled slightly at these antics, noticing that this world Sirius just shook his head. Then his eyes flew to the two Sirius. How could I have not noticed that the other Sirius looked different? And finally, his gaze found James and stayed there. He didn't know what to think. "This is my dad." James stared back at Harry, and smiled. "Hi Harry," he made an awkward gesture with his hand, which looked sort of funny. "How are you feeling?" The feeling in the air was awkward, and Harry noticed that Remus and the Sirius have stopped bickering and were silent for the reunion. I'm feeling okay I guess." Harry couldn't think of what to say. This man was his dad, but he wasn't. It was just too different. But different from what? He'd never had parents. Can't this man just be his dad, even for a while? In a sense, this man was his dad anyway, so what do children say to their parents? The silence dragged on for a while, and the spectators just sat back and watched. Sirius and Sirius silently made a bet on who would be the first to break the silence. This moment of silence was an opportunity. Harry decided that he should take this opportunity and apologize for his earlier accusation. "I'm sorry I called you a Death Eater," he said quietly. That wasn't one of the things that James thought Harry would say. He had thought Harry would say something along the lines of, "I miss you," or, "I do look like you," or, "Why is your hair always so messy?" Because an apology was the last thing he expected from his son. In this situation, James couldn't help but laugh. "That's okay. If I was a Death Eater though, think of all the havoc I'd cause. For one, don't you think it'd be amusing if the Death Eaters couldn't take off their masks, and those hideous masks of theirs had been charmed to look like clown masks?" Sirius laughed at that. "That was what we were planning to do the next time we came across a group of Death Eaters." The tension in the room seemed to have decreased as everyone laughed along. After the little laughing session, Harry and James found it easier to speak to each other. "But I'm sorry I reacted that way." "There's no need to be sorry. So, you're in 5th year and in Gryffindor, just like my Harry this year. What's your favorite subject?" That was an opening line that James had thought of earlier but had thought it would sound corny in the awkward silence. "Well, most of the time it was Dada, but that depends on who the teacher was." Harry looked at Remus and smiled, and Remus returned that smile with a wink. James raised his eyebrows. "And what would you mean by that?" Harry gestured to the seats in the hospital wing. "Would you like to take a seat? This might take a while." Going to speak to a bunch of insufferable muggles was not Snape's idea of a good holiday. On Dumbledore's orders, however, there was not much he could do about it. Standing in front of the door of 4 Privet Drive, Snape scowled as he thought of Dumbledore's excuse for not sending anyone else. "I'm sure I could send Remus, but today is not a good day for him as it is soon to be a full moon day, and Sirius is a convicted man. It will be unsafe to have him exposing himself. That does not leave many others I trust. Besides, if I sent one of the Weasleys, they'd most probably hex the Dursleys, and we don't want that." So the job of picking up the brat's belongings fell on Snape, who had the great urge to hex the Muggles as well, especially after he had met them and they had cowered from his glare. "We don't want that. Shouldn't it be more like, we want that but the stupid ministry forbids. Or, we want that but the Potter brat wouldn't have anywhere to stay come the next holidays. At least if I get his things, he'll have no excuse for not doing homework. James was amazed. Harry's life at Hogwarts had been simply amazing. James had a feeling that Harry left some parts out of his tales and was downplaying some of the events, but even so it was amazing. Facing three-headed dogs, oversized chess pieces, Quirrell, the Polyjuice Potion and Chamber of Secrets. And this Harry was so polite. Would you like to take a seat? James couldn't imagine his Harry ever saying that to him. Then again, to this Harry, he was practically a complete stranger. Harry's story of his third year was as interesting as his first two. Remus and Sirius took part in some of the telling of it. Then one night, Sirius got into our rooms and everyone thought he was trying to kill me because he had a knife. HMPH, I can't believe no one noticed that I wasn't even at Harry's bed, and I didn't even hurt anyone while I was there. Sirius, I think everyone was in the heat of things. You were the big bad guy, so even if you showed up in a tutu everyone would think that you were trying to do something to Harry, Remus had sighed. Remus and Sirius, it was no wonder they looked so worn out, after all they had gone through. If this world's James and Lily died, it meant that everyone thought Sirius was the secret keeper and Peter, traitor that he was, would either have been killed by Sirius, landing him in prison, or everyone would have been after Sirius, to put him in prison. And it seemed as though in this world, it was the former that occurred. In his fourth year, Harry had taken part in the Triwizard Tournament. The details of the event were brief. Even if Harry left out a lot of details of his life, James could guess what most of the rest was. His fame, for instance. Harry spoke of it several times, but what James heard made him agree with Remus that Harry did not like the fame one bit. Harry had to stay at the Dursleys, and James promised himself a word with Dumbledore about that. And as he was thinking along these lines, he remembered his Harry, cheeky and carefree. It was almost his birthday, he'd have to go back to his world soon to celebrate it. Last night had been purely amazing. Harry learnt a lot about his father in the span of 3 hours, and would have learnt more if Madame Pomfrey hadn't come bustling in. Of course, Harry told James about his life at Hogwarts, but left out the more sensitive details. He wasn't sure how James would react to Harry being a Parseltongue, what he would do if he found out Harry nearly died on his broom every year, so he just sort of skipped little details like those. Harry was sure that James wouldn't want to know about his life at the Dursleys, or rather, he would, but Harry wasn't going to share those details with him either. Harry also didn't mention Voldemort's rebirth at the end of the third task of the tournament. Maybe he'll share that later, but not now. Dumbledore had left halfway through Harry's tale, having business to attend to. But Harry had a feeling that he didn't want to intrude on such a reunion. After Harry's telling of his story, James had told Harry of his youth and years at Hogwarts. Now that there were two Sirius and Remus there, they had been able to contribute animatedly to the story. It was James's stories of his family that amazed him most. The more Harry listened, the more he felt the urge to meet his otherworld mother and sibling. The more he listened, the more he wanted to see his otherworld home. Harry felt quite attached to his father already, and had a feeling that his father felt the same way. The next morning, however, Harry realized something. He'd been awake for so long, yet his only visitor was Madame Pomfrey, who came in and out several times to check up on Harry and give him his breakfast. Where were Professor Lupin, Sirius, and his dad? As he ate his breakfast, his second visitor for the day came in, and this visitor he would rather have not had come visiting. Professor Snape, what are you doing here? Snape sneered. Good morning to you too, Potter. It would seem as though even in the holidays you can't keep yourself out of trouble, regardless of all the effort the teachers here put in to keep you out of danger. Harry didn't like that tone of voice, and as he wasn't in class he thought it was okay to retort, we don't lose points during the holidays, do we? I did not put myself in danger. For your information, I got sick over the holidays and the Dursleys weren't doing anything to help me. Bright green eyes pierced pitch black. HMPH, I do not wish to hear your sob story. Here are your belongings. You are to complete your homework before the school term starts, just like all the other students. Have a good day. Even as Snape said that, Harry thought he saw something like understanding in those black eyes. Snape turned around, cloak billowing behind him, and swept out of the infirmary. Harry stared after Snape. He hated that man. But that was not what was bothering him now. What bothered him was that he had to complete his homework. Being at the Dursleys, he hadn't had a chance to read the textbooks and begin his assignments. And Snape's potions assignment was a particularly difficult one. But that was not the only thing troubling him. Last night, everyone had seemed happy, and Harry had been hoping to have a repeat experience of that today. Maybe they're all tired. I really should finish eating what I can and start on homework. With a sigh, Harry lifted the fork up to his mouth, again and again. Minutes turned into hours, turned into days. With each day that passed by, Harry's health was better and better. By the end of the week, Harry was allowed out of bed. During that week, the only memorable experience was Snape coming and yelling at him for ruining his room, which Harry had no idea what it was all about. Madame Pomfrey saved him, however, by saying that Harry hasn't been out of bed at all since he'd gotten here, and even if he got out of bed, she doubted that redecorating Snape's office would even be on his mind. Snape had left with a humph, muttering about mutts and wolves. With each day that passed by, Harry felt more lonely. No one had come to visit him. With Professor Lupin, it was understandable, as it had been full moon and he probably needed to recuperate from the transformation. Had his father and Sirius forgotten about him already? No doubt with another James here, Sirius would have forgotten about him as well. With no one visiting him, Harry had completed most of his homework, leaving the worst assignment to last, which was, of course, the potions assignment. He looked at the Daily Prophet on the bedside table, and picked it up to have a look. The headline was the death of famous seer Cassandra the XX, descendant of the famous seer Cassandra I. Other front-page stories were an interview with Fudge about the bringing in of new policies, which led Harry to think about what happened after the Triwizard Tournament the year before. What would Fudge do? He had been unwilling to believe that Voldemort was back, and had been outrageous at Dumbledore's insistence of the truth. Harry thought back to the short conversation he had had with Dumbledore. Dumbledore had insisted that it was not Harry's fault that Cedric was dead. Harry understood why people would think so, especially when the situation was compared to Sirius' situation. However, every time he thought about it he still felt a pang of guilt. The date on the paper said the 30th of July. Tomorrow was his birthday. Would anyone remember it? Although Harry was allowed out of bed, he stayed in the hospital wing, in case he was not fully better and something happened to him. Usually he didn't mind where he slept, having slept in a cupboard for most of his life, but he did mind the fuss that Madame Pomfrey made over him. This morning, after a long and peaceful sleep, he woke up to a sight he hoped he'd never have to wake up to. Snape loomed over him, famous scowl on his face and black cloak making a great shadow over him. Harry momentarily gasped at the sight, and Snape sneered at Harry's shock. "The headmaster has asked me to take you to buy your school things. I shall give you 20 minutes in which you are to get changed and come down to the Great Hall." With that, Snape swept out of the room like a great bat. Harry got out of bed and quickly got changed, not wishing to make the potions master any angrier than he no doubt already was for having to be in Harry's company. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, and attempted to flatten his hair a little, giving up on it soon after. He was distracted by Madame Pomfrey, who rushed in, hearing that Harry was about to leave, and forced some potions on Harry. After a last-minute check-up and the quick swallowing of some awful potions, she left. As Harry slipped his foot in his shoe, he heard a hoot from the window. Hedwig, the snowy owl, flew to Harry and landed on his shoulder, nibbling his ear affectionately. Harry had specifically told Hedwig to stay at Ron's over the holidays, suspecting that she would not be treated properly at the Dursleys. Harry had expected a letter from Ron, but there was no letter or parcel attached to Hedwig's leg. In fact, no one had sent him any letters or gifts, not even Hagrid. Miserable, he gave the owl a scratch on its head, and Hedwig flew outside again, probably to go to the Ollery. Potter. 1 minute. That shriek, he had heard it in potions before, and had totally forgotten about its existence until now. He had to finish getting changed, and be quick about it. Regardless of the day being clear and bright, with birds chirping away happily and the cool breeze blowing at his hair. Going on a trip with Snape would darken any bright day. Snape had charmed an old orange car to drive for him. Harry was kind of glad of that, unsure of whether or not Snape actually knew how to drive a Muggle car, being all magic. Snape just sat behind the wheel and stared out one window while Harry stared out the other. He thought about the day his father and Sirius came. Had they forgotten about him? He hadn't seen them since the first night he woke up in the hospital wing. Maybe they're celebrating their Harry's birthday. After all, it was James's son and Sirius' godson. Saddened at the thought, Harry just stared out the window at the passing homes, all looking neat and perfect with the bright white walls and clean-cut lawns. To Harry's surprise, they were going through a Muggle neighborhood on the way to Diagon Alley. In fact, his neighborhood. Then there was the Dursleys' house, which looked totally out of place. What happened to the Dursleys? Harry gasped out of surprise. Snape sneered. I believe that the Mutt and his mate paid them a visit recently. The house was rainbow-colored, the lawn was black, and in the lawn there was a herd of purple cows. Harry frowned and said quietly, "They didn't hurt the Dursleys, did they?" Snape's head snapped around and he stared at Harry with a strange look in his eyes. "No, in a few hours' time those cows on the front lawn should change back to humans." Harry couldn't help stifling a laugh at that. They weren't hurt, merely turned into cows. He could live with that. He dearly hoped they would not punish him for it though, and with that thought he began to worry. They were not happy when Dudley was given a tail. What would they do to him after this ordeal? Maybe Dumbledore would help perform a memory charm on them. They drove on for a bit more and Snape muttered a spell that suddenly stopped the car. "Professor, we're not at Diagon Alley yet." Snape opened the door and stepped out, motioning for Harry to do the same. "This is a different way to make it there," Snape explained. Oh, Harry couldn't think of anything intelligent to say to that. "Turn around." It was a command, and Harry turned around so that his back faced Snape. "Close your eyes, and do not even open them when you feel a little strange." Harry closed them. He felt two hands on his shoulders. "Don't even try to get away," Snape whispered in his ear. "My lord will be displeased if he did not get his prize." Harry opened his eyes as he registered what Snape had said. My lord, who else could it be but Voldemort? He tried to struggle, but Snape's hands were too strong and before he knew it there was a strange pulling, and his feet seemed to lift off the ground. The pull seemed to last a long time and the air around him felt totally different, sometimes hot and sometimes cold. We all knew Snape was evil, but Dumbledore trusted him, and Snape betrayed that trust. "I'm dead this time." Just when he thought that the pulling had stopped, another seemed to start, but this time it was a pulling behind his navel. It felt just like he was traveling by portkey. Time seemed to go on forever until he heard Snape's voice in his ear, softer than his usual harsh voice. "You can open your eyes now." Harry had not even noticed that he had closed his eyes while he traveled. Harry slowly opened them, feeling unsure about Snape's sudden change in voice. Surely he was facing Voldemort again. What was he to do? And why didn't his scar hurt? However, he saw a spacious room full of decorations, colorful balloons magically floating around. Likewise the gold and silver streamers were floating around magically, and a large gold banner that floated above the whole room flashed the words, "Happy Birthday Harry." Harry was shocked, and turned around to see what Snape was up to, only to see Sirius emerging from an invisibility cloak, a wide grin plastered on his face, and Snape's face slowly changing into a familiar one that reminded him of himself. Sirius and James spread their arms. "Surprise." "What?" Harry gasped. James chuckled. "You seem to find it unbelievable that we would hold a celebration for your 15th birthday. However, Padfoot and Prongs found that it would be normal to hold a celebration for someone special to them." No one was happy about Harry's living arrangements during the holidays. After James's first meeting with Harry, he made it clear to Dumbledore that he would do anything to stop Harry from going back to the Dursleys. Dumbledore was also displeased about Harry's treatment at the Dursleys. However, he had a good reason for Harry to stay at the Dursleys. They are blood relation, therefore he is safe from Voldemort there. Even if he stayed at a wizard family's place, like the Weasleys, Voldemort is capable of getting him there. Also, Harry would most likely object to staying at the Weasleys knowing that he could endanger them. I shall speak to the Dursleys and attempt to persuade them to be kinder to Harry. As if, the day after James's first conversation with Harry, he had decided to hold a birthday celebration for this world's Harry with his Harry. He wanted it to be a surprise, so he wanted Harry to think everyone had forgotten about him, that way it'll be a real surprise. Of course, James had to discuss his idea with Dumbledore, who was all too happy to let Harry be happy for a while. Also, Harry would be safe from Voldemort for a bit while he's in your world. James and Sirius had gone back to their world to discuss it with Lily and his family. He had told Lily what Harry's world was like, and at the part about Harry being orphaned, Lily had tears in her eyes and she agreed fervently that Harry deserved a happy birthday. His children had seemed excited about seeing a person from another world, and James decided it was better that he tell them that Harry was orphaned rather than having them question Harry themselves. James left out details of how Harry was orphaned, and specifically told his children not to question Harry on such a sensitive topic. The pranksters discovered that they had enough magic to take one person with them at a time, and during the week they took Remus and Sirius to their world. James remembered clearly the conversation that Sirius and he had had before they took Sirius to their world. "You blame yourself, don't you?" Sirius had promised to accompany Remus during the full moon days in the Shrieking Shack, and that left Sirius alone with James. They were in one of Hogwarts' guest rooms, and his question bounced off the stone walls. James was sitting on a stool at the desk, and Sirius had been lying on the bed, trying to catch a quick nap. The question came to Sirius unexpectedly. He sat up, laughed uneasily. "What are you talking about, James?" "You know exactly what I'm talking about, and you know I'm serious because you didn't call me Prongs. When we're having a happy conversation, I'd appreciate it everyone stayed happy. But here you are brooding every 10 or so minutes." James was answered with silence which could have stretched on forever. The air in the room seemed suddenly stuffy as Sirius contemplated what James said. Sirius finally seemed to make up his mind about talking. "It was my fault that James and Lily died, and that Harry had to grow up with those awful muggles. Fine, I'll admit, a small part of me blames you for going after Peter rather than look after Harry, and if this world's James could see you he'd probably say the same thing. But you did not deserve Azkaban for that, and if you felt you deserved punishment, you were punished more than enough in Azkaban." Sirius looked from the floor up to James. Their eyes met, and James saw Sirius' eyes were slightly glazed as though he was about to cry. "No matter how long I sat in Azkaban, it would never bring them back." A tear slid down his cheek and James did what was natural for him. He over to the bed, sat down, and gave Sirius a warm embrace. "Ever since I escaped from Azkaban, I thought I would escape from my ongoing nightmare, that James and Lily would come back. But escaping from Azkaban made me sane again and made me realize that they would never come back, and I see it every time I look at Harry. I see James, and I know that it was all my fault." With a shoulder so close by, Sirius sobbed into it, finally letting out his tears as he had not been able to do while hell-bent on vengeance or stuck in a cold place surrounded by Dementors. He cried as though a dam had broken. He breathed raggedly as though the stuffy air in the room was not enough to feed his lungs, and the ice that had surrounded his heart melted with the heat that was the company of James. James had some tears in his eyes by now, and his heart contracted with serious howls of pain. He didn't like to see happy-go-lucky Sirius all teary and depressed. He did not like seeing anyone like that, but seeing Sirius like that only made it worse. He patted Sirius on his back. "You realize that whatever punishment you receive, James and Lily would never come back. Yet you still punish yourself." "Because it was my fault." Sirius sobbed. "It wasn't your fault, it was Peter's. And you know what? You shouldn't blame yourself because it wasn't your fault. No one blames you. And trust me, I know what James thinks, and he doesn't blame you." Sirius pulled back and stared at James, then he chuckled slightly. "What would James say if he saw me crying like a baby now?" James pulled Sirius into a tight hug again and rubbed circles on Sirius' back. "He would say that the past is the past, and if you really respected your friendship with him, you would remember your happy times for the sake of remembering them, and try not to be sad while you do. If you really respected your friendship with him, you will live on without blaming yourself for something out of your control. You could not have known Peter was the traitor." If you really respected your friendship with him, you gotta stop blaming yourself and live on. Harry needs a parental figure in his life who isn't wallowing in self-guilt all the time. That speech had been good for Sirius, and he seemed a lot happier after that. Sirius really needed a break. He was getting too serious, no pun intended. It wasn't becoming of him. To say that James knew Sirius well was an understatement. James knew that the conversation eased some of Sirius' guilt, but would not take it away entirely. At least he's not as enthusiastic about giving himself mental punishment anymore. Hopefully he won't revive his guilt every time he sees me or Harry. A few days before Harry's birthday, they took Sirius to their world. The day after, they took Remus. Sirius had a run-in with Snape when they got back from taking Sirius to their world. James hid behind a suit of armor just in time, and Snape and Sirius had a little insulting match, as was the tradition. Snape was as greasy and sarcastic in this world as he was in the other, he noticed. After the run-in, Sirius had an idea how they could really surprise Harry, so when they were sure they saw Snape going off to who knows where in the Forbidden Forest, probably to associate with his family of vampires, was Sirius' silly remark they snuck into Snape's dungeons and found Snape's disgustingly oily comb, as oily as your hair can be, you still gotta brush it. While they were in there, they also discovered some hidden bottles of a familiar-looking potion which turned out to be already brewed Polyjuice potion, compliments of Barty Crouch Jr., which saved them having to buy the very expensive already brewed potion from a potion store. And so, the day of Harry's birthday, James had, to his own disgust, drank the potion with Snape's hair in it and become the exact duplicate of Snape. It took Sirius about 10 minutes to stop laughing and making remarks about how his hair was now so oily a fly would probably slip if it landed on his head. To Sirius' remark, James had, out of habit, ran a hand through his hair, only to have to wash his hand afterwards. The two of them went to the Dursleys' home and quickly redecorated it for Harry's viewing, slightly curious to how Dumbledore would react if he went to talk to the Dursleys, but somehow knowing that Dumbledore probably knew what they did anyway. Sirius slipped under the invisibility cloak, muttered a muggle-repelling charm to ensure that no muggles would see the disappearing man and boy later on, and waited at the magical point while James went to pick Harry up. James and Sirius had slipped some sleeping potion into Harry's dinner, and when James got to the infirmary, he found Harry asleep like a baby. They needed to make sure Harry didn't wake up while James transfigured Harry's gifts into a pebble to take with him to the other world. James had muttered, "Enervate," and stood prepared over Harry's bed. Harry had not seemed very pleased to see him, and James was not surprised, seeing as how he looked like the greasy potions master at that moment. If anything, Harry looked surprised and sad. James had charmed a car to drive for him. The trip was in silence, while Harry was no doubt brooding over the fact that he didn't get any presents, until they passed the Dursleys' home, to which James thought Harry would have been pleased to see. However, Harry was worried that the blasted muggles were hurt. James reassured him that the Dursleys would be fine, and was glad to see Harry's face break into a smile and his hand reach up to cover his mouth as he stifled a laugh. James suddenly stopped the car and saw Harry look around the muggle neighborhood. "Professor, we're not at Diagon Alley yet." "How observant, this is a different way to make it there," James quickly lied. "Oh." Harry got out of the car and looked around again, as if expecting to see some sign of magic. "Turn around," James commanded. "Close your eyes, and do not even open them when you feel a little strange." Sirius stepped forward, still under the invisibility cloak, and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder while James placed a hand on his other shoulder. If he wanted to surprise Harry, he had to do it this way. "Don't even try to get away," James whispered in his most menacing voice. "My lord will be displeased if he did not get his prize." Harry's body tensed for a moment, then Harry tried to struggle, but Sirius and James were a lot stronger than him. James and Sirius silently uttered the cross-dimensional travel spell, and were pulled through the void that was the space between two worlds. When they reached their world, James touched a timed port key which immediately took them to James's home. James took his hands off of Harry's shoulder, as did Sirius, and he looked at Harry's face. "You can open your eyes now." The look of utter surprise on Harry's face was priceless. Sirius and James spread their arms. "Surprise? What?" Harry gasped. James chuckled. You seem to find it unbelievable that we would hold a celebration for your 15th birthday. However, Padfoot and Prongs found that it would be normal to hold a celebration for someone special to them. Harry looked as though he was about to cry, and indeed, tears sprang to his eyes which he quickly wiped away with the back of his hand. James and Sirius both took Harry in their arms and gave him a big hug. Sirius stepped out from nowhere and gave Harry a big squeeze, and even Remus was there and gave Harry a gentle hug. Then out of a side door stepped Lily. Harry stared at the woman who had walked in. His heartbeat stopped and his breath caught in his throat as he stared at her. There was not much difference between the real thing and his photos, even though she was 15 years younger in them. She had long flowing red hair, and those green eyes staring back at him were exactly the same as the ones he saw in the mirror every time he cared to look. The frown etched on her face was one that reminded him of the photo of her with the Marauders when they were pulling a prank on one of her friends. He couldn't think of a thing to say. There was a feeling of awkwardness similar to that he felt the week before with his father, and silence reigned in the room as they stared at each other as though contemplating what they should say. Lily seemed to wake up from her state. Tears sprang to her eyes and she swept up to Harry and embraced him in a tight hug. "Oh Harry, you poor thing. I heard all about your world. I'm sorry we're not there for you." Harry hugged her back, and let his tears flow freely. He wanted to tell her that she had nothing to be sorry for. He was amazed how many times he had received such a loving hug in the past few hours. It was a lot more than the number of times he had received hugs in his whole lifetime. But this hug was special. This hug was received from his mother. The warmth comforted him greatly. He had dreamed this moment for a long time. The hug, the warmth, seemed to make the awkwardness dissipate in the air as he buried his head in her shoulder and she in his. He opened his eyes briefly and saw his father put a hand on Lily's shoulder. Now Lily, we want this to be a happy birthday, and right now you're causing the other occupants in this room distress." Harry looked at the other occupants in the room. Sirius had a kind of bemused expression on his face, having gotten used to the idea of the other dimension and its differences. Sirius and Remus stared at Lily as though they were seeing a ghost. Lily drew herself back and brought a handkerchief to her face, dabbing at her eyes. She patted Harry on the shoulder and smiled tearily. She then noticed the looks that Sirius and Remus were giving her and turned on them. "Oh, stop staring at me like that. The last few days of staring were bad enough. I thought you'd be over it by now." At that moment, Harry heard the sound of multiple footsteps approaching them. In the door burst a young girl with red hair swept back into a high ponytail. She could not have been more than 10, and had a nice face. Beside her was a person who looked very similar to himself, except that this person had a slightly bigger build and did not look underfed like Harry did. The two Harrys stared at each other, and the girl stepped forward and exclaimed, "You must be the other Harry. What's that thing on your head?" Harry's head whipped around to the girl and his mind whirled with ideas of how he should answer her. Before he opened his mouth, James stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder. "Honey, you should introduce yourself first. Harry doesn't even know who you are. You shouldn't even be surprised at people from other dimensions. You've already seen Sirius and Remus." "How long have Sirius and Professor Lupin been here?" "About 3 days, and I'd prefer it if you stopped calling me Professor, as I'm no longer your professor. You can call me Remus or Moony." Harry noticed a slight smirk on Harry's face when he mentioned that Remus was a professor. The little girl said, "My name is Magnolia. In this world I am your younger sister. I'm 9 years old." She turned to look at James, an annoyed expression on her face. "Why do I have to introduce myself? Doesn't Harry have a sister in his world?" Harry looked at the girl again. "A younger sister." James's face paled slightly. "Honey, I already told you that this Harry was orphaned." Magnolia brought a hand up to her mouth. "Oops. I forgot." Harry took a step towards Harry. "And I guess I don't need to introduce myself, Harry." "Well, what should I say then?" He looked at the ground as though thinking of what he should say. Then he looked up and looked into Harry's eyes, green mirroring green, a grin on his face. "I guess happy birthday." Harry grinned back, albeit little awkwardly. "Happy birthday to you too." Apparently, the party was just a family affair. James had planned it to be a small party in the first place, as most of O'Harry's friends were on holidays, and the last few parties had been so big that Lily had not been too pleased with the amount of cleanup afterwards. Sure enough, magic did a lot of the work, but some magically induced mess was a little more difficult to get rid of, especially those that were alive. So only family, and family included all the marauders, were invited. Besides, it would not do to have any more people learn about cross-dimensional travel than necessary. During the first part of the evening, Magnolia had conversed greatly with Professor Lupin, Sirius sitting in with them and on occasion asking Professor Lupin about his world as well. "Why did the other Harry call you, Professor?" Magnolia twirled her red hair between her fingers as she stared at Remus with her large eyes. "Yeah, you never told us why you taught, and just for 1 year, Sirius put in. You see, I taught Harry in his 3rd year." "What did you teach?" Magnolia asked. "Well, I taught defense. Dark arts. But you're a dark creature, wouldn't that mean that you were teaching students how to destroy you?" The girl was full of questions, and she looked totally shocked at that revelation. The students were not quite up to that standard. Then why didn't you stay longer to teach them up to that standard? It seemed as though Remus was getting slightly impatient with never being able to complete a sentence, and Sirius sniggered at his expression. It seemed as though Magnolia did not want the details to the answers, just the short answers themselves. "So what games are we going to play tonight?" Talking about teaching and learning was not her idea of a good night, and Magnolia changed the topic completely. It was a party after all, and there was bound to be a lot of good games to play. Meanwhile, Harry and Sirius were comparing pranks. Remus came late and was dressed in the exact same clothes as Remus, just as both Sirius were dressed the same in hopes of confusing everyone present. He was drawn into their conversation. "Did your father tell you about the attacking soap?" Sirius asked excitedly. "Yeah, they charmed the soap and shampoo to follow Snape around and say he needed a wash. I even tried that again in my 2nd year, but Snape figured out it was me anyway and gave me a load of detentions. I tried to clean him again in my 3rd year, putting a bucket of soap water above a door so that he'd get soaked when he opened the door, and I also charmed some cleaning utensils to help him out." Harry looked totally proud of himself. "It was my luck that I was in school at that time and was on my way to collect some potions from him when I saw him with a head full of lathered soap. Of course, I summoned Harry's camera and took a photo. Do you want to see?" Remus piped in. "Yeah, of course. If you have any good ones, can I make copies to take back with me?" "Sure. We've got some other photos of when we got McGonagall with the honey and flower trick. There are some photos when we charmed some chains to attach themselves to Bin's feet. That was a difficult one as Bin's a ghost, but we managed. Oh, and the one where Sirius was chasing Trelawney in his dog form, she was shrieking her head off. And with the help of some magic, we were able to reproduce that awful sound and place it into the photo." Harry began listing off other pranks that he had pulled, and Sirius suggested some other ones that he never got to carry out, certain that his Harry would not carry on with his life's work. Remus reprimanded him playfully, saying he was meant to be mature by now. Harry realized the awkward tension between the people from his world and this other world had diminished due to the similarities between them, and the other world's people's relaxing attitude helped ease the tension also. Of course, Harry had been nervous about speaking with his parents, still in a little shock about seeing his sister and other self. Harry had stared at his mother's counterpart, and she stared back. They both smiled awkwardly, and the both of them looked a little teary-eyed. James stood there staring from one to the other, and then punched the both of them in their shoulders. "Ow!" they both exclaimed in unison. "My God, you're alive!" James exclaimed in an overly enthusiastic voice. "You could have just felt my throat for a heartbeat, that hurt," Lily said loudly. James gave Lily an apologetic look, then turned to Harry. "Harry, I'm sure that you did not catch a snitch staring at it. I'm positive the same principle applies here. You will not get to know Lily by just staring at her." Lily rolled her eyes. "Great, now I'm compared to a snitch. It's the most important ball in the game. Besides, Harry's a seeker." James grinned. Lily looked a little surprised at this. Watching this interplay, Harry couldn't help bursting with laughter. Two of the people he most wanted to meet his whole life were here in front of him, and they were both happy. James had made it easier for Harry to converse with him and Lily, and as before, the laughter eased the tension, and Harry overcame his shock. He began to shoot millions of questions at James and Lily about their world. Of course, these people were practically strangers to him, and he was most curious about what these two people were like, and asked them anything and everything about them. He wanted to know how they grew up, how they met each other, and even what sorts of food they liked. You can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family, which is quite unfortunate. I am not fond of speaking badly about someone, but I have to agree with you, Harry, she is normal to an obsessive state. Lily was discussing her family. After hearing Harry give a brief description of his stay at the Dursleys, I remember when I got that Hogwarts letter, she fainted dead away when the owl flew into the room with a letter attached to it addressed to me. After I found out I was a witch, she never treated me the same again, not to mention we did not get along particularly well in the first place. Can we play some games now? Magnolia interrupted, a little rudely. She had apparently tired of asking Remus questions, and was eager for some entertainment. Lily turned to her and smiled, maybe a little later, dear. It is Harry's party, and they both seem to be occupied at the moment. She gestured to Harry, surrounded by both Sirius and Remus, with his photos, and Harry continued their conversation about family with James, talking about the Dursleys. You should see that fat lump they call Dudley. I wonder if he's as fat in this world. You should have seen what Hagrid did to him the first time they met. Magnolia looked sulky. Harry noticed and broke off the conversation with James and looked at her. It's okay, Mum. Lily had insisted he call her that. We can talk all we want later. Let's play some games. She smiled instantly, and looked at her mum. Can we play Pin the Bludger on the Seeker? What's that? Harry wondered aloud what sort of magical game it was. Magnolia looked at Harry as though he was dumb. Don't you know what it is? Do you know? Pin the tail on the donkey. Harry nodded. Well, it's the same thing, only, the person who pins the bludger on the most painful or sensitive parts win. Harry stared at her wide-eyed. Okay, let's play that. Why does it have to be a seeker? Couldn't it have been a chaser? It turned out that Lily still enjoyed carrying out the Muggle traditions in the home, so they played Muggle game after Muggle game. The seeker in the Pin the Bludger on the Seeker looked eerily like Harry himself, and if a person came too near to it with the bludger it always tried to move, but couldn't because one of the marauders would have their wands pointed at it. Remus had won the game, pinning the bludger where it hurt the most. Magnolia had not been happy and sulked about it, so Remus gave the prize, a Quidditch memorial picture frame, with animated flyers in the frame, to her. This display of sportsmanship uncomfortably reminded Harry of Dudley. Other games they had played included Apple Bob, where you have to try to pick up an apple in a bucket of water with your mouth, and some other children's games for Magnolia which the adults also enjoyed like Musical Chairs, That's Not Fair. Sirius charmed the chair to move, and Celebrity Heads, Who Made Me Cornelius Fudge. Well, Padfoot, Severus Snape would have been too easy to guess. Quidditch was a must, and with Harry, Sirius, Remus, and James in one team, and Harry, Sirius, Remus, and Magnolia in the other, they played a game in the large backyard. Of course, both Harrys were natural flyers, and it was from James that they inherited that skill. The game was a close one, and it wasn't until an hour later that Harry caught the snitch, just before Harry did. Harry enjoyed watching his counterpart. At first, it was a little uncomfortable seeing himself, but having gotten used to the idea, it was fun watching this happy boy joke around, and it had been amazing seeing how good he could fly. He finally understood why everyone was impressed with his flying. After the Quidditch game, everyone went back inside, laughing all the way, and sat down at the table full of food that Lily had prepared. After all the games, everyone was starving and dug into the delicious food. Everyone ate until they could fit no more in. Lily magically cleared the tables away and 2 large cakes and party hats appeared in front of them. Everyone grabbed a party hat, and when Harry put his on, a heap of cream fell down his face. Oh! Harry brought his hands up to wipe his face. He took off his glasses and wiped them off on his shirt. He couldn't think of what to say. Hey! Harry couldn't wait for the cake and tried to stash some away in his hat. Oh, Sirius hadn't had much of a chance to speak to Harry and had decided that this was a good way to make him happy. Harry had been glad to see this world's happy Oh Sirius, and as happy as the day was, his patience was being tested with this much less mature version of his parent figure. However, what he saw next made him laugh. Oh Sirius had been laughing along with Magnolia when he brought a party popper up and aimed it in the air. He pulled the string, and a mixture of honey and dough came pouring back onto his face. That brought laughter from everyone. Oh, Harry turned to Harry and held up his hand. Harry high-fived it and grinned. With a roll of her eyes, Lily flicked her wand and cleared away the mess and replaced all the party accessories with safe ones. The candles lit automatically, while the lights in the room switched off and everyone began to sing. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Harry and Harry. Happy birthday to you, hip hip, hooray, hip hip, hooray, hip hip, hooray. Why was he born so beautiful? Why was he born at all? Because he had no say in it, no say in it at all. Harry, who had never had an actual party with an actual cake with candles, made the most of it. He made a wish before he blew out his candle. Both Harrys extinguished their candles at the same time. They both cut their cakes, careful not to touch the bottom, and Lily began giving out the pieces to everyone. The lights were switched on again. Yum, cake, Magnolia cried, and began filling her face up. Did you make the cake this year, Lil? Oh, Sirius asked, as if James would make it. Hey, I do so help make stuff sometimes. That you can't eat, Oremus sighed. Sirius and Remus nodded in agreement, and Remus said, I remember when we went away on a camping trip during the summer holidays once. James burnt all our food. And if it weren't for Smart Mooney here, Sirius patted Remus on the head, who brought along some canned food and extra rations, we would never have survived. Hey, that happened in our world too. And what do you mean, we would never have survived? We were only out there for 2 days. Cake, people. Oh, Harry interrupted. Oh, Harry, open your presents, I want to see what you got. Magnolia looked at the pile of presents. That reminds me, James took the pebble out of his pocket and turned to Harry. I took these while you were still asleep. He transfigured the pebble back into the presents, and Harry looked at them in surprise. No wonder I didn't get any presents this morning. Well, open them. Magnolia was bouncing up and down in excitement. Oh, Harry turned to his presents and opened them, one by one. Harry was pleased to see that both Ron and Hermione were friends with Oh Harry, and Oh Harry had received Quidditch-related supplies and books from them. Oh Harry also received presents from Oremus and Oh Sirius, which were mostly prank stuff, and from some Muggle friends who lived a few blocks away named Adrian and Thomas. The Muggle boys had gotten Oh Harry a variety of CDs, which Oh Harry seemed to be very happy about. Personally, Harry had never even heard of those bands before. Remus and Sirius had gotten him a large container of Bertie Bott's every flavor bean and chocolate frogs which could last him a lifetime. Magnolia had given him a red and gold scarf that she had knitted. James and Lily had gotten him the first edition of Quidditch Through the Ages, which had a golden hardcover which sparkled magically, and came with a set of autographed Quidditch balls. Oh Harry looked up and Harry, looking happier than ever, okay, it's your turn now. Harry picked up the topmost present. Sure enough, from Hermione he received a book, titled Everyday Curses and Hexes. How to Cast, Block, and Avoid. There were some interesting looking hexes he considered trying out on Malfoy when school started again. The letter that came with it read, Dear Harry, how are your holidays? I hope the Dursleys are not treating you too badly. The letter went on to describe her holiday, which sounded a lot better than his had been. Is the Hermione in your world a bookworm too? Oh Harry asked when he saw the present was from Hermione. Harry grinned, and Oh Harry continued, is she a little obsessive about Hogwarts, a history, as well? Harry laughed at that, and Oh Harry joined in. Hagrid had sent him an amulet on a necklace. The stone was emerald green, the exact same shade as his eyes, and was supposed to have the power to protect the wearer. He got cakes and some wizard tricks from the Weasleys. Whoa, can I look at those? Exclaimed Oh Harry and Oh Sirius, and from Ron he got a mini Quidditch set with a mini Quidditch field and mini Quidditch players, good for practicing in strategic thinking. Hi Harry, your strategy needed some working on, so I thought you'd like this. Ron, being an expert at chess, was naturally a good strategic thinker. The next parcel was from Sirius, and surprisingly it was also from Professor Lupin, a combined effort. The wrapping was very plain, and the parcel was light and small, making him wonder what it could be. He looked up at them, and they smiled and nodded. He ripped open the paper and inside he saw himself, staring back at him. It was a little mirror. But not just any mirror. There was a piece of paper inside that said, "You can carry this mirror around to make sure there isn't any dirt on your face, in case Skeeter is around to take a photo." Harry looked up at them. Sirius had a goofy grin on his face and Remus rolled his eyes. Harry continued to read the note. "No really, it's a faux glass, and this is a very powerful one. It can detect your foe within a 1 kilometer radius, and when they are within a 50 meters radius you can begin to see the whites of their eyes. It's designed so that you can carry it with you, and alerts you when enemies are detected." Padfoot and Mooney. Harry was staring at the glass. There was no one in it at the moment, which was a good sign. A 1 kilometer radius was pretty big. Probably the moment he stepped back into his world the mirror would be full of people trying to get to him. Harry smiled gratefully at the two of them, and they winked back. "We know that you'll need that," Remus began. "Because so many people are so jealous of your beautiful hair that they want you gone." Sirius ended, ruffling Harry's hair, making Harry laugh. Surprisingly, Oremus and Sirius had gotten Harry the same thing as Remus and Sirius had gotten Harry, which was a large container full of sweets. He decided that Ron could have half of them once he got back to his world. Magnolia hadn't been sure what to give Harry, and in the end he received a black knitted glasses pouch with a golden letter, H, from her. Harry assumed that both Harry and James had received something similar, as the looks on their faces showed pure amusement. It was evident whom the last package must be from. James had Lily's hand clutched in his, and stared at Harry as though silently willing him to open the present. Harry picked it up. The package was small and light, and the wrapping had a colorful pattern on it. As always, he carefully opened the present, trying not to rip the paper too much. He had noticed before that Harry did not seem to care if the wrapping paper was preserved or not. Harry, however, who had not lived with a lot of luxuries, wanted to keep such beautiful wrappings. He pulled the wrapping away to reveal a wooden box with intricate carvings that greatly resembled a phoenix and a dragon on it. The wood was polished and smooth, and even though it was just a small beautiful box, Harry could swear that there was some magic being emanated from it. "Come on, open it," Lily said softly. All eyes were on Harry, and he felt nervous with all the attention. It seemed as though the room was silent, awaiting the opening of the box which would reveal something truly fantastic. Harry slowly opened the box, not really meaning to prolong the suspense but feeling that with such a small box care must be taken in handling it. When the box was opened fully, he saw the inside of the box was lined with red velvet, and there was a rock of a similar size to the amulet that Hagrid had given him. Harry picked it up. With the light shining on it, he could see that it was a deep purple color. Everyone in the room stared at it in awe. Most of them didn't know what the rock meant. "Mum, Dad, isn't that a bit unfair? You got my older brother a wonderful book and yet you give this Harry, who is supposed to be your son, a rock." James turned to her, an excited expression on his face. "This is no ordinary rock. It has the ability to communicate with whoever holds its partner." "Isn't that just like a walkie-talkie then?" Magnolia frowned. "What's a wonky-tonky?" Sirius looked to James. "A walkie-talkie is a Muggle communications device that uses the transmission of radio signals, a form of electromagnetic wave to send the signals," Lily explained. "However, Muggle electrical appliances do not work in Hogwarts because there is too much magic in the air. These stones, however, do. Lily and I will keep one of them, and the other one is for you, so that when you go back to your world, we can still communicate." Harry looked at everyone in the room. Harry looked happy for him, and Magnolia looked as though she still didn't quite understand what the electricity in Hogwarts thing meant. The Remus and Sirius also looked happy for him, and Harry could see some tears in Sirius' eyes. His father and mother looked on expectantly, waiting for a reaction. He couldn't help it. The tears came unwantingly, and again Lily drew him into a hug. James and Lily did not need to hear the words, but Harry had them ready on his lips. Thank you, Harry whispered. Magnolia had an early night, as it was past her bedtime already. Remus and Oremus went off to play some wizard's chess, while Lily cleaned up. The Sirius and James sat in the corner, loudly playing Exploding Snap, and Harry finally had a chance to converse with Harry. After the events of the evening, all the games and fun they had, Harry found it easier to be relaxed with his counterpart around, as strange as it might have been. Harry didn't seem the least bit fazed conversing with Harry, probably because he had grown up around magic and other weird things, and had lived an easy-going life. He was quite relaxed around Harry. So what's it like living with a sister? Harry and Harry were relaxed on the couch. Well, it's all right I guess. I mean, Mags can be a little spoiled, but at least she respects us older people. We get along okay, but that spoiled attitude can really get on my nerves sometimes. She's also a little on the selfish side. Harry absorbed this. If he had a sister in his world, then she would be spoiled and selfish. He wasn't sure he could live with a person like that. Dudley was bad enough. Enough about Mags, you'll get to know her soon enough. She's the loud type, full of questions, always curious. Anyway, what sort of pranks do you usually play on Snape? Harry asked excitedly. I don't play pranks. What do you mean you don't play pranks? Well, I do get in trouble with him often, but I don't mean to. You say that as though I mean to get into trouble. Harry grinned. Harry grinned back. Well, you probably deserve it after whatever pranks you pull on him. Is he as bad in this world as he is in our world? He totally hates me, and he would favor the Slytherins to a sickening extent, and even if we get stuff right he'd take points off or something. Harry nodded. Yep, same Snape. Snape wasn't a topic Harry wanted to discuss for the rest of the night, so he decided to change the subject. So do you play on the house team? Of course I do, or else I'd shame the Potter name. Harry couldn't help giggling a little at the little rhyme, and Harry noticed it too and laughed openly. I play Seeker on the Gryffindor house team. I've been playing since first year. The party had been one of the most wonderful things that had ever happened to him, and ranked up there with his other happy moments such as finding out he was a wizard, or watching the Quidditch World Cup. No doubt a Dementor would be no match for him, now that he was loaded with a heap of happy memories. Harry had at first been a little peeved off at the manner in which he was brought to this other world, as it had greatly reminded him of the Triwizard Tournament, and Snape wasn't Harry's favorite person. However, his happiness at seeing his parents by far surpassed his anger. It was early morning, and Harry couldn't get to sleep. He had slipped out of the guest bedroom and found his way to the kitchen where he helped himself to a glass of water. He took the glass with him and went to sit outside. The night was warm, and, grabbing a broom, Harry flew onto the roof and lay down, placing the glass precariously on a tile jutting out next to him. He stared at the velvet blue sky with pin-pricks of light that were stars. He could hear some night creatures, and occasionally an owl hooting. It was peaceful. He thought of the day that had just passed. He had finally found happiness, or did the happiness find him for a change? Harry had been nice. Although he was cheeky and a bit of a prankster, Harry had been mature when in conversation with Harry, and was sensitive enough not to ask about how his parents had died. Maybe he would when they got more used to each other. Somehow he felt a little like Harry expected a brother would, as that was the way Harry felt with Ron. Magnolia was a slightly different case. She had reminded him a lot of Dudley, and he concluded that she was a little spoiled as she was the youngest. The way she acted slightly annoyed him, but he tried not to let that get to him as today was one of the happiest days of his life. He was glad that Sirius had looked a lot healthier than the escaped convict he first met in his third year. It even seemed as though Remus had less lines on his haggard-looking face. They really deserved to be happy, after Wormtail's betrayal had caused them so much suffering. Oremus and Sirius were pretty much the way he thought they would be. The Marauders all got along like brothers, and it was fun to watch them joking around and having fun. Harry closed his eyes and thought about his parents. They were just as gentle and caring as he had imagined them to be. Sure, technically they weren't his parents, but as he reminded himself over and over, they are practically his parents anyway. They even allowed him to call them Mum and Dad, and in the span of one day it felt as though Harry was part of a family again. James and Lily lay side by side in their large bed. It was a warm night, and the open window let in a cool breeze that fluttered the curtains. "It was a great party, wasn't it?" James asked, sliding his arm around Lily's shoulders. "Yes, everyone seemed happy, and Harry looked as though he was having the time of his life." "Well, he didn't really have a good life at the Dursleys." Lily's eyes hardened. "I still can't believe he had to stay with them and that everyone thought Sirius would betray us." Lily couldn't think of any more words to express her disbelief. Then she sighed. "The other Harry is so mature. I'm not saying that our Harry is not mature or anything like that, it's just that our Harry is so cheeky, yet the other Harry isn't. He's been through a lot, let's just hope that by staying here he can at least forget his past. I've always wondered what would have happened had Peter not been discovered to be the traitor. I mean, it was by pure luck that you caught sight of his dark mark. At least Harry survived." "Shish. Did you hear that?" James placed a finger on Lily's lips and looked to the door. Lily nodded silently and strained her ears. They both heard the soft footsteps descending the stairs. Was it one of their children? They looked at one another and silently agreed to go out and see who it was. Getting out of bed, they both went downstairs but didn't see anyone. Maybe they went outside, Lily wondered aloud. So the two of them went outside and heard a soft clatter on the roof. James summoned some brooms, and James and Lily flew up. They saw Harry lying on the roof, his eyes closed. There was no mistaking that this wasn't their Harry, as this boy was slightly smaller in build, and was skinnier too. They flew over to where Harry was laying down, and settled down on either side of him. He opened his eyes. Harry felt before he heard the presence of the other two people. He opened his eyes when they landed on either side of him, and saw that it was his parents. They smiled down at him. "You're gonna get a cold if you sleep out here," Lily said softly. "Worst yet, the owls might decide to deposit some droppings on your sleeping form," James chuckled. Harry sat up and gave them a soft smile, and then he decided to ask them what's been nagging him. "Why did Voldemort want to kill me?" James and Lily looked taken aback. Lily gasped, "Didn't Dumbledore tell you?" Harry shook his head. "He said I'd find out when I was old enough, when I was ready." "I'm sure Dumbledore had his reason for that." James looked a little uneasy. "But you knew that Voldemort was after you, therefore you must know why." "Harry, Voldemort was after a lot of people. At that time, a spy discovered that Voldemort was after our family, therefore we went into hiding," Lily explained. Harry looked down. As he had expected, they either didn't know or didn't want to tell him. He then said softly, "Then why didn't Voldemort want to kill you?" "Huh." They both looked confused. "When I go near Dementors, I hear my mother and father before they died. Voldemort only killed my mum because she wanted to protect me. If she had given me over, he would have let her live. Why did he want to kill me?" He was answered with silence. "See. If it hadn't been for me, my parents would still be alive." James had heard a similar speech before coming from Sirius, and he had realized that he would hear one of these speeches from Harry. "Harry, it is not your fault that we're dead in your world, never think that. It is Voldemort's fault that we're dead. But if Voldemort hadn't wanted me dead, then you'd both still be alive in our world." Tears welled up in his eyes, and he brought his knees up and hugged them. Lily put an arm around him, and James did the same thing. "Harry, no one blames you. You were a mere baby, and you shouldn't spend your life feeling guilty," James began. "I know that your parents wouldn't want you wasting the life they gave you feeling guilty." Lily gave Harry's shoulder a squeeze. The two of them listened to Harry's sobs for several minutes, unable to bring themselves to stop him. They knew a cry could really make one feel better. When his sobs seemed to begin to cease, James lifted Harry up and plopped him on his feet. "I know we aren't your real parents, but we are your parents, if that makes sense. And from what we've heard, we're proud of you, and we don't blame you for anything." James ruffled his hair. Lily dabbed at her eyes a little, and held Harry's hand and gave it a squeeze. "Even if we died because Voldemort was after you, we died for someone we loved, and you survived. We couldn't have been happier than that." Harry nodded. Sure, he still felt guilty, but at least his parents didn't blame him. "Well son, you should have an early night. We're going to see Dumbledore tomorrow. You don't want to look like a zombie to see the headmaster. Harry woke up to the sound of loud shouting coming from downstairs. Groggily, he rubbed his eyes and reached for his glasses, placing them on his nose and making his way to the door to see what all the fuss was about. Maybe Dudley was about to be forced to go on another diet. Making his way downstairs, the voices grew louder and louder. To his utter surprise, one of them he recognized as the usually gentle voice of his father that had been distorted to an angry shout, and the other was a younger female's voice. As Harry remembered that the events up until now were not a dream, he guessed that it was Magnolia, the spoilt little sister that he never had. You promised that you'd take me to Florine Fortescue's for ice cream today. And now you tell me that you'll be going out with the other Harry instead. I never promised you anything. I just suggested it, but now that the other Harry has come here, Dumbledore has requested to see him and I will need to go with him. But I want ice cream. Again, Harry was greatly reminded of Dudley. Now Maggie, I'm sure your father can take you to eat ice cream tomorrow, that was Lily's voice. Dumbledore is a very busy man, and if we don't see him today we are not sure when the next occasion we get a chance will be. You can eat ice cream every day after this if you want. All you care about is the other Harry, you don't care about me anymore. Dudley used to pretend to be very upset in order to get what he wanted. Harry wondered if Dudley's tricks would work on his parents. Honey, that is not true, your father loves you very much. Harry could picture his mother hugging a distraught-looking Magnolia. He has a strange way of showing it. At that moment, Harry heard footsteps behind him and saw Sirius coming down the stairs, fully dressed. The Marauders had stayed the night. Sirius was probably used to hearing such arguments in the mornings. Their eyes met. Sirius was questioning, and Harry just shrugged his shoulders. Sirius walked past him and into the kitchen where the argument was taking place. Harry thought he should make an appearance as well and walked silently into the kitchen behind Sirius. Sirius swept up to Magnolia and lifted her up. What's the matter, doll? Another early morning? Sirius asked casually. Daddy doesn't care about me anymore. He only cares about the other Harry, who isn't even his real son. She glared in Harry's direction. James and Lily hadn't noticed Harry enter and whipped around to face him. Morning Harry, James muttered, looking anxiously at Harry, probably afraid that Harry would take that last comment to heart. Good morning Harry, would you like to sit down for some breakfast? Harry returned a smile and shook his head. I might actually get dressed first. Harry turned and hurriedly left the kitchen. Similar to Harry, Sirius had woken up to the sound of shouting, and he was well aware of who the voices belonged to. He got out of his bed and made his way to the showers, wondering if the shouting would be over by then. After a quick shower and brush of his teeth, he realized that the loud voices still went on, and he made his way downstairs. He was a little surprised to see Harry standing at the doorway, probably too afraid to go in. Harry turned around and Sirius raised a questioning eyebrow, to which a shrug of shoulders was returned, and Sirius swept into the kitchen and made his way straight to Magnolia and lifted her up. Sirius looked at the girl in his arms. She was as cute as ever, with the flowing red hair and the bright eyes, just like a doll, hence his pet name for her. However, Sirius had always known that she was on the spoilt side, and had always wondered how she could become that way. James and Lily were good parents, and Harry had turned out fine, but how did Magnolia get so spoilt? Maybe it was to be expected of the youngest in the family, and maybe not. I know from personal experience, Sirius didn't want a fight in the family, and therefore he made an offer. Doll, how about I take you for your ice cream? Magnolia's face brightened. Really? Yeah, really. Sirius plopped Doll back on the ground and walked towards James, who whispered fiercely, But Sirius, you were supposed to come with me to see Dumbledore. Do you want that girl to never forgive you? James looked like he was about to protest that she wouldn't hold that grudge against him, but Sirius continued, Besides, you can go with the other Sirius and Remus. All they were going to do today was explore this world, and they could do that any time they wanted before the end of the holidays. But Dumbledore was going to assess our ability to travel across dimensions and see how far our magic could take us. I'm sure Dumbledore could use the other Sirius, who is practically me anyway. James looked like he was about to argue when Harry walked into the kitchen with Sirius and Remus. "Morning everyone," Sirius and Remus chanted. Harry, standing next to them, just rolled his eyes. He looked around. Magnolia was smiling happily to herself at the table, and Harry assumed that she had somehow won her argument, probably with the use of tears, which are a girl's best weapon. Lily seemed pleased that the argument had concluded and was cooking some bacon. James and Sirius stood to the side and looked as though they were discussing a matter of great importance, which was probably the next prank they wanted to play on hapless Ministry members. There were 2 people missing. "Where are Harry and Remus?" he asked the whole room. Sirius faked a look of shock. "Kid, Remus is standing right next to you, and you're Harry," he exclaimed. Harry rolled his eyes again, and James stepped forward. "Our Harry wanted to have a lie-in today, and I think he had planned to go to the local library to look at some books in the afternoon. Remus had a previous appointment with some other people in the Ministry to discuss some research they had been doing." Harry nodded. He had found out that Oremus was working in the Ministry of Magic in the field of magical creatures, dark and light, to which his first-hand knowledge was invaluable. James and Sirius were on call, Aurors. They needed to apparate to places in which help were needed when they were called. As being an Auror was a dangerous job, they were well paid. Even when the attacks have thinned out, they risked their lives whenever they were called and therefore deserved the payment. As there were not many attacks as of late, with Oremus' help, they had infiltrated the Ministry building on multiple occasions and brightened up the Ministry wizards' dull lives. And also due to the lack of work, James and Sirius were able to commit their time to the study of cross-dimensional travel, even though James was committed to his family and Sirius to his frequent date Sarah, whom Sirius looked forward to meeting so that he could find their world's equivalent after his name's cleared. Lily finished the bacons and everyone sat around the table. His mother was a teacher at the local Muggle school that Magnolia attended, and even tutored some magical children in the field of charms in the evenings. He briefly remembered his trip to buy a wand, when Ollivander had mentioned something about his mother's wand being good for charms. Everyone discussed the day's plans. Sirius was taking Magnolia to Diagon Alley for some ice cream. James, Sirius, and Remus were taking Harry to see Dumbledore. Lily was going out with some girlfriends, and Harry was staying home for the day. The house was eerily quiet. Harry opened his eyes slowly and looked at the clock. It was 11 a.m., still too early to wake up. However, try as he might, he could not get back to sleep, the reason being that he was thinking too much about the events of the day before. He remembered his counterpart, who had a smaller build than him and was more serious than he was. Of course he'd be more serious. He grew up with a bunch of Muggles who hated wizards and he never knew his family. Harry didn't ask Harry too much about his life with the Muggles, well aware that it was a sensitive topic. Harry got out of bed and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth. He looked in the mirror. Yes, Harry looked a lot like Harry, the same messy hair, with the same green eyes. However, Harry didn't have a scar marring his forehead. Harry was not sure where Harry could have gotten it, but guessed that it had something to do with Harry being orphaned. And although they both had the same green eyes, Harry realized that Harry's had some sadness in them that Harry did not possess. Was it because of the life Harry had led? Somehow, Harry felt close to Harry, maybe because they were the same being. He felt a brotherhood with Harry. Harry pondered all this as he brushed his teeth. He went to get changed and went downstairs for breakfast. After helping himself to what his mother had left for him, he grabbed his CD Walkman from his room, and made his way outside, locking the door behind him. Today he would look at some books at the library. Tonight he would begin a new adventure, and maybe Harry would like to take part in his adventure as well. James had conjured a red baseball cap for Harry to wear, not wishing for people to see the scar on his head. They'll just think you're our Harry if they can't see the scar and don't realize the fact that you're a little smaller than him. And so Sirius, Magnolia, James, Remus, Sirius, and Harry sat on the night bus which took them to Diagon Alley. To Harry's amazement, both Stan and Ernie still operated the bus, and Ernie's driving in this world was no better than the Ernie in his own world, almost running over a total of 297 landmarks and 134 live creatures by the end of their trip. Sirius and Magnolia got off at Diagon Alley. heading to Florian's, and Sirius made a quick stop to get a wand at Ollivander's, claiming that he had lost his. Ollivander provided him with a suitable wand, and he hopped back onto the night bus. After a rocky ride, they were in Hogsmeade. Sirius insisted on buying some Zonko's products to redecorate Snape's office to match the one in his world, and how was James to resist such an idea? After selecting some premium prank products, the four of them made their way to hire some carriages to take them to Hogwarts. The trip was mostly uneventful, and after the carriage delivered them right up to the front door, they let themselves in. As to be expected, Harry found that it looked exactly the same as the Hogwarts in his world, the same stone walls and the same marble staircase, and Harry felt again as if he was home. "Well, Harry, I'm sure you know how to make it to Dumbledore's office on your own," James suddenly said. "What, I thought that you were coming with me." Harry looked confused. "Well, Moony, Padfoot, and I are paying a quick visit to Snape's office before we go to see Dumbledore, and I'm sure Dumbledore is most eager to see you out of all of us here, right?" Padfoot nodded vigorously. Moony just smiled, and Harry wondered why they wouldn't ask him to come along. Of course, James didn't want to mention what some of the products they got were, which included some R-rated products. They had no intention of corrupting this innocent version of Harry. Sirius put a hand on Harry's shoulder and took him to the side. "Harry, I know you want to spend a lot of time with us, but this is a little special. I haven't been a marauder in such a long time, and just having the three of us, it'll be like the old days, do you understand?" Harry understood immediately, and nodded. His godfather had been stuck in Azkaban for 12 years, 12 years without any happiness. Surely he deserved to relive his school years for just a moment. Sirius felt a bit guilty using his unjust imprisonment to stop his godson from coming with them, but what he said was partly true. So the four of them separated ways, and the three marauders promised that they wouldn't be more than 10 minutes. Harry made his way up the stairs alone, making sure to jump all the trick steps, and tracing the familiar way to the headmaster's office. Every suit of armor and every portrait was exactly the same as in his world. He thought about Sirius, who looked happier than he'd ever seen, even happier than at the end of Harry's third year when Sirius was looking forward to freedom. Even Professor Lupin seemed to have less lines on his face. Harry forgot to ask what became of Wormtail in this world, and made a note to ask Dumbledore about it when they met. He wondered briefly what the marauders were going to do to Snape's office, and remembered how his Snape had reacted when they redecorated his office. No doubt once school started again his Snape would give him an extra hard time for it. Lost in his thoughts, Harry walked into someone as he turned the corner. Harry, being a lot lighter than the other person, fell on his backside. "I'm sorry," Harry hurriedly exclaimed. "Are you okay?" He looked up to see the face of Neville's nightmares. "Maybe I didn't need to ask that. I'm the one on the floor, not him." Snape looked a little shocked at seeing Harry, then the famous sneer returned to his face. Well, if it isn't Potter," he spat the word. "Somehow I doubt that you are sorry and that you are genuinely worried if I am. Okay, after this most unwanted run-in. And what would you be doing at school during the holidays, planning to plant a prank so that the welcome feast can go off with a bang?" If Harry thought his Snape hated him, this Snape must hate Harry even more because of all the pranks that Harry played. "No sir, I'm here to see Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied, a little unsure of how he should act. He stood up off the floor and brushed himself off. The reply surprised Snape, who had probably expected some smart remark or other, and then Snape took in Harry's Muggle clothing and the cap. There was something different about this boy. "I do not trust you to make it to the headmaster's office without blowing something up, therefore I will take you there myself." Snape was in fact afraid that Harry would do something to his office, and he made a gesture for Harry to walk ahead of him. "And you are to take your hat off. Did your parents not teach you to not wear hats indoors?" Harry seethed for a moment at the comment, but decided that it'd be better if he caused less trouble. So he walked in front of Snape and took his hat off, glad that Snape wanted Harry to walk ahead of his, that way Snape couldn't see his scar. The two of them made their way there in silence, only the sound of their footsteps echoed down the corridors. They were a few corridors away from Dumbledore's office when Snape suddenly grabbed Harry's arm. "Ow, Professor, what are you doing?" Harry exclaimed. Snape glared at the small boy in front of him, You are not Harry Potter. Harry's eyes widened. What? You are smaller than Harry Potter. Harry Potter never calls me Professor or Sir, and Harry Potter is not as obedient as you. Snape's eyes flickered to Harry's scar, and Harry Potter does not have a scar. Tell me, who are you and what do you intend to do to Dumbledore? Harry didn't know what to say. They had intended to keep the cross-dimensional travel secret, considering how such information could cause the destruction of several worlds if it fell into the wrong hands. And those hands weren't necessarily just Voldemort's. What if everyone wanted to see their counterparts or were not pleased with the world they lived in? Having people roam the world was enough, not to mention other worlds. If the road to other dimensions were open to everyone, then there would be utter chaos. Harry hadn't thought that Snape would notice anything different, but maybe Snape had studied Harry close enough in order to avoid intended pranks and knew all of Harry's features and habits. Harry's smaller height must have been a dead giveaway to an Harry expert like Snape. I'm not going to do anything to Dumbledore, Harry ended up saying. Snape sneered, of course you're not. He conjured some ropes that tied themselves around Harry's wrists. Still with his wand pointed at Harry's head, he pulled up the sleeve of Harry's left arm to see nothing. Not fazed in the least, Snape walked behind Harry and poked Harry's head with his wand. Stay ahead of me, and don't try to pull off any tricks, surely you don't want a hole in your head. The question was more a statement. Harry knew that he'd be fine once they found Dumbledore, so he began to make his way to Dumbledore's office with the wand poked in the back of his head. Let's just hope that Snape wasn't trigger happy, or, should he say, wand happy. Harry walked up the corridor and stood in front of the gargoyle. Snape cast a charm so that Harry couldn't hear a thing, and the next moment the gargoyle jumped aside and Snape lifted the charm. They stepped onto the moving staircase, and when they reached the door, Snape knocked 3 times. Come in. Dumbledore's happy voice was heard. Snape turned the doorknob and Harry walked in ahead of him. Dumbledore looked up from his papers and looked slightly amused at what he saw. Severus, you are back again. Was there something you were not pleased with? Albus, you know perfectly well that I could not defy the arrangements you made for my dungeons to be used as your temporary bowling alley so that you could practice your skill at rolling a ball until the start of the school term. I have run into this Potter imposter, and thought you'd be most interested to interrogate him. I believe that he is a work of Voldemort's in an attempt to infiltrate this school. In the excitement of his speech, Snape poked Harry's head several times with the wand, causing immense pain in Harry's head at that point. I must praise your efficiency in capturing possible enemies. Now if you could leave him with me and I shall interrogate him. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, and he gestured for Harry to come forward. Harry looked around and saw Snape looking a little confused, but Snape didn't say anything in protest and made his way out of the office, not before sending Harry a death glare. The office looked the same as always, with the same little magical gadgets and the same phoenix on the perch and the same headmaster sitting behind the desk. Harry's eyes landed on Dumbledore and he saw Dumbledore beaming at him. I am sure you would be more comfortable if you could have a seat, Dumbledore said, and with a wave of his wand, the bonds on Harry's wrists disappeared and some very comfortable-looking chairs appeared. Harry rubbed his wrists and sat down. I believe there is no need for introductions as we would have been well acquainted in your world. Dumbledore's eyes moved up and down Harry, studying him carefully. Harry smiled a little awkwardly. Harry, there is no need to be nervous. I am quite sure that in your world I did not make you nervous. How shall we begin? There is a lot I would like to know about your world, as I am sure there is a lot that you would like to know about ours. However, I would like to know where your escorts have wandered off to. Dumbledore smiled at Harry. Well, Sirius, Professor Lupin, and Dad have gone to, see if some of their friends are in. Harry didn't mean to make his statement a question, but Dumbledore probably knew what they were up to anyway, and his smile grew wider. I'm sure that their friend isn't in at the moment, but will be in shortly. They would be most pleased that they didn't miss him. Harry nodded, not really knowing what to say to that. And you called Remus Professor. Is he your professor at school? He doesn't want me to call him Professor, but I'm used to calling him that. He taught us in our 3rd year. The curse of the defense against the dark arts position, I believe. Dumbledore ventured a guess, and chuckled. Harry grinned. It seems as though that would be another similarity between our worlds. Indeed, I only thought it possible for my school to be the only one that had trouble filling up one position of our staff. Technically, it still is only your school that has that problem, Harry pointed out. Indeed, you do seem different to your counterpart you have met the other day. Yes, sir. He was an interesting person. As I was saying before, I have some questions for you, but I am quite interested in what sort of things you would like to ask an old man. You're not just an old man, you're Albus Dumbledore, Harry thought, as his nervousness dissipated, and then he asked, what happened to Peter Pettigrew in this world? Ah, the unexpected traitor. James has informed me briefly of what happened in your world. In this world, he still follows Voldemort. Even without his powers, Voldemort has a lot of loyal followers. Had Pettigrew decided not to follow him anymore, Voldemort's loyal Death Eaters would have hunted him down. So Pettigrew serves him still. Whereabouts he is, we are not sure. No one has seen him since Voldemort's loss of power. Harry wondered if Dumbledore knew that the Marauders were illegal animagi, but thought better than to ask in case he didn't know. There was no desperate need to search for Pettigrew in this world. He was a Death Eater, as many wizards and witches were, but no one was wrongly framed by him and needed him alive. His parents weren't dead and therefore no one sought any form of vengeance against him. But what if Pettigrew used his form to spy? So no one's seen anything at all related to Pettigrew. Dumbledore seemed to understand what Harry was implying, not even a rat. Everyone knows that Pettigrew is an illegal animagus whose form is a rat. Do not worry, no one knows about Sirius and your father, there is no need for anyone to know. As long as everyone is concerned, Voldemort taught Pettigrew how to become one and he therefore became one illegally. And there is no fear of them being discovered because even if they were, I will tell everyone that they had my specific permission to become animagi for our mission against the dark. Harry was surprised that Dumbledore would lie about that, and it must have shown on his face. Dumbledore laughed. No need to look so shocked. I am aware that they had no ill intent when they became animagi, and therefore I allow them to continuing being unregistered animagi. Now that you have asked a question, may I ask you one? Sure thing. Dumbledore nodded. James has given me a brief account of what your life was like and of Voldemort's downfall. I would like to know about it in more detail. I believe that you are connected to your Voldemort by your scar. Being aware that Dumbledore would probably question him about his whole life anyway, Harry again launched into a lecture of his history. Being the second time around telling it, it was a lot easier and he was a little more aware of which facts he omitted and which he kept in the first telling of it to James. He knew that details didn't escape Dumbledore, and therefore hoped fervently that Dumbledore didn't notice when things were being left out. Snape, Otherworld Snape, did not know why Dumbledore did not allow him to stay for the interrogation. Usually Dumbledore preferred to have Snape around for a second opinion when they were speaking of Voldemort-related topics or dark art-related topics, and no doubt that boy was not Harry Potter and was therefore a product of Voldemort's to try to confuse people. Then why did Dumbledore make him leave? What was the significance of the Potter look-alike? He made his way to his dungeons, which Dumbledore had transfigured into a bowling alley. He was not very sure what the Muggle game was about, but he knew it had something to do with knocking some things down with the heavy balls, a load of rubbish, really. As he neared the door to the dungeons, he heard some noises. Who could be in there? Was it another one of Voldemort's minions? With his wand out, he hurried to the door and opened it to see nothing. But there was something different about the place. He noticed that the balls and the bowling pins were not in the same place as he had left them, and there was also a smell in the air that came from his office. With hurried footsteps, he made his way to the door and pulled it open, wand outstretched, to see the most horrid thing ever. If Snape had been a teenage boy, the place would have been an amusing dream. However, he was not a teenage boy and these decorations were hardly of interest to him at this point of time. He growled deeply in his throat as he cast spell after spell to make the decorations disappear and summoned some potions to clear out the acrid smell in the room. He noticed, however, that every time he muttered a spell to make something disappear, another spell was cast to make it reappear, and he spun around to see an arm protruding from nowhere, and shot a fireball at it. James, Sirius, and Remus had done their job in about 5 minutes. Remus had contributed some ideas, but James and Sirius, a little more on the immature and enthusiastic side, had done most of the work. They were about to leave, but the bowling alley was very tempting, and soon the three of them got caught up in the game. All being fond of Muggle games, the three of them had had practice over the years at bowling. However, it was obvious that Sirius had not had a chance to bowl in the longest time and he was losing. "You're even worse than our Sirius, and that's saying something," James scoffed. "At least I beat you in exploding snap. That's because you's ganged up on me." "Hey guys, one of our alarms went off," Remus exclaimed. "Invisibility cloak, everyone." James took out the cloak and they all scrambled underneath. To their delight, the person who came in was Snape. His black eyes roamed the dungeon, passing over the three marauders under the cloak. Snape then quickly made his way to his office and opened the door. The look on Snape's face was priceless, and James quickly took several photos with his Muggle camera. Snape began to make their things disappear, so Sirius took out his wand and began to make the things reappear. To their surprise, Snape spun around and conjured a fireball to shoot at them, and all three of them scrambled different ways to get away from the spell, James dragging the cloak with him. The three of them stood up, and laughed, unable to stop their laughter. "I should have known it was you three. Never acting your age, causing trouble when there are more important things to do like capturing Death Eaters. But no, you three always do whatever you want, disregarding what is best for the magical community." Snape snarled. "That's a bit much, isn't it? We're still Aurors and capturing evil wizards when we are called, and that is doing something for the magical community," James said through his tears. Snape pointed his wand at James and scowled. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't hex you." We made your office look better." Snape opened his mouth to utter a curse when Remus stepped forward. "Please, Professor Snape, we were only joking. How about we settle it without the use of curses and hexes?" Snape reconsidered his situation. It was 3-on-1, if they were to begin hexing each other, he was bound to lose. "What do you propose, werewolf?" Remus didn't seem the least bit fazed by the insult and continued, "We have a game of bowling. If you win, we will clear your office and will grant you 3 favors. And if we win, you will keep your office that way for the rest of the year and you will grant us 3 favors. Is this some sort of trick? Of course you're going to win. We'll be playing a stupid Muggle game that I've no idea what it is about. And how do I know you will keep your word?" Remus looked at James and Sirius, who both seemed to agree with the way Remus handled it. "You have our word, Gryffindor's honor." Snape was aware of how Gryffindors could be ridiculously honorable. "We have a deal," he growled. Remus and Sirius had wanted James to play, who was by far the best player of the three. They had a heated but silent conversation, well aware that Snape might be hearing what they were saying. To their disappointment though, Snape guessed that James was the best player and somehow pinned Sirius as the worst and chose to play him. Sirius thought this unfair, but then again, it was unfair that they had 3 players to choose from and Snape only 1. So the game began. "Come on Padfoot. Go, 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 go." It was a gutter. "Sirius, you don't bend your arm like that when you bowl." Remus sighed exasperatedly. "Try to aim for the middle, not for the side," James exclaimed. Snape sneered. Well, maybe you aren't that good after all. I had wanted a challenge." Sirius seethed, and Snape stepped forward and bowled. Another gutter. The 3 marauders howled with laughter, and Snape's cheeks flushed a little as he stepped back and said, "Your turn, Black." "Well, maybe I am a bit of a challenge for you after all." Sirius howled. So the game continued, and both being equally hopeless at the game, the points were very close. Sirius was winning by 2 pins when Remus suddenly stepped forward. "Guys, we totally forgot we came to see Dumbledore. We said we'd only be 10 minutes and it's been over an hour." "Oh no, Harry must be waiting for us." The 3 of them made their way to the door and Snape argued, "What, are you afraid to lose? If you leave the game, you forfeit. You can tell we would have won anyway, so just forget about it all right," James said as he reached out to open the door. The 3 of them rushed out and as they left they heard Snape yell, "What about my office?" and chuckled to themselves. Snape thought it was best that they left anyway, as it was evident he had not much more skill than Black at the game. He rolled his ball again to see what his outcome would have been. It was another gutter. Wait a moment, did they say they were going to see Harry? So that other boy was really Harry Potter. Snape made his way out of the dungeons, going to see what that boy was all about. Harry took a sip of water that Dumbledore had conjured for him. Dumbledore had been a good audience to Harry's story, making comments at the right moments and asking several questions to verify parts of the story. Dumbledore had quickly noticed that Harry left something out about the Chamber of Secrets and questioned him about it, and Harry decided that Dumbledore wouldn't hold Harry being a Parselmouth against him. Most fascinating indeed, Dumbledore had said. There were several other things Dumbledore questioned him about, such as about his life at the Dursleys, and about his run-in with Quirrell in the trapdoor. At the end of the story, Dumbledore had picked up several of the things Harry left out, but decided not to question him some of it. He gave Harry an understanding smile. You have been a good teller, Harry. Now are there any other questions that you would like to ask me? Of course there were a lot of questions. If his Dumbledore didn't tell him why Voldemort wanted to kill him when he was a baby, he highly doubted that this Dumbledore would share that piece of information with him. There was another question, he felt, that was more important than the others. Yes, sir. How did you take Voldemort's powers from him? Dumbledore sighed. I did not take his powers away from him, I simply locked them up inside of him. He is like a safe now. Without the right key or combination, he cannot open up the door to his inner powers. So the power is still inside of him, he just has no way of knowing how to tap into that power once again. There is a risk of him finding out, but the only person in this whole world who knows what that key is me, so the risk is very minimal. If you could find a way to lock away his powers, couldn't someone else find that as well? You would be correct there, Harry. However, this spell is one that I myself have created after I have cited one similar to that in some ancient scrolls in my possession. And there is no way that anyone else can see those scrolls, as they are locked away, safe, in a place that only I know. In fact, your Dumbledore would know of this place as well, as it is a family secret. I am sure that once your Dumbledore sees these scrolls he would be able to work out how to cast the spell. Why should you go through all that trouble? You can just tell me what the spell is. And risk you going off to cast that spell? I think not. Why not? Dumbledore was silent for a moment as he pondered how to answer that, and Harry wondered if you had to be a very powerful wizard to cast such a spell, or if Dumbledore did not think Harry had the ability to cast such a powerful spell. I will not lie to you, Harry, a spell that captures a wizard's magic and locks it up requires a lot of power. If a wizard was to cast it, a lot of their life energy would be drained and it could mean death. That is one of the reasons why I do not wish for you to know the spell, as you or anyone else you tell may be tempted to try to cast it. I have no doubt that you would attempt it. From what you have told me of your life, it would seem inevitable that you are the one who will cast the spell if you had the ability. The other reason is that if I told you straight out what it was, what if you were captured and forced to share the secret? I will not allow the risk for something like that to happen. Harry remained silent. I do realize that your Dumbledore has the most need for this spell, and I will therefore give you the details of where the similar spell can be found. As he was about to finish, there was a knocking on the door, and 3 figures burst in. Sorry we're late, Sirius panted. Yeah, we, got a bit caught up. Remus made up the explanation. You see, we met up with a friend we haven't seen in a long time, so we had to do a bit of catching up. James put in. Dumbledore smiled knowingly and gestured for them to sit down on the chairs he just conjured. As they sat down, James looked at Harry. Hey kid, sorry we're late. Harry grinned, guessing that they met up with Snape. That's okay, I just finished telling Professor Dumbledore my life story. Dumbledore nodded, and I was just about to give him a message for the Dumbledore in his world that will allow his Dumbledore to lock away Voldemort's powers. The 3 marauders nodded, their breathing slowly returning to normal. They all leaned forward. Tell your Dumbledore this. In our vault, Aberforth's candles right. What? The other 4 in the room exclaimed. Dumbledore chuckled. That is the reaction I wanted. I do not want any of you guessing how to get to the spell and therefore learn to cast it. I am sure your Dumbledore will feel the same way. therefore only he will understand where these clues lead. Harry had known that Dumbledore was a genius, and genius think alike, therefore it is only likely that his Dumbledore will know what the clue meant. Remus looked as though he was deep in thought, and James and Sirius looked at one another and shrugged. Now, for the true purpose of your presence, I will like to assess your ability to breach the gap between worlds. James, if you could please step forward. Snape burst into the office right then. Not knowing any of the secret passages, he took longer to get there than the Marauders. In his anxiousness, he forgot to knock and just let himself into the office. James, please step forward. Sirius exclaimed at Snape. Harry stifled a laugh with his hand. James scowled at Sirius, and Snape gave them all a confused look before his eyes landed on Harry. He stepped towards Dumbledore. Albus, what is the meaning of this? This boy is clearly not Harry Potter, yet these men said that he was. Harry noted that Snape seemed to refrain himself from being rude in the face of the wise wizard. Dumbledore gave Snape a piercing look, then sighed, I trust you will keep this exchange confidential. You don't even need to ask, Snape said. Harry was aware that his Dumbledore trusted his Snape greatly, and he thought about the end of the third task. What did his Dumbledore ask Snape to do? James and Sirius have discovered a spell to promote cross-dimensional travel. Snape glared at the aforementioned men as though it was their fault that a lot of trouble was bound to happen. This Harry is not our Harry, he is a Harry from another world. Snape stared at Dumbledore for a while, then his eyes flew over to Harry seated on the comfortable-looking seat. Harry squirmed a little as Snape scrutinized him. We do not wish for anyone else to find out that such means of travel is possible. Think of all the havoc that would ensue if everyone began to travel to different dimensions. Today I have asked them here to assess their abilities, and they shall return to their own world once the school year starts. I thought Harry Potter was the only one who's from another dimension. Dumbledore chuckled. In fact, there are currently 3 people in this room from another dimension. Snape looked around. Sirius and Remus waved to him. Now Severus, you may stay to observe the assessment, or you may leave, if you so wish. Snape stood still for a moment, and then went and stood in the corner, obviously wishing to satisfy his curiosity. Now, as I was saying, James, please come forward. James stood up and walked to the middle of the circular office. Dumbledore muttered a spell that hit James in the chest. Now think of your relationship with Sirius. You are both aware that your friendship, or brotherhood, is great. The color your aura becomes will indicate the magic that your friendship holds. Keep in mind that not all ordinary friendships create such magical bonds. Other things can be the cause of magical bonds, such as Harry and his scar. Harry looked down at his hands. Did that mean that if Harry wanted to travel across dimensions in the future then he would need to enlist Voldemort's help? James closed his eyes, and a bright red aura began to appear around him. Harry looked at Snape. For once Snape did not have a hateful expression on his face. Snape stared at the aura in awe. Excellent. Now Sirius, if you could step forward and stand where James is. James, please return to your seat. Sirius hurried forward, then frowned. Professor, I'm not sure if it'll work for me. It was the Sirius of your world who achieved it with James, not me. I understand your worry, but you share a great friendship with James also, do you not? Not to mention that you and our Sirius are the same people anyway. Just try. Close your eyes. Dumbledore cast a spell on Sirius. Sirius had been more afraid that his years in Azkaban would affect the outcome of this assessment, but decided he didn't want to indulge in such information in the presence of the greasy potions master. He closed his eyes and to everyone's amazement, the aura around him also turned a bright red. He opened his eyes and briefly, and seeing the red aura around him, he hopped up and down excitedly. It worked. Dumbledore chuckled. As we can see, they both feel very strongly about each other. Now if you could both come forward and hold each other's hands and do the same thing. Dumbledore leaned forward to have a good look. James and Sirius did as they were told, and the aura around them became a glittering gold, and Dumbledore clapped his hands together. Brilliant. The gold indicates great magic, great power, in the bond. If the two of you so wished, you would probably be able to not only travel to the dimension next to ours, but to dimensions even further away. James looked excited at that prospect, but Sirius looked a little uncomfortable. He had his freedom in his world to worry about, all James had to worry about was adventure. Both Harry and Remus noticed the different reactions, and Remus stepped forward and put a hand on both their arms. That's great, but I think that knowing about two different worlds is confusing enough. Sirius looked to Remus and gave a grateful smile. James didn't seem the least bit put off. Once we defeat Voldemort in your world and capture Wormtail in that world, we can travel to different dimensions to help our other selves. Hearing this, Snape snapped to attention. Do you mean that the Voldemort in your world is still in full power? If so, how can you people all be alive? Dumbledore looked at Snape carefully. Yes. Voldemort lost his powers 14 years ago, and only got them back last year. In fact, seeing as our Voldemort does not pose much threat at the present time, and considering we already have ourselves mixed up with some of the occupants of the other world, we might as well do the most we can to help them. Severus, you are an expert in the field of dark arts. I am sure that they could use your expertise to their cause. And travel with these loonies? I think not. Not to mention that the Severus Snape in their world will be able to provide plenty help to their cause already. Come on Severus, you will not need to teach during that time. Harry had a feeling that Dumbledore really wanted Snape to help them, and that by saying that Snape would not have to teach would imply that Snape would not have to face Harry and his pranks, and the embarrassment of what the Marauders did to his office, and if this world's Neville was anything like his, it'd be a relief for Snape not to teach for a while. I shall consider it, Snape huffed. Silence reigned in the room. Harry was aware that Snape was an expert with the dark arts, and that enlisting his help would be invaluable, not to mention they needed all the help they could get with Fudge being stubborn and not admitting to himself that Voldemort was back. Sure enough, he guessed that Snape was invaluable because his Dumbledore trusted Snape and Snape used to be a Death Eater spy, so he must have been a very cunning person to be able to pull off being a double agent. Of course, Harry just guessed that Snape used to be a Death Eater because of the events of last year. Harry stared at Snape. Snape seemed to be deep in thought, and then suddenly something about his face changed, as though he had come up with a good idea. I will help the occupants in the other world, on several conditions. There was a groan, and Harry turned to James, Remus, and Sirius. They looked worried. I still don't know why Dumbledore was so eager to have Snape come with us. James exclaimed. I know he could be of help to Harry's world, but to have us take him there. And then Snape has the nerve to say that he'd come on his conditions, as though we really needed him. Sirius put in. Remus shook his head. It is true that at the present time, the more help we can get, the better, and Snape is aware that his help will be invaluable. Come on guys, the conditions aren't that bad, we'll survive. Such optimism coming from a dark creature. James sighed, and Remus frowned at him. Be reasonable, we messed up his office in the first place, so he just wanted us to clean up the mess. I'm not fussed about that condition, it was the other two that I wasn't too fond of, James said. What? One of them being, Harry Potter will never again pull a prank in my class, and the three of you are to do me a favor each. Harry would understand about not being able to pull a prank, he'd just do them out of class anyway. But Snape wants favors from us, think of the awful things he could make us do. He even has our agreement on parchment. I'm sure Snape knows our limitations and will only get us to do something simple, Remus offered with an uncertain smile. It seemed as though Sirius, more understanding of the reality of his world, did not have as many complaints as Sirius would have. Harry was aware that having two Snapes might be a good help to their cause, but that did not mean he was happy about it. It was difficult to tell which Snape had a greater intensity of dislike for him. After meeting Dumbledore and on his way out, Snape had given Harry another death glare that would have given Neville a heart attack, probably for merely being Harry Potter, and related to his arch-nemesis, and then swept down the corridors towards the dungeons. They decided to take the night bus back. During the trip the Marauders explained what took them so long. You see, Snape's dungeons had been transfigured into a bowling alley, probably the work of Dumbledore as Dumbledore loves bowling and used to be the transfiguration teacher, so transfigurating something like that is peanuts to him, Remus began. So, that was why Dumbledore wanted Snape gone. He wanted the dungeons to stay that way for the rest of the year. So we got caught up in a game. Mind, your godfather was losing badly, James put in. Because I haven't played bowling for the longest out of us all. And then the alarms went off to indicate that someone was coming, and in slides the slimy git. You should have seen his face. His expression was a mixture of shock, horror, alarm, anger, James added. And he tried to make our decorations disappear. Sirius made sure not to tell Harry what the decorations actually were. And then Snape shot a fireball at us, Remus exclaimed. Of course, we all had to get out from under the invisibility cloak and scramble out of the way. That git is one dangerous man when angry, but he soon realized he was outnumbered and agreed to a friendly game of bowling. Sirius didn't want to say that he was chosen, but no doubt Remus and James were going to tell anyway. You see, Padfoot here is the worst player out of us all, so Snape somehow realized this and chose to play him. Remus patted Sirius on his shoulder. Snape is one smart man, he has good sense of self-survival. But then again, Snape had never played a Muggle game before, and this was totally new to him. He was just as hopeless, so the game was pretty fair. James nodded. Harry, remember this, I am better than Snape at bowling. Sirius patted Harry on his arm. Really? Harry raised an eyebrow. Look at that, you guys, you've planted doubt in my godson's mind. Of course I was better than Snape. I had played bowling before but Snape never had, so that gave me a bit of an edge, Sirius said, elbowing James in the rib to stop him from laughing. So who won in the end? Harry was curious to know how both sides could still be intact after playing a friendly game of bowling. The animosity between the two sides was infamous. Well, I was winning by a bit, but then we remembered that we were late to see Dumbledore, so we just rushed out of there. So in the end no one won, Sirius replied. If the game had gone on, it was evident we would have won anyway, James said. Don't underestimate Snape. That man could surprise you at the least expected of times. Remus obviously remembered the unexpected appearance of Snape in the Shrieking Shack at the end of Harry's third year. Things could seem to be going well for you until Snape just happens. James looked confused, and Sirius nodded. Harry just smiled. So how was your day? James asked Magnolia. It was fun. You missed out on so much. We ate ice cream, and then we went to the park and I played on the playground with Sirius, and then he changed into a dog and caught the sticks that I threw. Harry and Remus tried to keep from laughing when imagining Sirius playing like any ordinary dog. Sirius and Sirius just frowned at them. At least I know how to keep a kid happy. Sirius protested, putting an arm around Magnolia and looking at James. I would have taken her for ice cream any day except today, I already said that. James argued. Ooh, can we have ice cream tomorrow as well? Magnolia ran to James and plonked herself on his lap. Sure thing. James smiled, and gave her a quick hug. We can make it a family trip, we'll all go together. At that moment, Harry walked in. Hi everyone. Did you have a good day? Sirius observed him then said, you seem to be in a happy mood today, young man. What did you get up to? Harry shrugged his shoulders. Nothing. Just some reading about different animals and stuff. He raised an eyebrow at his father and Sirius. In fact, I'm sure Harry would be interested in the types of animals I learnt about today. Harry looked at both his father and Sirius, who exchanged a quick glance and then nodded. Harry seemed satisfied and came up to Harry and grabbed his arm. Come on Harry, let's come to my room and I'll show you what I learnt today. Harry didn't quite understand the significance of the exchange he just witnessed, and shrugged his shoulders. Okay, I didn't have any other plans. But Harry, you said you'd play the new PS game with me today. Magnolia interrupted, pouting. Mags, I think you got your days mixed up. I said that I'd play with you tomorrow. Okay. Magnolia nodded to Harry, and then sent Harry a death glare. Harry gulped under that gaze. Come on. Harry pulled Harry up and they both made their way to their room. When they nearly made it to their room, Harry heard James stopping Magnolia from following. They went into the room and Harry locked the door behind him. He pulled out a pile of books from his backpack. This action reminded Harry greatly of Hermione. All the books were about various animals, and Harry wondered at this evident obsession with animals. You see Harry, Harry began, then paused. It's so strange calling each other. Harry, did you have any nicknames in your world? Harry shook his head. Okay, you can call me Griff. Sirius calls me that sometimes because he was certain I'd be in Gryffindor. You're a seeker, right? Harry nodded. Well, I'll call you Snitch. How's that? Harry just nodded, unsure of what other type of nickname would be suitable for him. Anyway, as I was saying, I have done a lot of study on animals over the past few weeks to see what sort of animal most represents my personality and characteristics. Oh, Harry began. My father and Sirius have promised me a long time ago that the day after my 15th birthday, they would teach me to be an animagus. Harry gasped, and just before when they nodded, they also agreed that they would teach you as well. Another gasp, and oh, Harry laughed. Come on, Snitch, no need to be so surprised. Our dads and Sirius started doing this in their 3rd year, and all of them got it in their 5th. It only took them so long because they were doing it on their own. With their help, it shouldn't take us half as long. Harry's mind jogged and butterflies began to fly in his stomach. He became a little excited at the though. What if he became a creature that could fly? Or any creature at all, for that matter. It would be very helpful now that he was probably number 1 on Voldemort's to kill list. Who cared about the law when one's life was in danger? It wasn't as though he would use such a skill for evil. Oh, Harry watched Harry for a bit and knew that Harry would agree to try, regardless of the fact that what they were doing was illegal, and as he predicted, Harry nodded. Okay, I'll try. Great. I got books on all types of mammals, birds, fish, reptiles, you name the animal, and it'd be in one of these books. Oh, Harry said, I think I'd like to be some sort of large cat. That'd be way cool. Then again, you can't really choose what animal you become because it depends on what sort of person you are. I'm a bit of a prankster, so I thought maybe some sort of monkey. He laughed, and Harry joined in. Harry was in fact a little afraid that he'd be a snake. Sure, it'd be cool, but they weren't the pleasantest of creatures, and he didn't appreciate that snakes could be easily trodden on. But if he became a snake, he could capture Wormtail. Snakes eat rats, right? But what if Voldemort found him and wanted to keep him? You can have a look at a wide variety of animals and it might give you an idea what animal you may become, and you'll know some of the properties that animal has. I actually have no idea what I'll become. I think Wormtail became a rat because he plays dirty like a rat. Sirius is a dog because he's playful and loyal. I don't know what characteristic Dad has that made him a stag though. Oh, Harry began. What about McGonagall? What made her a cat? She's quick for an old woman, Harry thought. Yeah, quick to get angry and scare us all with detention. Oh, Harry laughed. Do you know a reporter called Rita Skeeter? Harry asked curiously. Oh yeah, she's a Daily Prophet reporter, isn't she? Her articles are very interesting, but of course, they're full of lies. Oh, Harry said, I remember she did some articles about the downfall of Voldemort and interviewing Mum and Dad. She totally twisted their words. They weren't too impressed, and she suffered the wrath of Sirius. What did he do? Just redecorated her place, placed glue on her toilet seat, charmed her quill to write bad poetry, cursed her to speak in rhyme. The list went on. Harry wondered if he should tell him that she's an illegal animagus, and thought that it'd do no harm to capture that awful reporter. She's an illegal animagus as well. Oh, Harry sat up straight. Is she? How did you know? Hermione figured it out. You go, my own. Did Skeeter write an article that offended her? Oh, Harry asked. Not only did it offend her, but it caused her to get a lot of hate mail, and she also wrote a lot of awful articles about her friends, Harry said. Oh, Harry nodded. That's our Hermione. So what animal is Skeeter? A cockroach. Harry sniggered. No, in fact, she's a beetle. That's how she listens in on other people's conversations and gets all the juicy facts to twist in her articles. A beetle. Very becoming of her. Oh, Harry laughed. We can use that fact to our advantage, and speaking of Hermione, Dad and Sirius made me promise not to let any of my friends know, and therefore you must promise as well. Sure, but why? You see, no one except our family, Dumbledore, and some of Dumbledore's agents knows that the Marauders are illegal animagi, and we want to keep it that way. But my Ron and Hermione know about it. Really, either way, the more people who knows about it, the more chance of others finding out. Even if you go back to your world, you shouldn't tell people you're an animagus. We have the natural ability to become an animagus because our dads were, and they may not, they may be jealous of that. At the mention of jealousy, Harry remembered Ron and his jealousy when Harry was chosen as a champion for Hogwarts for the Triwizard Tournament. His jealousy had caused Harry to live some of the most awful times of his life alone. Well, not totally alone, he had Hermione, but Hermione was not Ron. She just didn't have the sense of humor, the apparent dislike for study and Snape, his like for Quidditch. Okay, I promise. Okay, Snitch. Dad said it was good if we knew a bit about several varieties of animals, that way when we become an animal, at least we'd know a bit about it and its capabilities. Oh, Harry handed him a book. Get reading. Could you pass me the book on mammals? Harry looked at the cover of the book that Oh Harry had given him. What, you don't think you'll become a type of goldfish? Oh Harry smiled innocently. Harry just raised an eyebrow and Oh Harry shrugged. Fine, don't dream of underwater adventures then, be a boring old mammal. Harry grinned. Dad and Sirius would be interested to know that you think they're boring old mammals. Oh Harry grinned back, you go do that, and I won't let you read any of these books. Fine, I'll go to the library and borrow some of my own. But you don't have a library card. I'll use yours. Oh no you don't, you're not gonna use mine. I'll make my own when I get there. But you'll need an ID when you make it, and you need your parents' signature to make one. I'm sure Mum and Dad. Harry paused a little, it still felt strange calling them that. I'm sure Mum and Dad would sign the forms for me. What are you two bickering about? Oh Sirius had cast the Alohorama on the door and let himself in. The two Harrys spun around and smiled innocently. Nothing. By the look on Sirius' face, Harry guessed that he heard their friendly banter anyway. Prongs wants to let you know that we'll start tonight at 9 o'clock at my place, Sirius said. Why can't we do it here? Harry was curious to know. Sirius raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? My place is here, I have rooms for myself in this house. Harry was stunned. Why don't you have your own house? Harry laughed at the expression on Harry's face, and Sirius frowned. I used to have my own place, but I came over here all the time anyway so Prongs asked me to move in. Also, Lily got back 5 minutes ago, and dinner should be around 6. His eyes flew to the books, and don't forget to read up on different types of dogs. He grinned and left, closing the door behind him, the lock magically coming back in place. So you can call me Griff, like you used to, and you can call him, Harry pointed to Harry, Snitch. Well, that will make things a little easier around here, Lily smiled. Harry couldn't help staring at her for a bit. She was so gentle. Okay, Snitch, Magnolia began. She made a good impression of Snape spitting out people's names. When do you go back to your world? Mags, don't be so rude. Harry whispered to her. She just scowled. That is something I'd like to know too. Harry turned to Sirius and his dad, ignoring Magnolia's tone of voice. Your Dumbledore said that you could stay here for the rest of the summer, you'll enjoy your holiday more. Besides, it's safer for you here, James replied. Safer? Harry questioned. Yeah, he'd be safe from those relatives of his, Sirius said. Harry wasn't sure if Sirius said that to cover up the fact that Harry was in danger of Voldemort, or if Sirius honestly thought that his relatives would kill him. Either way, he was glad that he was going to stay here longer. He knew that he did not belong in this world, yet over the past 2 days he felt as though he wanted to stay, yet another part of him knew that he had to return to his life. Harry noticed that Magnolia looked disappointed while everyone else just frowned at her. Harry sighed. After a thoroughly enjoyable meal where the food was perfect and was comparable to Hogwarts meals, Harry had again grabbed Harry's arm and pulled him away. Harry had again noticed Magnolia's hostile look. Harry was aware that it was 10 minutes to 9, and Harry was probably taking him to Sirius' quarters. Harry still had not investigated the house, which was 2 stories and looked very big from the outside and even bigger on the inside. He liked the decor though. The colors were simple and even some of the colorful pieces of art hanging on the wall that contrasted with the walls looked like they belonged there. There were family portraits, of course, and a lot of framed pictures full of Harry and Magnolia when they were younger, and also a lot of pictures of the Marauders and Lily. After being dragged halfway across the continent, they stopped in front of a large door with a fancy doorknob that looked like it belonged to medieval times and let themselves in. Harry surveyed the room. There was a bed in the middle in the room with its covers thrown back. There was a large window on one side of the room with a study desk underneath it. The rest of the room greatly resembled the Shrieking Shack with the exception that the pieces of furniture lying around was not half decayed and slightly intact. "You're serious lives here?" Harry was shocked. "Well, it's not usually this bad. He's just been very busy lately and hasn't had time to clean his stuff up. Also, sometimes Moony comes here during the full moon and is locked up in here with Sirius. Sirius keeps him away from his bed and desk. The rest can be disposed of." "Oh," Harry replied as though that was obvious. He plopped himself onto the bed, and Harry sat next to him. Footsteps came and Sirius and James came in. Everybody ready to do something illegal. Sirius exclaimed. "Yeah." Harry punched the air. Have you told Sirius that I'd be doing this?" Harry asked uncertainly. We told him briefly before. He went bonkers at first, saying it was too dangerous and all. "That man sure is too serious," James said. Sirius frowned at the pun. "Anyway, in the end, he saw reason and thought it'd be handy for you to become an animagus. He'll be coming here shortly," Sirius said. As if on cue, Sirius rushed through the door and locked it behind him. "I had a hard time shaking off that girl of yours, Prongs. Well, let's get started." It had been 1 week since Harry had been in this other world. Even though, every time he saw his parents, it still felt a little strange. He knew they were technically not his real parents, but they accepted him and he felt that need to be accepted. And everyone except for Magnolia accepted him. All in all, he was enjoying his stay immensely. It was Magnolia's 7th day at the ice cream parlor. Harry wondered if she would ever become as big as Dudley at the rate she was eating ice cream. James had told her that this would be the last ice cream day, to which she was not the least bit happy as she still had not tried out every flavor of ice cream. However, Sirius butted in and said that there was a known risk of going bald and having pimples on your face if you ate ice cream more than 7 times a month, and he pointed out Stan on the night bus, saying that Stan eaten ice cream 9 days a month and had grown all the pimples and went bald. He was able to grow all his hair back but the pimples stayed. Magnolia was repulsed by Stan's pimply face and hurriedly said that today would be the last day she ate ice cream. They were sitting at some tables just outside Fortescue's in Diagon Alley. The man who served them was the same as the man in Harry's world who had helped Harry with some of his homework and who had given him free ice cream. Harry's ice cream was a tropical mix with different fruit flavors. He chatted with James as he ate. "So what do you think I'm doing wrong in my technique?" He brushed a strand of light brown hair out of his eyes. Everyone had thought it best if Harry, Sirius, and Remus disguised themselves so that no one would ask questions. James had transfigured Harry's face, making it fuller, giving him larger eyes, a thinner nose, and long brown hair. They could not make the scar go away, so they just covered it with some Muggle makeup. "Well, it is no doubt that you are capable of powerful magic, your Moony told us that already. You understand all the theory well enough. It seems as though you have difficulty concentrating on the spell. Is there something worrying you?" James asked worriedly. Harry was again unsure of what his parents would think if they knew he was a Parselmouth, and said carefully, "I'm worried that I might become something awful." "What if I become a beetle like Skeeter?" Harry had told everyone that Skeeter was a beetle. They were delighted at the news and knew that they could use that to make her write honestly. That was not Lily's idea at first, who wanted an arrest for the sake of justice, but the others thought that was a little hypocritical. James laughed. "Somehow I doubt that your personality suits something as awful as that. Don't worry, I have confidence that you will not become an insect." You can see Griff's not worried, even though there is a chance that he'd become something awful, and he's coming along nicely. It doesn't really matter what you become really, we're not gonna look at you any different if you became a sloth or a snake. Harry hoped what he said was true, and he just nodded. Magnolia had finished her ice cream and came over to James with her hand in Lily's. In fact, everyone had finished their ice cream. Sirius, Remus, and Remus sat chatting in the background, while Sirius and O'Harry had a competition to see who could build the tallest tower with the empty ice cream glasses. James, we're going to get Ray. Their owl checked up. He hasn't been flying very well lately. Lily held up the cage that held the old gray owl. Ray hooted softly as though agreeing with her assessment of his flying abilities. Okay, men, James cried to the Marauders. They all looked up quizzically. It is time to go to Ilops Owl Emporium. Are you ready? They all rolled their eyes. We'll wait here for you, Sirius said. They were obviously in the middle of an interesting conversation. James sighed. All right, you guys coming? James asked Sirius and O'Harry, who both nodded and stood up. It seemed as though both towers of glasses were of equal height, and Sirius had tried to add some folded napkins on top to make his taller, but then Harry started skillfully making a structure with the spoons, interlocking their fancy curled ends to make a stable tall structure. I win, Harry cried in glee, and Sirius just huffed. He was not doing too well, in terms of competitions, lately. Like most of Diagon Alley, the Emporium was hardly any different to the one in Harry's world. The only difference Harry spotted was that the place looked a little newer and the owner was different. Harry pointed this out to Lily, who explained, 7 years ago this place was burnt down by Death Eaters. The owner died from severe burns. The place was rebuilt and his son sold it to his cousin, who now works here. Oh, Harry looked around at all the animals. There was, as he remembered, a lot of owls perched around the place. Magnolia was poking some guinea pigs, trying to make them move. O'Harry looked fascinated at some magical creatures in the corner, while Sirius explained what was special about each of them. James and Lily was at the counter speaking with the shopkeeper. Harry was about to join O'Harry and Sirius when he heard some voices. Please, let us out. Curious, Harry followed the voices through the maze of cages and pet products. He had a bad feeling in his stomach who those voices belonged to, but they sounded so sad. Their tones were so hopeless. As he had predicted, he reached variety of cages full of snakes of different types. The voices were coming from the large snakes. Please, we have been here for too long, we want our freedom. Master, please help us. Harry started. Were they referring to him as their master? He looked around, making sure no one was in hearing distance. I am not your master, he said. The snakes all seemed to stop for a moment, as though contemplating what he had just said. Then they began to slither around again. We were not calling to you, we were calling to our master. You can speak our tongue, you can communicate to him for us. Harry guessed who their master would be. Who else could speak Parseltongue? Do not do it. They are evil, and they will only do harm in the world when they are freed. The voice came from one of the medium snakes. You are correct, they are not to be freed. A large snake in a separate cage agreed. Silence. You are all fools who do not understand your own predicament. These humans will only purchase us to use in their potions, or they want our beautiful scales, or they want us to be a comfort thing to them, a decoration in a small cage. Only our master understands we are not made for all these things. Harry felt a little sick. Here were creatures begging for freedom, something that he believed in. Yet they belonged to Voldemort, even the other snakes agreed. Harry knew that he could not set them free. I'm sorry, your master is an evil man. As soon as he said this, the other snakes protested and Harry knew that there was no way to make them change their minds. I cannot help you, please do not ask me again. Good decision, young human, came the large snake's voice. You will regret not helping us, Harry heard as he turned to leave the area. He did not notice the scuttle of feet as someone hid behind some shelves as he went by. Harry woke up at an early hour the next day. He just lay there for a bit, thinking about the day before. After getting the potions for Ray, Magnolia had no desire to hang around Diagon Alley anymore and was instead eager to go home and played computer games, so they had gone back home after that. The Marauders had stayed behind to hang out at the Leaky Cauldron, and O'Harry had played computer games with Magnolia. Harry had a chance to talk a lot with Lily, and even helped her cook while they chatted. What the snakes said had been a little disturbing. They were extremely loyal to Voldemort, and although Harry and the other snakes thought their intentions were evil, the reasoning of that intention was not so. They were animals bought to be used in potions or for other human uses such as mere decorations, and snakes were not made for that. Harry felt sorry for them, for the fact that they could not be understood, and for the fact that they so eagerly believed in Voldemort. He got up and had a quick shower, then went downstairs. He was the first one up, and decided to make breakfast for everyone else. As he began getting the utensils ready, an owl came in with the Daily Prophet, and the front page headline caught his eye. The Rise of the New Dark Lord. Harry's hand trembled as he slowly reached for the paper, as though delaying the reading of it could delay the truth it contained. Could there really be a Dark Lord rising in this perfect place? There couldn't be. Voldemort is powerless. Or did someone see me speak Parseltongue and misunderstood? Or maybe Skeeter's out there trying to increase the paper ratings. As his fingertips touched the edge of the paper, there was a roar in the living room that made him jump, and turning around he saw a dark-skinned log-shaped head sitting in the fire, looking for all the world as though it belonged there. The head in the fire was one he did not recognize, but the head, after looking around quickly and landing its eyes on Harry, seemed to recognize Harry. "Ah, Harry, I need to speak to your father, it's urgent." Although the man said his message was urgent, somehow he had the soft kind of voice that made the message not seem urgent at all. Harry nodded dumbly and, forgetting the paper, ran up the stairs 2 at a time, reaching his parents' bedroom and rapping the door. "What?" came a mumbled voice from inside. Apparently the room's occupant had not been awake yet. Dad, there's someone in the fireplace to see you. Says it's urgent," Harry said, unsure of whether or not James was a morning person. "Urgent." James appeared in the doorway almost instantly, shirt still twisted around his upper body as though he'd moved around a lot during the night and hair even messier than usual, and ran downstairs, Harry on his heels. James skidded to a halt at the fireplace and bent over. The head started speaking almost immediately. "Ah, James, I doubt you've read the paper." James scowled. "Good morning to you too." "No, at this time of the day I am usually still unconscious. In other words, I'd have my eyes closed and wouldn't be able to read the paper." "What's in the paper?" A person was spotted speaking to snakes in the magical menagerie. "A Parselmouth. That can't be good." Harry froze at James's statement. It was as he had feared, they would not accept a Parselmouth, as it was a sign of a dark wizard. "No, it's not good at all," the head agreed. "That could only mean that you know who is out and about again, or you know who has reproduced, which is a scary thought in itself." "Who saw this?" James asked. "Some kid named Bones." Unfortunately, she only heard some hissing but couldn't see the person's face. She was so scared she ran away as soon as she could, and another unfortunate thing is that the first adult she ran into and shared her news with was Rita Skeeter. "That can't be good, so the Prophet won't be a very good source then." Even as James said this, he considered approaching Rita with her secret and demanding the true details of the event. "No, but we have interrogated the girl and the only information she could give us was that the Parselmouth was a young male." "What about the time she saw this?" The head shook. "Yesterday sometime. She was so scared she ran down empty alleys behind the shops. By the time she ran into Skeeter, she was not aware how long she'd been running around for." James scoffed. "So what did you want me to do?" "I want you and Sirius to investigate this case. Find out if a person really spoke Parseltongue, and if this person exists, then I want him in our cells for further questioning. If he can truly speak to snakes, then he is no doubt a threat to us." James nodded in agreement and raised his hand in a salute. "Yes, sir." The head frowned at the mock salute and disappeared. Harry stared at the place in the fire where the head had been. Should he tell them that he had spoken Parseltongue? It was the right thing to do, but if he did that he would lose what he now considered to be his family. As long as he was careful not to speak Parseltongue in front of other people anymore, then his dad and Sirius will investigate the case, find nothing, and give up. So was it selfish to keep this secret to himself? Lupin walked in then, looking tired as usual, otherwise looking more wide awake than Sirius and Sirius, who both looked as though they needed more sleep. Harry heard more footsteps approaching. It must have been his mother. He doubted that Harry or Magnolia would be awake yet, as their game sessions usually lasted quite a while. Was that Pottle in the fire? Sirius yawned. "Who's this Pottle guy?" Sirius asked. "He's the head of the Aurors at the Ministry of Magic. He had a case for us," James began. "About time. We've been unemployed for so long." Oh, Sirius exclaimed. Which had its good uses, didn't it? Lily asked as she walked in, tying her hair up roughly with a ribbon, otherwise you would not have had enough time to discover your cross-dimensional travel. Also, if you didn't have a job, that meant that the world was in order and that there has been no dark activity, which is what we all want. James swept over to Lily and planted a quick key on her cheek and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Yes, dear, that is what we all want, to live in a peaceful world. Oh, Sirius grinned. Ooh, isn't that sweet? Why didn't I get a key on the cheek when I came in? You really want one? James made a move to go over to Sirius, who stepped back and raised his hands to fend him off. James grinned. I thought so. Sirius and Lupin looked at each other and stifled their laughter. Anyway, what did the guy want? Sirius asked, straightening himself and trying to regain some dignity. Some girl said she saw a person speaking Parseltongue, James started. Really? That can't be good, Sirius said. Harry shrunk back a little. That movement didn't escape Lupin. You can get the exaggerated version in the Daily Prophet. Skeeter. James nodded. Pottle wants us to investigate, see if there really is a person out there who could be the next Dark Lord, or if that person was Voldemort himself. Which is gonna be pretty difficult. If it's Voldemort, I doubt he'd go prancing around Diagon Alley for a repeat experience with Dumbledore. If it was some kid who spoke with the snakes, they'd be too frightened to try it again, Sirius said. And if the Parselmouth won't appear again, what's the point of us investigating? James sighed. We might as well go have a look around, just so that we have something to report back. Sirius plopped himself on one of the chairs surrounding the dining table. What's for breakfast? He looked towards Lily expectantly. She raised an eyebrow and turned towards the sink to get some clean dishes. Well, Sirius, what would you like for breakfast? Lily asked as she walked over to the pantry to have a look. Pancakes would be good, Sirius exclaimed. Then cereal it is, Lily replied sweetly, and placed a bowl in front of Sirius and filled it with some oats. I believe you misunderstood me. No, I understood perfectly. If you are going to live here, I suggest you act like one of the family and do some work. Lily smirked and turned to the others. You can sit down, you know, it's cereal for everyone today, we're out of ingredients for pancakes anyway. The other marauders just laughed nervously and sat down. Harry sat next to James and turned to him. So, why do the Ministry want this investigated? It might be some kid playing around, you know, like how we mew to cats, or cluck to chickens, Harry asked nervously. Sirius turned to Harry. No person in their right mind would even pretend to be talking to snakes, he said, pouring some oats into his bowl. Maybe a Slytherin would, because if someone was caught communicating with snakes, then they'd be singled out as a dark wizard. Oh, Harry said. He noticed Lupin looking at him. So what if you don't find the Parselmouth? Lupin asked lightly. Then nothing happens. There's only so much we can do looking for a person who doesn't want to be found. The news headlines will change and the event will be forgotten, answered James. James and Sirius then discussed what sort of things they could do to investigate this case, and there wasn't much that they could do. They decided to visit the menagerie after breakfast and speak to the owner, asking for details of people who visited. Halfway through their discussion, Harry and Magnolia walked in and Lily filled them in about their case. At Lily's mention that a Parselmouth was spotted in the magical menagerie, Magnolia's eyes flew over to Harry. Harry felt uncomfortable under the stare and excused himself, making his way to his room to get changed. The Potters had several guest rooms, and Harry was given one of the largest ones. Making his way to his room miserably, Harry failed to notice the footsteps following him until he was at the door to his room. He turned around and smiled weakly at Lupin and Sirius. Sirius motioned for everyone go into Harry's room, and once they were all in, he cast a silencing spell on the door. You spoke to the snakes yesterday, didn't you? Lupin eyed him carefully. Harry couldn't think of what to say, and just nodded. Are you going to tell them it was you? Sirius said. Harry shook his head. You heard what they said. Parselmouths aren't a good sign. Besides, they'll just give up if they don't find out anything. Please don't tell them. Lupin sighed. It's your choice whether or not you want to share your talent with others. We won't tell them if you don't want us to. Harry looked at Sirius, who nodded in agreement. although personally I don't think they'd mind it if you told them you could speak to snakes. I mean, that's just like saying all werewolves are evil, but once you know them they're just like us, most of the time. I think that James and the other Sirius would understand. So what were you talking to the snakes about anyway? Lupin was curious to know why Harry would converse with the snakes in a public place. Some of the snakes were telling me that they wanted their freedom and that, Harry took a breath, and that Voldemort was the only one who understood that snakes are not to be purchased for potions and other, humanly, uses. Voldemort sure has a lot of influence on animals, doesn't he? Lupin thought to himself. Not all of them were his followers though, some of them thought that what Voldemort did was evil, Harry said quietly. Magnolia eyed Harry as he left the room, and then turned to James who was just finishing his breakfast. Dad, can I tell you something? Magnolia asked. Sure honey, you can tell me anything. I saw someone speaking Parseltongue yesterday. Sirius choked on his cereal, and hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe some traces of nut from his pajamas. Harry and Lily just stared at her with their mouths open. James put his spoon down and frowned at her. Did you? Why didn't you tell us? I was afraid you wouldn't believe me if I told you, she said. We would have believed you. Sirius smiled. What made you think that we wouldn't? Magnolia steeled herself, and looked James in the eye, because the person I saw speaking to the snakes was the other Harry. There was a pause. Magnolia still stared at James, and James stared back with a look of shock, which miraculously changed into that of anger. Honey, he said in a small voice, as though trying to keep the anger in, did you really see someone speaking Parseltongue? See, that's why I didn't tell you yesterday because I knew you wouldn't believe me. That's because we know our Harry can't speak Parseltongue, so there's no way the other Harry could. But I heard with my own ears, I saw with my own eyes. You've had it in for the other Harry since I took him to see Dumbledore. You think that we care more for the other Harry. You do, otherwise you wouldn't be yelling at me like this. We do not care more for the other Harry. The poor boy doesn't have a family, and we're just trying to make him feel accepted, which is difficult while you're being all jealous and making him uncomfortable. And I want him to feel uncomfortable, because he's not a part of our family but he's living here and taking up your time like he is. Sirius isn't a part of our family but he lives here and takes up my time, but you don't complain about him. You just can't stand the fact that Harry has lived an isolated life and needs more attention than you do. Silence reigned as both James and Magnolia tried to catch their breaths. The other occupants in the room had been silently watching the whole time. Lily got up quietly and walked out. Sirius just pretended to keep eating his cereal, not daring to look up. Harry placed a comforting hand on Magnolia's shoulder. Mags, the other Harry will only be here until the end of the holidays, that's why he's getting a little more attention before he leaves, Harry started. Magnolia got up abruptly and glared at Harry, now you're on his side too. I hate you all, and she stormed upstairs. The sound of a slamming door resounded. James was glaring at the seat where Magnolia was sitting, then breathed deeply and turned to Sirius. We're leaving in 5 minutes, he said stiffly, and went upstairs. Sirius didn't know what to say, so he went upstairs to get ready for the investigation. Being in Harry's room with the silencing spell, Harry, Sirius, and Lupin didn't hear any of the yelling that occurred downstairs, and by the time they emerged from Harry's room and entered the dining room, Harry was the only one left at the table. He looked up and smiled with false cheerfulness. Morning. Harry frowned at such an obviously fake cheerfulness. What's wrong? Harry sighed. Dad and Magnolia got in a row. He hesitated a bit. Magnolia was a little jealous about Dad paying attention to you. He looked at Harry. Harry had known that Magnolia was not fond of him, and now he knew why. He felt sorry for her feeling like that, yet at the same time he felt she didn't deserve the pity as she was a spoilt girl. Magnolia's in her room right now sulking about it. Harry continued. Mum's upset, but she didn't say anything about it because she knew how stubborn they could be. I think she's gone for a walk. Dad and Sirius have gone to Diagon Alley. Harry started packing the dirty dishes and taking them over to the sink. Harry quickly walked over to help with the dishes. Hey Moony, can you transfigure my face a little? I want to Diagon Alley. See if I can help them a little and speed up the searching process." Sirius looked at Lupin. Harry understood that Sirius wanted to help them find nothing and just forget about the incident. He wondered if Sirius would try to convince them that a Parselmouth was not necessarily an evil wizard, but it would look a little suspicious if he started speaking kindly of the scum of the wizarding world. "My wand's upstairs," Lupin said, and the two of them left. Harry watched them leave and turned to Harry. "So, what plans have you got for today?" Harry shrugged. "I was intending to just talk with Dad a little about my animagus transformation. I'm still having a bit of trouble." "Yeah, anything I could help you with?" "Nah, it was just some minor details." "How about you? Going anywhere?" "Adrian and Thomas wanted to show me their new skateboards. We were going to go to the skateboard park." "Did you want to come?" Harry smiled at the offer. "I don't even know how to skateboard." "Then it's a good chance for you to learn." "Oh," Harry exclaimed. "I don't want to intrude among your friends. Besides, it won't be so much fun if I broke my neck or something." "You go ahead, I'll stay here and read up on some animals." Sirius and Lupin left for Diagon Alley. Harry went to the skateboard park with his friends, and Harry relaxed on the couch in the living room with a book about large cats. His eyelids started to droop a little when he heard footsteps approaching and he sat up straight to see Magnolia heading straight for him. He stayed seated as she stood in front of him, eyes red as though she's been crying for a long time, and she glared at him. "You think that Dad likes you better than he likes me, don't you?" She crossed her arms across her chest. Harry hadn't been expecting such a straightforward question. He had expected accusations. I don't think that Dad." "You can't call him Dad. He's my father, not yours." Magnolia shouted, and was greeted with silence. Harry was well aware that James was not his father, but hearing Magnolia's voice it made him feel uncomfortable. "I know he's not my father," he said quietly. "Yes, he can't be your father, because he is not an evil man, you are." "What? Yeah, I know you're a Parselmouth. I saw you speaking to the snakes. But no one believed me when I told them. They all believed that you were an innocent boy, that you were not evil." "I'm not evil," Harry protested. "Yes you are, and I'm going to look for Mum and show her that you are evil." She held up a glass jar that contained a little green snake. "You probably don't want to see your friend tortured, do you?" Harry wondered briefly where she got the snake from, but then started when Magnolia made a dash for the door. "Wait!" Harry ran after her. Magnolia was a fast runner, even with her shorter legs. Harry had never had much chance for any sport other than Quidditch, and soon felt out of breath. But he wanted to stop Magnolia. Was that girl really going to torture the snake to get him to speak to it? But again, the comparison with Dudley appeared in his mind and he had no doubt that she would hurt an animal to try to get him to show that he could speak to it. By now the two of them had ran 2 blocks. Magnolia seemed to know where Lily had gone, and she seemed to be headed for a patch of green that was a nearby park. When she got there, she raced around the trees and bushes. She then ran around a large tree and Harry saw her fall back onto the ground, breathing heavily. Harry reached her, also breathing heavily, and was about to reach down to help her up when he saw what, or rather who, she ran into. It was none other than Lucius Malfoy and a horde of Death Eaters. They were not in the usual Death Eater costume, but he recognized them nevertheless. How could he forget the man who was going to execute Buckbeak? Or the man who treated Dobby so badly? "Well well, what do we have here?" he said softly. "I was on my way to visit your lot, but here you are ready to escort me." The other Death Eaters chuckled among themselves. Harry fumbled as he helped Magnolia to her feet, then pushed her behind his back as he faced the Death Eaters. He reached inside his jacket for his wand, only to remember that he didn't bring his wand with him. "Look at that, he protects his sister, how brave. Even without a wand," Lucius added as he noticed Harry pale slightly when he couldn't find his wand. Magnolia turned to run away but one of the Death Eaters hit her with the stunning spell. The glass jar smashed on the cement pathway and the little snake slithered away. "Not so fast, young lady. We believe that the Dark Lord requires your presence," Lucius drawled, then looked at Harry, and the more the merrier. Lucius shot the stunning spell at Harry. With quick reflexes, he ducked out of the way just in time. He quickly picked up some rocks from the ground and threw it at the surprised Death Eaters. He picked Magnolia up and began to run. He looked back to see some of the rocks hit home. He quickly rounded a bush, and heard the bush frizzle as a curse hit it. He looked around, thanking God that the park was empty today and quickly running to hide behind another larger tree. A curse skimmed past his knee as he threw himself to the ground behind a tree, careful not to land Magnolia in a dangerous manner. His heart pumped in his chest. He could do nothing against a bunch of Death Eaters without a wand, and there was nowhere else to run to. There were trees and bushes lining the way to home, but the next one was 10 meters away. Dare he risk the dash? He heard the Death Eaters approach and stop a little way away. Then came Lucius' drawl. "Come on out, Potter, we don't want to hurt you." Even as he said this, he approached the large tree. Harry thought frantically, surely one didn't need a wand to do magic. All wizards did accidental magic at least once in their life when they felt strong emotions. Could Harry harness his emotions to work some magic without a wand? The footsteps were approaching nearer. Harry looked down at Magnolia. She was just a little girl. She shouldn't have to experience anything at all by the hands of the Death Eaters. He closed his eyes and thought of the fear he felt for Magnolia, the fear he felt for himself, the anger at the Death Eaters for being in existence. And he heard a smack as Lucius walked into something. "It's a shield. Someone's put up a shield." In that instant, Harry lifted Magnolia and ran for the next lot of trees. There was a combined yell of "Stupefy" as 3 of the Death Eaters attempted to stun Harry. At first they just bounced off the shield. However, the shield must have come down as Harry no longer let his strong emotions surge through his veins as he ran for his life, and a 4th stunner hit him in his back and he knew no more. Harry was suddenly awoken. The first thing he noticed was that wherever he was, it was pleasantly warm. He heard the roaring of a fire nearby, and the ceiling he was faced with had a single light bulb that was not turned on. He sat up slowly and saw to his fright none other than Voldemort sitting in front of him, eyes as red as blood. His scar stung slightly and the memory of what happened came back and hit him like a hex. He tried to get up and get away, but his feet were tied together, as were his wrists. Voldemort's eyes rested on Harry's scar for a moment, before turning to his Death Eaters. He heard a muttered, "Enervate," as Magnolia, who was lying on the ground next to him, was revived. He looked over to her. "Magnolia, are you okay?" Magnolia nodded weakly. She sat up and looked around at the Death Eaters gathered around the room in a ring, and when her eyes landed on Voldemort, she gave a little gasp. "So our guests have now awakened. You were no doubt curious as to why you were brought here," Voldemort whispered. Harry noticed that this Voldemort, although magicless, looked very much the same as the Voldemort in his world, maybe slightly healthier, a little more filled out. But the ruthless red eyes and the pale skin were exactly the same. Magnolia began to shake. Harry tried to move closer to her, and glared at Voldemort defiantly. Voldemort chuckled at Harry's movements. "Ah, want to protect the girl, do you? There will be no need for that. All I want is some information regarding the sighting of the Parselmouth. I am aware that both of you were present." Harry and Magnolia glanced at each other. Magnolia's eyes were full of fear, and Harry wondered if Magnolia would tell Voldemort that it was Harry who spoke to the snakes. "Ah, you wonder how I knew who was present," he said softly. Wormtail, being the rat that he is, was present at the menagerie on a mission. He failed his mission. He was unable to free my servants. However, he heard a young man speaking Parseltongue. Unfortunately, because of fear of his old friends, he did not emerge from his hiding place and did not see who spoke to the snakes. He was punished for his fear. However, he advised me that both of you were present. Did you see the Parselmouth?" Harry looked at Magnolia again, and she was staring hard at the floor. To his relief, she shook her head. Voldemort chuckled again. "I see you are unwilling to cooperate. If you do not tell me, you will be tortured. If you do, you shall be treated like guests until your father comes to retrieve you. Or maybe an incentive would encourage you to share some information with us." At the mention of James, Harry understood why Voldemort wanted them there. Not only to ask if they saw the Parselmouth, but also to get information on James and Osirius' investigation. It would seem that the Death Eaters were too lazy to do some investigating themselves. Magnolia was shaking like a leaf. and her eyes were filled with tears. Harry didn't know how to comfort her in this situation. He decided they'd figure out a way to escape once they were out of the presence of the Death Eaters. He leant in towards her and whispered, "It's okay, Magnolia, everything will be okay." "Will it now?" Voldemort smiled evilly. "Lucius." Voldemort called Lucius Malfoy over. Malfoy pointed his wand at the pair of them on the ground. Voldemort just smiled. "How about the girl first?" "Crucio!" Malfoy cried. Magnolia began to squirm on the ground under the curse. Her screams echoed throughout the room. However, the scream soon became that of a boy's as Harry threw himself in front of the curse and began to jerk around on the ground, feeling the endless pain for the third time in his life. The curse was suddenly lifted, and Harry lay there gasping for breath. "You see, pain is the only reward for your disobedience. Now Harry, if you do not wish to see your sister in pain, I suggest you tell me what you know of the Parselmouth." Voldemort stared Harry in the eye. He didn't know what to say. Of course, lying was the best option, so why not try it out? I didn't see any Parselmouths," Harry said hoarsely. That was not an entire lie, as he did not see any Parselmouths, he was a Parselmouth. "I'm pretty sure Magnolia didn't see any either," Harry spoke for her, as she was shaking with sobs behind him. Somehow you do not sound so certain. Lucius." The curse came again, and Harry screamed in agony. While he screamed, he wondered briefly if the pain would become bearable if it was experienced often. But the thought left as quickly as it came to be replaced by more pain and more screaming. The curse was lifted again. "It hurt, didn't it?" Voldemort smiled down at him. Harry decided to play along, and nodded. "Now can you tell me the truth?" Voldemort asked. Harry nodded again. Voldemort smiled maliciously. "I didn't see any Parselmouths," Harry said softly. He felt Magnolia stiffen slightly, then resumed her shaking. Voldemort stared at the two children on the ground, and sighed. "I see more pain is needed." He motioned for Malfoy to raise his wand. Harry did some quick thinking. Why did Voldemort want to know who the Parselmouth was? Another ally. Did Voldemort think that he could persuade the Parselmouth to become a Death Eater? If so, what would happen to Harry if he admitted that he spoke to the snakes? Would Voldemort try to get Harry on his side, or would Voldemort see a potentially powerful enemy in Harry and kill him instead? Harry was not afraid of death. However, even if Harry admitted to being the Parselmouth, he doubted that Magnolia would be let off without further torturing. Best to deny the truth and try to buy some time, maybe he'd find a way to escape. Harry then decided some pleading wouldn't hurt. "Please, we really didn't see any Parselmouths. Honest, it really hurt, don't do that again. Please don't hurt either of us." Harry pretended to cry, which wasn't so hard as the pain caused by the earlier curses still stabbed him all over. Voldemort stared at the display of tears. He narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the boy in front of him, apparently afraid of pain and death. The girl was still sobbing behind the boy. Voldemort decided that he could not get any additional information from the children. He looked towards the gathered Death Eaters, and motioned some of them forwards. "Take them upstairs and lock them up." Lily walked into the kitchen and began putting food away in the pantry. The house was oddly quiet, and Lily wondered if Magnolia had calmed down yet. She finally seated herself comfortably and, curious as to what Skeeter wrote this time, she read the article about the sighted Parselmouth. The article was quite a long one, detailing other well-known Parselmouths and their lives. From what Skeeter wrote, all Parselmouths were evil wizards who killed people for the joy of showing off their powers. Lily sighed. That was not what Voldemort was like. He killed people in order to reach his goal, only partly for showing off his powers. An unfamiliar black eagle hawk seemed to fly in from nowhere, and Lily reached up tentatively to accept the scroll that was tied to its leg. The eagle hawk seemed to stare at her with narrowed eyes as she unrolled the parchment and read it. Her eyes widened and she ran to the living room, threw some flow powder in, and stepped in. Lily stepped out into the pub, eyes searching frantically for her husband and his best friend. Not seeing any of the marauders, she headed for the door, hearing Tom call out after her, "Didn't you want something, Mrs. Potter?" Diagon Alley was very crowded. A lot of young wizards and witches flowed in and out of shops, happy families wandering the street. Lily sighed as she remembered the fun that she had the other day with her family. Why, oh why, did darkness surround the light? But wasn't there some saying, with light there are shadows? As she approached the magical menagerie, she saw James and Osiris talking with an elderly couple. Osiris pretended to look interested, nodding his head and taking notes. James was asking the questions. There were two other young wizards standing by listening to the interview with expressions of amusement. So, just 2 hours ago, you saw a man speak to the snakes in the menagerie? James asked, looking at Osiris' notes. The old witch nodded furiously, her eyes wide. Yes, and a scary man he was. His face looked positively like that of a snake's. And he had a forked tongue, the old wizard added, trembling at the thought. And he had slits for eyes, and when he saw us, he wobbled around as if ready to strike. The old witch wobbled on her feet, acting out the movements. The two other wizards looked up and saw Lily approaching. They smiled and went over to her. Hey Lils, did you come for some entertainment as well? The blonde-haired, shorter wizard asked, a gleeful expression on his face. Lily just stared at the Beyond for a moment, then looked at the other wizard, who was thin and dark-haired. The dark-haired wizard smiled. Snuffles derives pleasure from seeing old eccentric people being scared out of their wits. The Beyond wizard slapped him playfully on the arm. Are you implying that I'm sadistic? Enough, Lily suddenly cried, realizing that it was Sirius and Remus in disguise. This caught Osiris and James' attention as well, and they both came towards her. The old couple continued talking to thin air, making wild gestures with their arms. What's up? Osiris asked. Lily's hand trembled as she retrieved the letter from her robes. James snatched the letter and his eyes quickly scanned its contents, paling slightly. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Potter, after spotting your children wandering the streets all alone, my loyal servants have brought them to our care. They seemed eager to prolong their stay, and therefore you can retrieve them on Thursday afternoon at Malfoy Manor. P.S. I am not too fond of meeting too many people, so just keep our meeting small and family only. Osiris, reading over his shoulder, snorted, yeah right, he says that as though he's some child care nurse. Sirius and Remus looked at the letter. Sirius paled. Oh no, they've got Harry and Magnolia. Why would they want them? Apart from the fact that they like to torture anyone, regardless of age, say asterisk, and wizardry background. I'd say that they want any information we find on the Parselmouth, Remus deduced, or, they want to see if you can spill the beans about the secret to unlocking his powers. James put an arm over Lily's shoulder to comfort her, and shook his head. I think it's the former. Several years ago he kidnapped Magnolia and tried to see if Dumbledore would share the secret, but he wouldn't. It was a good thing we had a tracking charm on Magnolia. Dumbledore himself went and retrieved her. We've had several attacks on our home in the past because of our relationship with Dumbledore, but they were not successful because of the wards we place on the house and its occupants, and they realized that Dumbledore wouldn't tell him even if it cost the lives of our loved ones. But we haven't had any success looking for this Parselmouth anyway. He probably doesn't even exist. Osiris exclaimed. Remus sighed. I doubt that matters to Voldemort. There's a chance that he exists, and if he does, Voldemort would want him by his side. Having the gift to speak to snakes is an indication of power, is it not? Voldemort needs that now that he is powerless. So what are we going to do? Lily looked around at the solemn faces. Well, better not discuss this here. We've got 3 days until Thursday. Let's apparate to Moonies, James decided. And the 5 wizards apparated away. As the Death Eaters led Harry and Magnolia through the corridors and upstairs, Harry's eyes scanned his surroundings, taking in as much as he could. Harry had thought the room where Voldemort sat with the roaring fire had looked familiar, and as Harry walked the corridor he became certain that he had seen this place before. He knew that he had never been there physically, and he remembered abruptly that he saw it in a dream where an old man was killed by a still weakened Voldemort. He felt slightly sick at the memory, and continued to scan the place to see if there was an escape route. Right now, he couldn't escape, what with being surrounded by 6 Death Eaters, a bit much for 2 children in Harry's opinion. The corridor was dark, only lit by a weak light bulb in the ceiling. The wooden floor creaked as they walked down them towards a set of stairs at the end of the corridor. 2 Death Eaters walked ahead of them, one on either side of Harry and Magnolia, and 2 behind them. They stayed in this formation as they ascended the stairs, and Harry saw that the upstairs hallway was shorter than the one on the floor below. Harry and Magnolia were taken to a room 2 doors down, and were shoved in. The 2 of them turned around as the door slammed shut and locked. The bonds on their wrists magically disappeared. "We shall be seeing you soon," one of the Death Eaters hissed, and the group walked away. Harry was surprised that none of them were left guarding the door. Then again, they probably didn't expect the children to be able to escape. Harry looked around the room. It was relatively big and contained a large king-sized bed in the middle, a desk in front of the small window, a large comfortable-looking couch in the corner, and a door leading to an ensuite on the side. The wooden floors were dusty, and a single candle flickered in a candle holder, even though it was not dark. Magnolia took several steps into the room, then turned abruptly. "This is all your fault," she hissed, eyes glaring daggers at Harry. Harry gulped. If you hadn't spoken to those stupid snakes, you know who wouldn't be looking for you, would he?" She continued in a low whisper. Harry wondered if she did so because she was extremely angry or if she didn't want to be overheard. "I only spoke to them because they wanted help." "Oh, being helpful now, are we? You would have helped a lot if you never came." Harry was silent for a moment. There was truth in her words. If he had never come, then none of this would have happened. But he had a chance to meet a family he never had, to experience his birthday as he never had. Did he regret that? Obviously not. He was about to voice his thoughts when Magnolia continued. "If it hadn't been for you, Dad would still love me and I'll still be at home and safe." She strode over to the bed and sat down, burying her face in her hands as she let out sobs she had withheld from the face of the Death Eaters and Voldemort. "I know it's my fault," Harry said quietly, "that you are in this situation, but I don't regret getting to know your family. I've never had a family of my own who loved me, and I'll only get that for the holidays. You have that for your whole life." Harry walked over to Magnolia and sat down beside her. He debated on whether or not he should put an arm around her to comfort her, but decided against it as he didn't know if she would have appreciated the contact. Magnolia continued to cry, and it seemed a few hours passed by, even though it was only a few minutes, before Harry voiced his curiosity. "Why didn't you tell Voldemort that it was me who spoke with the snakes?" Magnolia glared at him with tear-filled eyes. "I'm not stupid, you know. If I told him, then he probably would have killed me." The tears ran down her face. No need for a little girl once he finds the Parselmouth. She continued sobbing for a while. Her crying finally subsided and she whispered, "Thank you." Harry jumped, surprised at the sudden change in tone. "What for?" "For taking that curse for me." Magnolia wiped the remaining tears from her face. "I'm scared." Putting an arm around her shoulder and giving her shoulder a squeeze, Harry said softly, "I know, and I'll find a way out of here." Sirius returned from his quick trip to Malfoy Manor, with the news that Harry and Magnolia weren't there, confirming their thoughts that Voldemort would keep them someplace else until Thursday came. "Voldemort knows that we don't believe he'll let our children go. Since when did the evil bastard keep his word?" James sighed, "and he probably guessed that we'd attempt to save them before Thursday, if we could find them, that is." Harry sat on the couch, having been taken home by his parents from the skateboard park. He just sat there and stared at a spot in midair. "Think we should contact Dumbledore and ask for some help?" Lily asked everyone. James shook his head. "Voldemort would probably expect us to call for help, as there's no way we'll see our children until Thursday, and besides, he said that he doesn't want too many people. If there were more people, there'd be more chance of him hurting our children needlessly." But we have an advantage," Sirius exclaimed. Everyone looked at him questioningly, and he said, "He doesn't know there are 2 Remuses and 2 Siriuses." "Yes, so we can have all of us come to pick up the children, and Sirius can go around in dog form, sniffing out traps and taking out Death Eaters." James sat up, and his eyes brightened. However, he sighed and lowered himself again into his seat. "But is there a way we can find them before that? I'll check recent apparitions in this area, see what sort of places wizards have come from and what sort of places they've been," Sirius offered. Lily nodded. "Okay, if we find out where they are before Thursday, we'll attempt a rescue, but if not." Hey, we're marauders, James said seriously. We'll have a surprise for Moldywarts nevertheless. It felt like several hours had gone by while Magnolia calmed down a bit and Harry surveyed the room they were in. There wasn't much to survey, just the wooden desk that looked as though they'd collapse upon contact, the large and heavy couch, the bed, the candle in the holder, and the barred window. By the time Magnolia settled, the sun was already low in the sky. They had at first attempted to open the window, but it wouldn't budge, and if it could have been open, it was quite a drop to the ground. Not to mention there were bars on the window, very similar to what the Dursleys had put on Harry's room, or, to be precise, on Dudley's second bedroom 2 years ago. Harry had then used one of Magnolia's hairpins to try to pick the lock on the door, while Magnolia looked around to see if there was anything useful lying around. Apart from the furniture, there wasn't much else in the room. The lock clicked, and Harry turned around and looked at Magnolia excitedly. She ran to his side. Magnolia looked to Harry, wondering why Harry stopped. We can either find another room without bars on the window and go from there, or we can take the stairs and find the front door, Harry said softly. I don't want to climb, Magnolia started. But if we take the stairs, there's more chance that the Death Eaters would spot us. We'd be going through a minefield of them, Harry thought out loud. Magnolia just glared at him. Then why do you ask? You've seemed to have made up your mind already. Harry rolled his eyes. I wasn't asking, I was just thinking to myself, and now I've decided. We can use the bedsheets to make some rope and climb out of another window. Without waiting for a reply, as Magnolia wanted to have the last say, Harry slowly opened the door. It seemed as though the door was recently greased, as it made no creak at all as it was pulled open. Harry poked his head out, and seeing the coast was clear, the two of them walked out softly. They made their way to the closest door, eyes constantly scanning their surroundings, and Harry put an ear to the door. There was no sound inside, and holding up the candle holder Magnolia had handed him before they left, Harry opened the door. Although he was posed to defend himself, it was not necessary, as the room they had entered looked very similar to the room they had been locked in, and there were bars on the windows there as well. And the two of them found that all the windows on that floor were barred. This must be their makeshift dungeons or something. Don't they usually have dungeons underground? Magnolia queried. They probably didn't have an underground place here, although I thought they would because it looks like quite an old place. Maybe they're using those underground rooms for something else, like torture, Harry thought to himself. The next best place to stash away prisoners would be the upper floors, where escape through windows would be made more difficult, and keeping watch on them would be easier. All they need to do is patrol the first floor stairs. We can try the stairs now though, Magnolia stated. I'll get another candle holder from one of the other rooms. We can't beat a bunch of Death Eaters with Muggle weapons, although the candle holders couldn't be considered weapons, and we don't know how many of them there are. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Let's get back to the room they put us in, and think it out from there, just in case the Death Eaters come up and realize we can pick the lock. And the two of them made their way to the first room they were in, and relocked the door. You know, no one is supposed to have access to such information, Remus commented. Yeah, if no one's supposed to know these things, one wonders why they keep records of them in the first place, James agreed. Well, it's not as if I had an easy time getting into that place to retrieve the info. Sirius looked at a piece of paper. Speaking of which, according to the detectors, there were a total of 60 apparitions this afternoon in this area. Most notable would be what looks like a group apparition into the area, 15 wizards. However, they all apparated to different places upon leaving, so we'd have a hard time checking up on all 15 of them. Lily sighed. She looked at Harry, who had been silent throughout all of their discussions. He seemed to be in shock, and Lily was not too sure how to assure him when even she realized how difficult it would be to save Magnolia and Harry. They don't stand in one place once they apparate, so unless we know who and what smell to look for, Sirius wouldn't be able to follow their smell. James looked to Sirius and Sirius. Well, as a dog I can sense some dark magic, and they've all got those awful masks. I know what sort of material the mask is made out of. I might be able to follow that smell, Sirius said. But to check out all 15, we better get started now. Sirius looked around. I guess we'll split up. Oh, Sirius made a copy of his notes, and handed one sheet to Remus. I guess I'll go with James, you two go together, and Lily and Griff can stay here in case there's some news. Oh, you should get in touch with Dumbledore, he should be able to help us some. They all nodded in agreement, and left to carry out their tasks. Harry was relatively small for his age, due to the mistreatment towards him when he was younger. Aware of this, he knew that Magnolia and himself could not overpower. Merlin knew how many Death Eaters roaming the lower floors of the Riddle House. Try wandless magic again. He didn't want to risk Magnolia's life on the chance that his magic was not stable without a wand, not to mention conjuring a simple shield had been difficult enough. Magnolia breathed softly in her sleep. She was tired from all her crying, and Harry had promised to wake her up once he thought of a plan for them to escape. Cold Lunch sat in the corner. Neither of them trusted the Death Eaters, not to mention their cooking. The Death Eater had informed them that dinner will be served at 7:30. It was now 7:15. The windows were all barred, and the only option left was the stairs down to the lower levels where Voldemort and his Death Eaters were. What about an attic? They couldn't find it, and besides, it would be difficult to get outside from the attic. What was at their disposal? The bed sheets, a few candle holders and candles, toilet paper from the ensuite, a toilet brush, the large couch, the bed, and some rickety wooden furniture. What if he found a way to snatch one of the Death Eater's wands? Then he may have a chance. Magnolia, wake up, Harry nudged her softly. She slowly opened her eyes, and rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Griff, is Mum gonna tell us off for playing all night? She yawned. Harry smiled slightly to himself, and shook his head. Magnolia, it's Snitch. Her eyes widened as she remembered her predicament. Oh, so what do we do? Have you ever done any wandless magic? He asked, looking at her expectantly. Magnolia frowned a little as she thought. Yeah, several times I blew up some things. Why? Harry thought that she must have blown up the objects due to anger at not getting something she wanted, but didn't voice his thoughts. You see, when we feel strong emotions, our magic becomes stronger, and we direct that at certain things, we harness it. For example, you may have broken those things because you were angry and felt the need for such, destruction. I blew up my aunt once when I was very angry with her. Really? Who? Oh, you probably won't know her, but she's Uncle Vernon's sister. She must be really ugly, Magnolia stated simply, and Harry couldn't help but chuckle. Yeah, she was. Anyway, what I'm saying is that we can concentrate on our strong emotions together and try to make the bars disappear. I don't want to climb, Magnolia said, eyes widening. I didn't say we were going to climb. Making the bars disappearing would be difficult enough, not to mention transfiguring something into rope, or conjuring rope. And with these tatty bed sheets, I doubt they'd hold our weight while we climb down. Also, while we climb down, a Death Eater may be watching the nice night outside and spot us, or Death Eaters on patrol might spot us. So, we'll rip the bed sheet to make a rope, and hang it outside. When the Death Eaters come to check up on us, they'll think we climbed out and they'll send out a group or two to look for us. The watch on the first floor wouldn't be as secure, and we can try to get out from the stairs. Magnolia looked at Harry in awe. That actually sounds like a good plan, a true Marauder plan. Harry blushed. Come on, let's hold the bars together. Harry thought about his experience with the wandless shield. Think about how scared you were of the Death Eaters, how scared you were of Voldemort. Think about how angry you were that you aren't at home playing computer games, how angry you are at me for causing all this to happen. Harry watched as Magnolia had her eyes closed, and her face was contorted into an expression of pain, a frown marring her forehead. Think of how much you hate the bars for being there, and think that the bars aren't there. Harry then closed his eyes and thought of the unfairness of the situation, how Magnolia didn't deserve to be here, how angry he was at Voldemort and his minions, how afraid he was for their lives, and how much he hated the bars on the window, and before he knew it, his hand was gripping nothing. His eyes popped open and stared into Magnolia's. It worked, she whispered. They both looked at the non-existent bars, and to their relief, the window had disappeared as well. Harry just nodded stiffly, then turned to the bed. Now it's time to make our rope. The two of them worked together on the bed sheets, ripping pieces and tying them together to make a rope. They both worked silently and quickly, and finished in less than 10 minutes. Then they pulled the ends of the ropes as though they were doing tug of war, so that the rope looked a little more stretched, and had to stop putting force in their pulls when the rope started to rip. They then hung the rope out of the window, tying the end to the leg of the large couch. "Do you think they'll believe we climbed out the window?" Magnolia frowned at the tatty-looking rope. Harry shrugged. "We'll just have to see, won't we?" He looked at his watch. 15 more minutes, come on. Harry quickly picked the lock, and carefully locked the door again after they were out of the room. They made their way to the room across from the one they had been locked in, and hid under the bed. With the door slightly open, they could make out the shadows of people coming in and out of their old room, and they could also hear everything that went on outside. True to their word, 2 Death Eaters came up the stairs at 7:30 and stood outside the room they were in before. "Potter, and Potter, your dinner." Harry heard the door open, and a gasp of surprise, quick footsteps, and then, they escaped. "What do we do?" This voice was slightly panicked, obviously afraid of Voldemort's wrath. "What else? Alert everyone else. Send them out, they can't be too far from here." "Too right there," Harry thought to himself. The footsteps were hurried as the Death Eaters quickly made their way down. Magnolia looked at Harry, and he nodded. The 2 of them crawled out from their hiding place and made their way out to the top of the stairs. Candle holders in hand, they made their way down the stairs quietly. After 4 flights of stairs, they were on the ground level and, out of his sketchy memories of his dreams, he led the way to where he thought the back door was. It seemed as though all the Death Eaters were outside looking for them, and hope flared in Harry's heart until he heard voices around the corner of the hallway, and Harry motioned for Magnolia to stop while he stepped forward quietly and risked a quick peek. 2 Death Eaters were standing in front of a pot plant. Harry tiptoed back to where Magnolia was and whispered his plan in her ear. She looked slightly pale as she nodded her head. They crept back to the corner, and Magnolia let out a short scream. The voices around the corner silenced, and a gruff voice said quietly, "Did you hear that? That might be the girl." The other voice said excitedly, "Wands out." And 2 sets of footsteps approached the corner. Harry's hand was slightly slippery on the candle holder as his hands sweated from nervousness. The Death Eaters were getting closer. As they turned the corner, Magnolia tripped the first one with the candle holder, and Harry pounced on the first Death Eater, hitting him over his head with the candle holder and grabbing his wand. Taken by surprise, the second Death Eater lost precious seconds to raise his wand as Harry stunned both the second Death Eater and the first. Magnolia looked slightly impressed. Harry motioned for her to follow him, and they made their way to the door. Outside, the street lights from the roads cast eerie shadows. There was a very tall brick wall out the back, and both silently agreed that they will attempt the wall, with the help from the trees lining the backyard, rather than risk circling to the front and being seen by the Death Eaters. However, Magnolia's fake scream earlier must have alerted other Death Eaters to their location as someone yelled, "They've gone out the back." Harry and Magnolia exchanged a fearful glance and ran to the side of the house, attempting to make their way around the large house to the front gate. Harry heard Death Eaters behind them, and quickly pulled Magnolia into some bushes as a stunner flew past them. They continued to scamper towards the front gate, using the bushes to shield themselves. They turned to the front of the house, and quickly ran to the front gate. They almost made it when a leg locker curse hit Harry and he fell flat on his face. Luckily, the wand was still in his fist, and he saw a Death Eater step out from a bush near the front gate, about to grab Magnolia, and stunned him. Magnolia turned around, but Harry frantically motioned for Magnolia to go. "Go. Leave me." Magnolia stared wide-eyed at Harry as he was stunned, and turned quickly on her heels and ran for it. She risked a glance over her shoulder to see a Death Eater taking the wand out of Harry's hand and then 3 more Death Eaters emerging from around the house. Knowing the danger of staying in the empty street for too long, Magnolia climbed into the backyard of other homes as she tried to lose the Death Eaters pursuing her, hearing curses behind her wake. To her relief, after cutting through a dozen backyards, she could no longer hear any Death Eaters behind her. She crouched in some bushes and took in lungful after lungful of air. After her heartbeat had slowed down to an almost regular speed, she approached the front door of a nearby house and knocked. A big bold man answered the door and glared down at Magnolia, a bottle of beer in his hand and his stomach bulging under his tight gray t-shirt. She gulped as she gathered her nerves and said in a scared voice, "Hello, mister. I am lost. Could I please borrow the phone so that I could ring my parents?" The man seemed to think for a moment, taking in the state of Magnolia's clothes and hair, then sneered, "Look, kiddo, this isn't the Salvation Army, now scram." And the door was slammed in her face. Magnolia's temper flared, and as she left the property, she noted the big number, 7, on the mailbox and remembered the street name. "Once I'm out of this mess I'll be back, I promise." "You'll regret that, you whale of a man. No one messes with a marauder's daughter and gets away with it," she thought to herself. She made her way to the next house, only to find out that the old lady, with knitting in her hands, didn't have a phone in her place. Greatly disheartened, Magnolia looked up and down the street, and made her way to another street, and looked up and down it again. After jogging another block, she finally found a phone booth and hurried to it. Once she was in the booth, she picked up the phone and remembered her mother's lessons about Muggle telephones and making calls. She remembered the number for reverse calls and dialed it in. After speaking to an operator, there was a ringtone, and then Lily's voice sounded from the other end of the line. "Mum," Magnolia said excitedly. "Magnolia, are you okay? Where are you?" "I'm okay," she said bravely. "I'm near a street called." Unbeknownst to her, a Death Eater had crept up on Magnolia while she was in the phone booth, and blew up the phone in her hand, glass from the phone booth window flying everywhere. Magnolia's heart jumped, and she was surprised that she got but 2 or 3 of the flying shards of glass. The Death Eater must have wanted her unharmed and shielded her from flying glass. She turned and looked to see who did it, only to see a wand pointed at her face. As Sirius, oh Sirius, James, and Remus left, Lily made her way to the fireplace. She was ready to call Dumbledore when there was a knock on the door. "Harry dear, could you get that for me?" Oh, Harry stood up silently and made his way to the door. Oremus came in and looked around. Lily turned from the fireplace and looked at him. Oremus said, "Is everything okay? I heard that Sirius was in the ministry before, and as it was a rare occurrence, I thought there might have been some case I could help with." "Oh Remus, it's Magnolia and Harry." The phone suddenly rang, and Lily, who was standing right next to it, grabbed it. "Hello, Potter residence," Lily speaking. Her voice had converted to her polite teaching voice, but changed suddenly as her eyes widened. "Magnolia." Oh, Harry and Oremus looked at her. Oh, Harry's an expression of hope, and Oremus, an expression of confusion. "Are you okay? Where are you?" Lily listened intently, but the line suddenly went dead. "Mum, is Magnolia okay?" Oh, Harry asked after some silence. The line went dead, Lily said softly. She looked at the ground for a moment in thought, then there was a flicker of hope. "Harry, you stay here, we don't want any of Voldemort's Death Eaters seeing you. Remus, we've used a tracking charm on the others. Can you get James and Sirius, and I'll get Sirius and the other Remus." Harry had the distinct impression of déjà vu as he opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling with the single light bulb. He sat up and looked around. Voldemort sat in the chair facing him. About 20 or so Death Eaters surrounded them in a circle, and Magnolia was pushed to the center of the circle. Harry's eyes widened in surprise as he saw a large snake circling Voldemort's feet. Voldemort looked to the Death Eater who pushed Magnolia forward, and said in a cold voice, "Where did you find her?" The Death Eater had his head bowed in respect and said in a smug voice, "She was in one of those Muggle glass rooms with a Feliton in her hand." He must have realized by the look on Voldemort's face that that was not a good thing, and quickly knelt before Voldemort, who did not look the least bit happy. "Are you aware of the application of the Feliton?" he said dangerously. "They are, communicating devices." The Death Eater realized now what that implied. "Yes, which means that the girl," he glared at Magnolia briefly, causing her to tremble, "could have informed her parents where she was." "Master, I assure you, she had only talked in the Feliton for a mere few seconds before I blew it up. I doubt she had time to tell them where she was, not to mention I doubt she was aware of where she was," the Death Eater explained, wondering briefly what punishments the end of the day would bring. "Really?" Voldemort wondered. "I permit for you to have a bite out of this man, and of the two standing behind him for falling for the children's ploy, you may inject some poison, he hissed to the snake. You will be punished for allowing the girl to contact her parents, and you too, he looked at the two Death Eaters standing behind him, will be punished for falling for the children's ploy. As soon as he finished his sentence, the large snake sprung at the man kneeling on the floor and clamped its fanged mouth on the man's upper arm. He cried out, but didn't stand up for fear of angering Voldemort further. Magnolia closed her eyes and looked away as the snake advanced on the next victim. Harry stared horrified at the blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. The edge of Voldemort's mouth curved as he leaned forward with a glint in his eyes that stared at Harry. I was quite surprised to be informed that you nearly managed to escape. The bars on the window were quite well put in. Do you care to tell me how they were removed? Magnolia moved closer to Harry, but Harry was frightened at what the snake was hissing. I am hungry, master. The older humans do not taste as nice. Are these children for me? Voldemort looked down and hissed back, they are to stay safe for another 3 days. After that, you may feast upon them as you wish. Although you may be able to feast upon them sooner if their relatives track them here. Voldemort looked at Magnolia's and Harry's frightened faces, though they were frightened for different reasons, and his mouth curled into the evil smile again. I know that you used magic to remove those bars. How else could you dispose of those bars entirely? Now, how did you do the magic to remove them? Harry was still slightly shocked from what Voldemort had said to the snake, but still registered what Voldemort said. Did Voldemort want to know how to do wandless magic now? Surely a wizard like him should know how children managed wandless magic, but perhaps he did not know how to harness the raw power. Voldemort was powerless, perhaps he wished to teach his Death Eaters the theory of doing wandless magic. Harry couldn't help smiling inwardly at the thought of Voldemort standing in front of a classroom and his Snape-like reaction at a Death Eater doing something Neville-like in class. Or maybe Voldemort wished to assess their abilities. I was scared, and I wished that the bars weren't there so that Magnolia and I could escape. Magnolia was crying, and I wanted to be able to escape because both of us want to be home. And then, we looked out the window and the bars weren't there. Harry stuttered. There was no need for Voldemort to know that the two of them did wandless magic, and that the effect was what they wanted when they did it together. Voldemort's red eyes surveyed him, and not only did you remove the bars and made a rope to climb out of the window, you hid in the room and waited for the Death Eaters to leave with the door open so that you could leave by the stairway. A very cunning plan. Very Slytherin. Harry paled slightly. Perhaps you children may consider joining our ranks, instead of following in the footsteps of your parents, instead of following the footsteps of failure. Failure. Who are you to talk about failure? Harry thought to himself. Magnolia hitched a sob beside him, and Harry pasted a look of disbelief on his face. At the look on the children's faces, Voldemort chuckled. I see you are stunned at the prospect of becoming one of us. It is late in the night, you children need a good night's sleep, and I shall see you tomorrow afternoon. But alas, punishment for your attempt to escape is needed. Lucius. There was pain again, and after Harry's screaming subsided, he heard Magnolia's. As he was about to take the curse for her again, the curse was lifted. Voldemort motioned for several Death Eaters nearby to take them away. They were taken to the same room, and bars were magicked onto the window again. One of the Death Eaters turned to them. Your trick won't work again. We are watching the room from the outside as well now, and there's no way you could get out of the door. Or so they think. Harry thought to himself, as the Death Eater closed and locked the door to their room and the group of them glided away back downstairs, probably rushing back to lick Voldemort's feet. Harry turned to Magnolia, who had slumped onto the bed with tears in her eyes now. What happened? He asked softly. I ran away, and I was talking to Mum on the phone when one of them found me. She cried, letting the tears fall freely, and wiping them away furiously with the corner of some new bed sheets. Did you tell her where we were? She shook her head. I was about to tell her, when the phone blew up in my hand. Harry looked deep in thought for a moment, and sat down beside her. You know what? We might still have a chance. I've seen in a Muggle movie before that phone calls could be traced. I'm pretty sure Mum would know about that concept and do something like it. Silence answered him, and he put an arm around her shoulders, and even if they don't come, I'll figure out a way to get out of here. Your last plan didn't work too well, now did it? Magnolia said haughtily. Harry flinched at her tone. You should feel a little more confident. We were able to outsmart a group of evil adults, what makes you think we can't do it again? The fact that there are bars on the window, and there are probably more of them now that they probably think Mum and Dad are coming for us. Harry shook his head. They still don't know we can pick the lock on the door. We're both exhausted from doing wandless magic. Maybe I can try something that can give us an edge. Harry thought back to his unsuccessful progress in his animagus transformation. If he could manage the transformation, then their chances of an escape would increase. If you can turn into a unicorn, I can ride you and you can gallop away. Magnolia dozed off, obviously tired from the long day. Not quite what I had in mind, Harry whispered in reply to Magnolia's views, and lay her down on the bed in a more comfortable position and covered her with the thin blanket. Harry stood in the middle of the room and closed his eyes, thinking about all the theory he had learnt from his father and godfathers, and concentrated. Sirius, you smell them. Lily had quickly located the marauders and they made a quick trip to the local phone company, where they looked up the location from which the last call was made to their home, obliviated the operator, and made their way to the phone booth lying in the middle of the Muggle street, apparently a victim of a nasty curse. Sirius had then tracked Magnolia's smell to a dilapidated old house. A large black dog jumped out from the bush and transformed with a pop into "Oh Sirius, yep, I can smell Harry in there, and Magnolia must be with him as well, there was something like chocolate. Does anyone know if Voldemort eats chocolate? What, and ruin his reputation?" James snorted. Sirius shrugged. It's better than being caught eating ice cream, or fairy floss. Okay, we get the picture, Lily interrupted. I'm aware that Voldemort may be aware that we can trace the call, so everyone stay alert. This isn't the best place to discuss a plan, how about a quick apparition back home for a discussion? Oremus suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement and apparated away. Harry sat down defeated on the wooden chair at the desk. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand and closed his eyes. He had been trying the transformation for the last hour or so, following the procedure step by step as he had been instructed, but he always lost his concentration halfway and was now exhausted from the unsuccessful attempts. He truly was worried about what sort of animal he would become. He knew about Rita becoming a beetle and was afraid he would become something as small and insignificant. Well, at least I can fly away if I become a beetle, or a fly even. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. A half-moon glowed back at him. The stars littered the clear velvet sky. He could see the outlines of peaceful homes with warm light flickering through the little square windows, and he sorely missed such warmth. His eyes roved around the room he was stuck in, and landed on Magnolia, sleeping peacefully. There were trails on her face where her tears had dried. She was so young. She didn't deserve to be here and suffer what no one should suffer. Her red hair reflected the moonlight, reminding him of his mother's beautiful red hair. Her face in sleep was peaceful and looked like that of an angel. Sure, she was a little spoilt thing, but she was raised by the Potters, by good people, surely she wasn't all that bad. He thought back to when they were first locked in the room. Her words had stung and ignited his temper, but then when she had thanked him, he just knew that she wasn't another Dudley after all. He needed to save her. And that was the reason he was trying the transformation, right? It didn't matter what animal he became, whatever he became, would still give them an edge, a chance to escape if their parents weren't coming already. Even if he became a bug or cockroach, he could sneak out and look for help. If he became a snake, he could poison those who held them, attack their stinking ankles with his sharp fangs. If he became a rat, he could make it through the little hole in wall to look for help. If he became a vulture, then he could peck at the Death Eaters with his sharp beaks. If he became a flobberworm, he'd worry about it when he succeeded. What mattered was that the animagus transformation was the only thing they had over the Death Eaters downstairs, and he would do it to save Magnolia. Well, being a Parselmouth was something he had over the Death Eaters as well, but it didn't seem as though the snake would roam up here anytime soon. He made his way to the middle of the room again, and closed his eyes. He concentrated on the procedure outlined by his father, Sirius, and "Oh Sirius," and let his magic flow through him. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.